Hey, Pom.
Country girl, what's going on?
It's you, baby.
I just came in. I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing?
How are you doing?
I know what am I doing?
I don't know.
You're saying I'm what's going on. I never understand what that means.
That just means it's just a general term of what are you up to?
Actually, I just looked at the documentary and it was something really um something really I guess both upsetting and like realizing what I noticed yesterday. Like the person that was kind of mocking me and whatever, like my
Yeah.
movements, and it bothered me. And it bothered me because when I was that overweight, it's with because in my head I'm still that overweight person. It doesn't
Oh,
change.
I know exactly what you're saying.
You know what I mean? And so in the documentary I saw is that, and this is like very true. This is something. It's when people do that to you, it discourages you from getting healthier. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So
It's
let's
almost
say
like a post traumatic syndrome kind of thing.
it's like discouraging you to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, if I was heavier, if I was as heavy as when I showed you those pictures, which is not even a year ago. It's like uh, Christmas dinner.
Yeah.
I would have probably stopped exercising. Like if that person like mocked me like that, I would have just probably just been so dejected, and I would have probably stopped exercising and just went home.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of destructive, actually.
Well, it really makes me mad. I mean, I know you're a grown man and you can handle your own affairs, but it really makes me mad that he did that to you because I know how it feels.
Oh no, for sure. No, this is more like the societal critique. This is not even about myself. This is more about society wants you to get healthy.
Right.
But in the process, when they mock you, it dejects you. And so you stop doing what needs to be done in order to get the results you need in order to be acceptable.
Right.
So had the person that was in December, which was this person, been doing the jogging instead of what I was doing, I would be just at home. I wouldn't want to jog anymore. That's a simple truth. And I don't think it's a profound truth. I think it's something. I think everyone who's experienced this, I think everyone realizes this. So there has to be a way to. I mean, I've been trying now for. Even when I started running, when I told you I started running, I couldn't even do like 20 seconds, like at a
Right.
slow pace running. I couldn't even do that when like I was being mocked.
Yeah.
And so far, what I've done is take it as constructive criticism. I'm not gonna say that it doesn't bother me. It certainly does bother me because I still have those. I'm still like a fat guy in my head. Um, I'm actually still a fat guy according to the BMI. So whatever. Um, so yeah, I mean that's how I've been doing it right recently. Instead of giving into giving up, I've instead turned it around and tried to see what I'm doing wrong and kind of focus on correcting those behaviors. So like yesterday, all I was doing was after my run, I was going to like one of those hotels, like it's like a skyscraper hotel or whatever it is.
Right.
And they have these like reflective windows, like, and what I would do is I would just, there was enough room for me to run, so I would just run straight to the window to kind of see my running form and correct it. And I was able to correct my running form. So that's how I kind of took it. So instead of letting that person bother me and saying, well, I can't do it, I just took it as criticism. But I swear to God, it's not easy. It's like, even today, like I was a skinnier guy. He was probably near his ideal weight. Probably at his ideal weight. We were both running up the hill, and I'm not feeling very high energy. And he just like passed me with ease. It's disheartening. Like, I can't keep up with these people. You know what I mean?
Well, he's just a shitty asshole. He'd probably been running slow the whole time, knowing he's probably watched you and known when you would be out there. And
this is another person.
oh,
So just a random person. This is today, not yesterday. This was just a random person. There was no malice.
well, it's gonna be once you get that adequate BMI, and I mean, you think about it, you have done amazing since December. I mean, you're a different person.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
You're not even the same person. I mean, you know, you're still Palm. I mean, I look at the other person and I know that that's you. And I wouldn't love you any less. But you are a different person. You've worked hard to get to where you are, and I know you have.
I don't know.
You have.
I don't know if I'm a different person. I don't know. Maybe I should ask Nadia or people like that. I can't speak to it myself because the transition was so gradual.
Right.
I'd need someone else to say that who knew me before. I think I'm probably more self-confident. Maybe that's a difference. But overall, I'm the same. A lot of times I'm morose, I'm quiet, I'm contemplative. That's always how I've been.
You've still got that same mentality that you had when you were large. You still see yourself in that same vision. And I know this because my aunt is the same way. She was a somewhat hefty lady, and she went to a program called Weight Watchers and lost a ton of weight and got to the point that she lost so much that when she would go, she would have to wear like 2 pairs of pants and fill her pockets so that when she got on the scale, she would not weigh less than what they wanted her to be. But she still saw herself as being too big.
Fuck. No, I see.
And now I can hug her and I feel like I'm going to break her because it's like I can feel every bone on her. So truthfully, she's really unhealthy, but she doesn't see it that way. I mean, I'll tell her, you know, why don't you eat this? You know, you don't eat. And, you know, not to be personal, but it's like she'll complain of constipation. And I'm like, well, if you don't eat, you won't go.
Right. I have like a sick sense of humor. I would just say, "Eat, fatty, eat." That's like horrible. If I say that, shoot me.
Well, you know, I wouldn't take that the wrong way from you anyway.
All right, I put on a brighter shirt so you can.
Look
Hold
at
on.
your shirt. It fits.
Oh yeah, this is a 1XL. It's a bit tight though, still a bit tight, like on
That's
around the
all right.
arm.
You looking sexy.
Hold on. Yeah, I think 1XL is my weight. That's 5XL, the red shirt. Hold on. We hold the camera so you can kind of see
Yeah.
the camera. Let me just kind of let me adjust the damn brightness. All right. It's kind of stand like how I was standing like there. Kind of.
Yeah, you're a completely different person. And it's like if that little prick last night could have seen where you came from to what you are now, he wouldn't be making fun of you.
Oh no, it's just a random guy, but it's not even against that. It's more like a societal problem. That's really it. I think it's even in myself. I probably have this too.
Well, society really is very unwelcoming of plus size people.
But the thing is, we're all part of society. So when I'm saying this, when I'm saying society, I'm saying all of us. Probably we all have some of it.
Yeah.
I think it's just people like us. Once we're confronted with it, we will stop doing it because we realize how damaging it is. I think that's probably the only difference between us and someone who's never experienced something like that.
Yeah.
Damn, December, Christmas. So much difference.
I love that shirt, by the way.
Oh, I bought this from China. It's supposedly a 2XL.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's like their sizes, because they're like so small, the people they're very small.
Uh-huh.
And they're very tiny. So their XL sizes and everything is way different. I think this one says 5XL if I'm not mistaken. Hold on.
Wow.
But that's in terms of US size, that's a 1XL.
Yeah.
If it could even be a large. I mean, I have other shirts that are 1XL, and they're actually a bit bigger than this. That's just because Asian people are small.
Yeah.
I mean, I just checked the damn BMI, and it says that I still have to lose like some crazy like 50 pounds more in order to be in a not too high BMI, not too low,
Right.
but just like in the middle of normal weight. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, 50 pounds is not nothing. It's crazy still. I'd imagine if I lose the 50 pounds, I could overtake all of those people. Like in terms of running, I could probably run way faster. That's what's bothering me right now. And it's like, I'm not able to keep up with these people. I can't keep, they're too damn fast. And I just tire out way too fast. That's just, and it's just.
I'm sure that you've read the data. You know that the larger you are, the quicker it comes off. But when you get down to the size you are now, it slows down. And that becomes very frustrating.
For sure, that's very true.
And a lot of times that's when people fall off the wagon and end up going back to their bad ways. Now, I don't think that you will because you're too determined.
Most that will happen with me is I'll stagnate. It's most that will happen. My weight will stagnate, or I may gain, let's say 4 pounds, 5 pounds, at the most 6 pounds, but then I'll go slowly as I go down. very
Right.
slowly, gradually. Like right now, I'm just inching. I'm literally snail's pace going down, snail's pace. So just weighed myself when I was completely dehydrated from the run, so I didn't drink anything, so because of all the sweating, I was hold on. Let me do the conversion. I don't want to mess this up. All right, 231 pounds. From yesterday, I was 233 when I was completely dehydrated.
No, wow.
Yeah, so I'm measuring the same difference. So I've been upping the amount I'm running, upping not the intensity, but more the duration. It's just so frustrating. The progress I've been making is so slow. And it does say, I've read several studies, it takes your body forever to acclimate.
Right.
That's why, like, for example, people who are like overweight and very obese, like, they have the extra problem of all the weight on the joints. So firstly, it takes a long ass time to get fit, and not even talking about losing weight, just to get fit, because there's a difference between being fit and being thin. They're not the same thing. You could have a thin person that can't even run 20 seconds. They're just
Right.
out of breath immediately. So that's one thing. All right. So because you're so overweight, your joints are taxed. So you're actively discouraged from moving. Actually, you don't wanna be in pain continuously. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you let's say you pick up running, of course you're just, because you're so heavy, your joints are just gonna get fucked immediately. It's like if it would, the same thing would happen if you were to like let someone get on your like if you're like a thin person and you
Yeah.
let someone else that's equally their size get on their shoulders and then tell them, hey, come on, go for a run, see how long you can last. I mean, their joints would get fucked up too. Same thing. So that's like a big hurdle for people who are very obese to lose weight. Like, exercise is not easy. It's
No,
much harder.
because I
So,
feel like that I would have to lose more than what I've already lost. I mean, and I've lost a lot,
oh,
but I
for
feel
sure.
like I would have to lose a lot more before I could do even what you're doing.
I can show you actually where I start in my time of losing weight. I can actually show you the exact picture of when I started exercising. And
Okay.
before that, I did no exercise. Here it is.
Oh, yeah.
The picture to the right, I did not exercise once. So the one where I'm thinner, I did not exercise once, not one time did I actually. I just did it to diet. Completely went down because of my diet, no exercise. And even when I started exercising, I was even a couple of pounds lighter than when I'm thin. Even then, if you remember, I had joint pains, continuously
Exactly.
joint. I was about 245 pounds, and I still experienced all the freaking aches and pains and all that shit. And joint pains, they're not. When you experience joint pains, that's not a good thing. It's not like muscle pain. Muscle pain means you've worked out, but joint pain, that's means you're doing something wrong. Anyway, so you can imagine that if I started exercising at around, you know, it was impossible for me when I was that heavy.
Right.
I actually remember I was very self-conscious of my weight. So what I would do is I would just wait until it was like midnight, like just very, very, very late, and I would just go running then, because I would not be heckled by people like, hey, go, come on, you can do it. Like people like that. It's like, I'm just trying to mentally be here. Like, I'm not I'm not an entertainment show for you. Like, I'm just trying to do my own thing. Don't bother me. You know what I mean?
Makes a lot of sense now. I understand why you like to go late.
That's just a habit, actually. I think it's just a habit. Yeah, I can go sooner, but I don't know. Actually, I enjoy the solitude. To be honest, I enjoy to be on my own more.
I think I would too. I think I would rather do it that way, as long as I knew that the streets were safe and I didn't have to worry
Your
about,
country girl, why would you be afraid?
I'd hate to have to pull my gun out and shoot some
Right,
damn body.
right. So I just, you know,
I'd be jogging and shoot myself in the damn foot.
maybe you'll go faster that way. Yeah. Today I felt so tired. I was just tired. I was like, I started to run and already I was saying, okay, fuck, I'm tired. It's like, this is not gonna work out.
Well, let me ask your opinion about this, about my arm. I went to physical therapy yesterday, and yesterday was the first day that they had me in the pool. And what she had me doing was nothing. I mean, it's like I was just treading water with my arms and just going in different directions.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, she had weights, but she said, I don't think you're ready for that.
Right.
So basically, she had me just tread water in different directions. And while I was in the pool, the water was very warm, and it was, it was nice. I mean, I had a little bit of discomfort, but not severe.
Right.
But now I've gotten home, and I noticed that after I got home, my arm looked like it was changing. And now in the area where I broke it, it's turned purple.
Goodness. It's probably a blood vessel that's ruptured.
Well, that kind of worries me.
Did you contact your doctor about this?
Well, I was thinking about sending my doctor an email.
But why are you thinking? Just do it. Just do it. It's just a ruptured blood vessel. I don't think it's probably a big deal, but I would just do it anyway. I would do it anyway.
I mean, I think I'm supposed to go back, like, I don't know if it's next week or the week after that I'm supposed to go back. Maybe the 24th. And, but it's like, I kind of want an opinion as to what they think about, should I do my exercises like every other day, or?
Well, why just contact your doctor? Contact your doctor about this. I mean, I wish I could help you with, like, I'm afraid if I give you advice, I'm going to give you bad advice.
Oh, that's completely fine, but I was just
kind of hurt.
Yeah, I was kind of wanting to get your opinion, but
Right.
I had planned to contact the doctor because, obviously they're the doctor and they would tell me what to do.
Right, yeah, just contact the doctor anyway. I think I would do that just to be safe, because I'm not sure, like, because your situation is actually quite unique, because it's like a dislocated arm, so I'm not sure what to do. This is like not a sprained muscle or something. This is
right.
Just contact them, I guess.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Maybe put your exercises on hold for a bit. Just to be, I don't know, just to be on the safe side.
Well,
I
that's
think,
kind of what I thought. I haven't done them today because my arm really hurts. I mean, I know that I need to do them, and the doctor had said you got to push through the pain, but I don't know that he's going to say push through the pain when my arm is purple.
right. Yeah, just contact the doctor about this. I would do it. Yeah, it's probably a minor rupture somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's probably not a big deal, but to be on the safe side, I would just err on the side of caution, I think.
I think I will do that.
I think you know what's best.
Let's see.
Yeah, just tell him, doctor, my arm is falling off. What should I do?
um, when you were in here earlier and Darwin was in here and all those other people were in here,
Right.
Darwin was sending me private messages asking me how could I be a Christian and let people be in here that talk like they did and harass people, meaning him.
Oh, I see.
And I said, well, the way I see it, um, you have caused a lot of these problems on yourself. And if what they say bothers you, um, you need to stand up for yourself.
Hmm.
And then he starts telling me that that I was breaking the rules of
Oh, I see.
whatever and blah blah blah. So he'll probably end up flagging my channel.
Yeah, whatever. Let him flag it. It doesn't matter. Make another channel. Who gives a shit? Honestly, I hope Darwin's, finds a way to be able to get along with other people.
Well, he needs to because he can be a really nice person, but he's made a lot of enemies, and that's his fault.
I mean, I don't consider him an enemy. I don't really. I don't have any animosity towards him, really. I just think he's. I don't know. He doesn't allow him to have. He doesn't allow himself to have any friends, and I think that's a bit sad. I feel sad for him. Um, if anything, really, but I don't. I mean, yeah, maybe that's a bit. Maybe that's like a bit patronizing. I don't know, but it's just. Yeah, I don't know. Um, Anyway, he's a grown man, so I'm gonna stop telling him what to do.
Yeah.
Situation. A friend just messaged me. She's looking very sick.
Oh, really?
I feel for her. She's like, oh shit, she's down and out.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry to hear that.
yeah. I hate when I'm like, I know where she's at. That's like, it's like when you're like, you know, when you're like really sick. It's like you don't want to do anything. I hope she gets better. Oh shit. What were we talking about again?
My arm.
Oh, I see.
I just sent an email.
I think that's the best way. Yeah. How
Yeah.
long does it take for them to reply usually?
Usually they're pretty quick at responding. Now, if he's in surgery or something, that may be, especially since I've only emailed like this late in the day, it might be tomorrow before I hear anything. But I mean, the last time that I emailed him, I had like a bunch of questions. And the very first thing that they did was contact me because the nurse had called him. He was in surgery that day, and she had contacted him. And when he was in between surgeries, he contacted her and answered all of my questions. And she immediately got back to me to let me know what I should do. So they're very prompt.
Well, that's great. Yeah, just hold off on your exercise and see what they say. Maybe you need to check in with them.
I got my new glasses today.
Oh, really? Oh, damn.
Yeah, check me out.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Those are the ones. Yeah, yeah. They look nice. They look really nice.
Yeah.
I think we have the same glasses. Hold on.
Yeah, these are it's like the top of the frame is like a blue color. And I like the way that they fit my face.
It fits really nicely. That's great. It looks great.
I can. I can see a lot better than I could.
Where's that? No, you look great. You look great.
Well, thank you.
Fabulous.
My husband said she's fabulous.
Fabulous. Exactly. Have you lost weight? Wow, you look great. Do you ever get that, Latrell?
Oh yeah,
Oh my God, I hate that.
I know, and it's like, really, just stop.
Yeah.
And it's like I sit in this chair, and I'm wearing, just like you, the clothes that I had when I filled them out and they were tight. So of
Actually,
course the shirts and stuff that I have on make me look huge. And then I sit in this chair, and it's like where I had surgery on my neck, it makes my chin more prominent as a double chin because they did the surgery, they did the incision from the front.
mm-hmm.
And when I sit in this chair, it just makes me look like a lump. And that's why I hate showing my picture, because, well, I should have taken it with a grain of salt, but Annabelle just, she just really messed with my self-esteem. And I know I should consider it a source, but that was just something that I didn't need.
When was this? Was this a while ago, or?
Yes, it was back in Nadia's room, and about how fat I was, and
right.
This kind of thing, and
yeah,
it's very hurtful, even though you don't want to admit it to somebody like her, because that's what she wants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm not sure what to do about it. That's the thing. When you meet people like that, I mean, being angry is the response they're looking for, because that's why they're saying it. They want to upset you. So I'm not really sure what to do.
Well, then she started calling me the cunt. And all of these names she started calling me. And then I started responding to her and saying, you know what? I love to be called that. That is wonderful. Thank you for calling me that. I said, that's my favorite term.
Let's see.
And it's like when I started turning the tables on her and acting like I was happy that she was calling me these names, then she said I was a Looney Tune, and she backed off. So my husband says she's scared of me now.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's a troubling thing. I don't know what to do with people like that. I'm not really sure. Maybe that was a good approach that you took.
Yeah, because that was the only thing that I had not tried with her. I mean, I had argued with her, like her and Sugar had argued back and forth.
Oh my.
Yeah, I had argued with her and tried to defend myself, and she just would not listen. And then I just decided that I would embrace what she came up with. And then when I did, and I mean, I don't care that she called me a loony. I mean, that's fine. But she said I was a nutter because I was saying, please call me that again, because I so love that term of endearment.
Right.
I said, that makes me feel like you really care. And that just ate her up because I was being kind instead of arguing.
Right. Yeah. There's certain people in this world that they're looking for arguments. They're looking for being antagonistic because that's how they function. That's how they function in society. That's how they have learned to cope with. That's how they've learned to cope with adversity.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I personally am not sure how to handle those people, other than completely block them out. Like that's
Yeah.
it's the only way I've known to do it. I don't deal with them, with those people. We're just not going to get along, and that's it. But other than that, I don't know. I mean, getting into arguments and whatever, it's not my way. I'm very calm. I'm very morose. I'm very introspective. I'm not that assertive or aggressive and then when I am, it is out of character. It's not my normal.
Right. Well, then I went into somebody else's room. I can't remember where I was, but it might have been MK's room.
Right.
I can't remember if it was MK's or Steve's, but anyway, she was in a side chat. And she had been talking about me.
Mm-hmm.
And I went in the room. Well, she saw that I was in there. And I said, I would like to say hello to one of my fans out there. And she had told somebody that she had something to do, but if they heard me say anything about her, to let her know, because she would be in there in a minute to confront me.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. They're looking for it. They're actively seeking it.
But see, whenever I said I'd like to say hello to one of my fans and I called her name, she didn't come in.
You are not.
So,
You are a nutter.
yeah, I am. So, and I mean, really, what can either of us do to each other? She lives over there in the UK or whatever. I live over here in the US.
Yes.
It's not like I'm going to hop on a plane and go over there and whip her ass.
I mean, yeah, I'm dealing with the same thing though. I don't know. Like, I'm probably the worst person to ask on this. How do you deal with toxic people? I don't know. I have no good answer for you. And dwelling on it is actually pretty bad, because like I've been doing it myself. Like when I still think about that person, like mocking the way I run, it's like it doesn't do anything for me. It's like I'm not benefiting from it.
I know.
I'm not gaining anything. I'm not sure what to do. I don't know. I don't know how to help you, really. I don't know how to help myself even.
Oh, I can understand how it bothers you because she really,
I mean,
really hurt me when she said that. And I shouldn't even be saying it on air for it to get back to her. Because
whatever. It's
that's
gonna be out there.
wanted.
That's gonna be out there. I mean, that's not even the issue. For me, it's just even getting involved in it. I think it's just giving into the negativity is what they want. That's the reaction they're looking for when they're probing, when they're probing a reaction from you. You see what I mean? So this is part of it.
Right.
So that when you act out and you're angry, they'll just say, well, look, I was right about that person. Look how this and that they are. It's
Talking about how I was a hypochondriac that
hypochondriac.
yeah,
What
it's
is that again? I forget what that means.
that I claim that I have all of these health problems, but I really don't, that it's all in my head.
Oh, I see.
And I don't know, just to hear those things just really rattle me.
I mean, if it really does, just block them. Just block her. Just do it. I don't think you should be subjecting yourself to people like that. Just block those people. You don't need to deal with them. There are enough people, other people that are, that are more amenable to your personal traits and characters. I think,
I've not seen her in a while.
right.
And
Just block them. Just don't even talk to them anymore. Don't acknowledge them, and that's all you should do, I think. Because if it's not, this is the thing I've noticed with people like that. If it's not you, it's someone else. There's always someone.
yeah,
That's the object of their antagonism. There's always someone at the epicenter of, that this is the person you should hate. There's always someone there. Like, just observe and watch, and you'll see that if it's not you, it's someone else. This is more of a personal problem on their end,
and
rather
then
than a problem with you.
we were connected on Instagram, and where she lives is really beautiful.
Oh yeah.
And she takes a lot of photographs. That's like one of her hobbies. And I had gone on and looked at a lot of her pictures and stuff, and I had liked them and this kind of thing. And she made the comment about how sick I was that I had gone on and liked
That's what she got down here.
so many pictures of hers, and that I was crazy, that I was like stalking her or whatever.
You should have wrote that, bitch. I know where you live. Just write that.
I should.
I know where your dog lives, bitch. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad she has some outlet other than torturing small critters.
Yeah.
I'm glad at least she has something productive. But I would just stop talking about that, really. Because what you're doing is you're giving into that. You're giving into what they want. Because now that they can just point, hey, look at Crazy Littrell. They're talking about me again. It's like, with toxic people, specifically narcissistic people. It's like the Trump thing, Trump. He's the same way. He's the same way. As soon as you do something they don't like, instantly you are like the worst person ever. Instantly, like, just you see how fast he turns on people. Like, if you just observed.
Yeah.
That's just how these people are. The best
Well,
you
I
can
ended
do.
up going in and figuring out how to delete her off of my Instagram so that she wouldn't have to worry about me liking her pictures anymore.
You're just trying to be nice, is what you're doing. When you like the pictures.
Yeah, probably. I guess so. But they really were beautiful. I mean, where she lives is very ritzy, very high class.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. No, that's for sure.
And the pictures that she takes, they're just amazing.
Hmm.
They're like yours. I mean, the pictures that you take are just absolutely amazing. It's like you feel like you can just reach out and touch what you see.
Hmm. I'm eating fried eggplant.
Fried eggplant. Oh, cool.
Hmm.
Is it good?
Hmm.
Good.
Hmm.
Hey, Patrick.
Hi,
What's happening, baby?
not much. I'm just sitting here listening to y'all talk. So somebody thinks you're stalking them because you like their pictures?
Oh, yeah, that's been a while back.
Some people are, I don't know. Some people think too much of themselves, I think, you know?
Yeah, this person really does think a lot of themselves. They're very narcissistic.
Hmm. Yeah, some people just suck, you know? I mean, they've got nothing better to do.
Oh, yeah.
So where are y'all from? I mean, you sound like you're from the South. I mean, name
I,
like Country Girl, that's, you know,
that's a giveaway.
yeah, and the accent, you know.
Yeah, I actually live in North Carolina.
Oh yeah, we're I lived in outside of Raleigh years and years ago for about 9 months. Huh?
I said, really?
Yeah, a little town called Nightdale.
I know exactly where that was.
It was the worst experience of my life. I had fun, but I ain't from the South, and a lot of people had a problem with that.
I,
So yeah, I got the fuck out of there. Yeah.
where do you
So,
live now?
I live in Rhode Island now. Originally, I'm from Southern California, and because my father was in the Navy and stuff like that. And you know, I used to sit there and say, you know, look, I'm from the South too, man. I'm from Southern California, you know. And some people had a sense of humor about it, and some people didn't, you know. Uh, and it got to the point where I just got the fuck out, and it was, you know, beautiful country down there, but
Yeah, I don't think I would like to live in California. There's too many wildfires and stuff.
yeah, they happen every year. You know, it's kind of like hurricane season, you know,
Yeah.
or tornado season, you know, wildfire season in California. It gets so hot. You know, I lived out there. A lot of times fires get started by little shards of glass that reflect on the sun from the sun. And that's how a lot of them get started.
Damn.
They just had some in Oregon. I lived in Oregon for a long time. My sisters just moved up there. They had a whole mess of fires this year, but some years are worse than others, you know. Um, but you know, so how long you been on the Hangout thing?
Well, I was helping out with the debate coliseum.
Oh, how did that turn out?
Well,
Fish.
after Nadia sort of had to take a break, things kind of went south.
Well, I think a lot of people, kind of watched it for the whole Nadia thing,
Yeah.
I mean, I did, but no, I never seen you before. I was, what kind of hangouts you have?
Well, I am a little bit different than her. I mean, I don't have any set subjects that, people can come in and talk about whatever they want to. I don't care if it's, politics or religion, and what's the other stuff that she didn't like?
I don't know, because I really couldn't never understand much of what Nadia said.
Yeah.
Nor did I understand it. I mean, I had a couple brief conversations with her, and I just shook my head a lot.
She didn't like a lot of stuff like about TV shows or pop culture. That's what she called it. And for me, I could care less.
Yeah.
But my hangout, I just want everybody to have a good time and be themselves.
Well, that's who I am.
Exactly. That's how I am. What you see is what you get.
Sorry if the noise. I got my windows open, and I live in a third floor apartment, and right over the street, so you might hear motorcycles, police, fire trucks, shit like that.
That's fine. That's fine.
It bugs some people when there's extra noise in a hangout. That's why I stay out of them sometimes, because I got to close the fucking windows up and everything, and it gets it's stuffy, and it's like,
Right. Yeah. As long as you don't show your wiener or play music.
No, I don't show my pecker. So no, my wife's over there laughing. She's like, "No, that's not him." I did receive a dick pic one time. I'm guessing on accident, but
oh my god.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago. I was like, I deleted it because I was like, I don't want to go there, But somebody messaged me on Facebook.
Oh my god!
Some guy sent me a dick pic. I just sent back.
Jesus.
Takes all kinds,
Oh yeah. And here in my room, I don't care what religion you are, atheist, theist. That shit doesn't bother me.
Yeah. It doesn't bother me. I mean, as an atheist, I mean, you can see I got Lemmy here, because Lemmy is God. But it doesn't bother me when people believe something. It's when they take it to that next level and start assuming that you don't believe like them. So somehow they can assume that you're some kind of person. They
yeah.
Like
Darwin.
Yeah, like I have no moral compass, and I do have a moral barometer here. When I was in Oregon, I found this. Here, I'll come on camera for just a second. I love this. When I got this, it's my moral barometer. I put moral on it. It's an old barometer that doesn't work. And right now I'm looking for a broken compass as well, because I have no moral compass either. So, oh, somebody else joined.
I don't know you, Nicholas.
Hi, Nicholas.
Nicholas, are you a troll? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Because I've already been
Oh shit, Nicholas is a troll. Yeah, because first of all, yeah, you're a troll. You're not even a good one. Fucking asshole.
Yeah, I've already been
You got
kicked out twice today.
yeah, and people like that, I mean, if that's all you got, you suck.
Yeah.
People that want to snipe or come in and yell, fuck her in the pussy, or some shit like that. It's like, fuck me, man. I remember when people like that were the same ones that played doorbell ditch 'em and called the pizza place, and they have evolved into internet. People.
Yep. Well, I got kicked out of the room, shut the whole room down. I mean, and we had some good conversation going first thing this morning, and the room was actually full. And that little prick came in, and I didn't even broadcast them, and they shut the whole shit down.
I thought they fixed that whole snipe thing.
Hell no. They might think they have, but they haven't.
Yeah. So, what kind of topics do you like to talk about?
I'm pretty much open to anything. I got a bunch of animals. I don't have kids. I'm married to a wonderful husband, I might add. And
That's good.
yeah,
It's always nice when your husband is wonderful,
he is. He's a good man.
Yeah.
And,
What kind of animals you got?
well, I got 3 dogs outside.
Mm.
2 of them are hunting dogs, which one of them is kind of part hound. I've got a Jack Russell. And
Jack Russell's probably a load of fun.
Oh, she is. She's old, but she's still got spunk.
Oh yeah. When I lived in Oregon, these people that lived across the street from me had a Jack Russell Terrier named Chaos, and he was. We had horses and cows behind our property, and Chaos used to like to get out. Right, he could jump from a standstill about 11 feet in the air and get over this cage thing they made for him finally.
God.
And he would go out in the horses behind where we lived and heckle the horses. And there were a few times I went out there to save Chaos because a couple horses, I don't know if well, I'm sure you have seen a horse pissed off. And I would, grab Chaos and take him back across the street, I'll get all muddy and cow shit on me and everything. And these people, they go, well, he keeps getting out. I don't know what to do. And I'm just like,
keep him in.
Yeah, well, he's too much to handle. And I'm like, well, then you shouldn't have him, man. But he was a great dog. He just liked to fuck off and run around and shit.
Well, they're high energy. It's like people get them, and because they're little dogs, they think that they're going to be cute little house dogs, but they have a lot of energy, and they want space, and they want to be able to run.
Oh yeah. I had a blue heeler, little girl puppy. Well, I had her for like 13 years. She was kind of like that. She had more energy than, I don't know, most people.
Yep.
A dog would play fetch all day. She would run after anything except for a frisbee, right? She would bring everything back but a frisbee. She would chase a frisbee, but then she'd just look at it,
That's so funny.
Yeah. But people would come over and they would want to, they go, oh, I want to play fetch. What a cute dog. And they'd throw the ball a couple times, right? And then they'd quit. And I'm like, no. You don't understand. You're going to sit there and you're going to play fetch with her until she's tired. it's kind of like if you have grandkids or something like that, you know, when they go to grandma's house, they get, or wherever, they get them all sugared up and wild, and they send them home. You know, it's like, no. You're gonna go out there and you're gonna play ball with my dog, motherfucker.
Well, I had a red heeler, and he was one of the best dogs that you could ask for. I actually inherited the red heeler, the Jack Russell, and the part hound from my dad when he passed away.
And the Australian cattle dog.
Mm.
Well,
Yeah,
that was the heeler.
Yeah, I've inherited a few animals. My blue heeler, when I found her, I was already told not to bring home any more animals because I figured, an acre of property, I can have all sorts of animals. And I was told no more animals. And then I was at a grocery store one day in the middle of winter, and this guy was giving away puppies. And, you know, I'm looking at the puppies and going, gee, they're cute and everything. And he says, you want one? And I said, well, I can't have any more. He says, well, if you don't take her, he goes, I'm going to throw her in the river.
Oh my God.
So yeah, the mother was a blue heeler. He used her for breeding purposes, but the mother also used to like to go out and sneak out at night and play with the boys. And she got knocked up, and he couldn't sell the puppies, so he was trying to give them away. And if he couldn't give them away, he was going to throw them in the river.
Oh my God.
So he had one left, and he goes, "Are you sure you want her?" I said, "Well, I'm sure. I'm not going to throw her in the fucking river, you know." But I took her home and hid her for like a week, right? Because she was so little. Her eyes were barely open, right? And then everything was fine for about a week, and then she learned how to bark, right? And then she never shut up for the next 13 years.
Oh my God.
But it was hard because she didn't have any. She thought of me as her mother, you know. The dog did, because I was all she knew. And not trying to be graphic, but you have to learn to like sleep with clothes on, because when puppies get a little they want to be nurtured or something like that, it can get kind of creepy and kind of weird really fast.
Yeah.
So I have these talks going, I am not your mother. I feed you, yeah, sure, right? But no, that's where we draw the line there.
I was gonna say, not down there. We don't.
Oh yeah, and yeah, but I had a Corgi Basset mix. I got him from the rescue place. It was a Corgi Basset mix. His name was Monty, and he was the best, like most polite dog you'd ever want to be around. You know, he had a lot of Basset Hound in him, right? So he had that mentality. But you know, I could have a steak in front of his face, you know, and if I didn't tell him to eat it, man, he wouldn't, you know, unless I turned my head, then he'd steal it. But then they look at you like, I was hungry, man. You're not going to eat that, are you?
Well, then I found at a place that I was working at, there was a dog that had showed up in the parking lot, and she was part German Shepherd and something else. I mean, you can see the German Shepherd, but it's like I don't know what the other part is. And it's like the people that I worked with, the owners or whatever, they're like, well, we're going to take her to the shelter or whatever. And all I could see is they're going to take her to the shelter and she's going to be put down because the shelter is just crammed with animals that nobody wants. So I kept her and I brought her home, and my husband was mad. He stayed mad for about a week.
Yeah, they get over it though, don't they?
And she won't stay in a fence or in a kennel or whatever, and then let you tie her out or anything. She chewed through the wire of the kennel and got out. She pulls the dog collar over her head. Then I told my husband, I said, you can't get one of those leads that look like a clothesline and put on her.
No, that doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm like, if she chews through wire, she's going to chew that thing in two.
Oh, yeah.
And as much as I don't like putting a chain on an animal, I had no choice.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get a normal dog chain because she was so big. And I knew that normal dog chain, she would chew through it.
Oh, yeah.
So I sort of got like a next size up. And I ended up having to get a different kind of swivel to put on it so that she couldn't get out of it, because she was getting out by messing with the hookup.
And they say dogs are dumb,
Well, then she figured out the damn swivel.
Yep.
And she's got out, so now we just let her run.
Yeah. Well, I was going to tell you this, my little blue heeler, like I said, when Cookie learned to bark, she never shut up. And when she was little, we lived in the country, but there were, complaints because it was almost continuous, right?
Yeah.
So somebody recommended one of those dog bark collars, shock collars.
Oh, yeah.
And this one guy told me, he says, you put it on, he says, every time they bark, it'll shock them, and it teaches them to stop. Well, we got one for Cookie, and we put it on the minimum, and she barked, and then I guess there was a little shock, and she jumped up in the air, and I guess she liked it or something, right? Because she just kept barking, and we ended up having that. We had that thing on her for like a month. Right, we had it turned all the way up, and what she would do is she would go outside and bark, and she liked it, and she'd bark, and she'd start jumping up in the fucking air, right?
Oh my God!
And so we spent like $60 on it, and I ended up selling it for like 20. I told the guy, I said, "Yeah, my dog's a fucking masochist, she likes to be electrocuted." But she quieted down after a few years, but
then I got a bird, which you just heard.
Yeah.
I got a hamster. I've got a Chihuahua. I got another dog that's called a Papillon.
Yeah. Wow.
And then I got a cat.
Yeah, I think everybody's got a cat. And she says, like, yeah, we got a cat. It's pretty much. Our cat hates me, loves my wife. She got him from the rescue center out here in town. She wanted a cat for her birthday, so she went to the cat sanctuary, and instead of going into the room where all the kitties, are like want to play, want to be held, and are trying to show you how they want that new home, she went into the room with the special needs cats, if you will. She found this 25-pound big white giant fucking cat, and on the sign outside the cage it says, "Doesn't play well with others, eats everything in sight." And my wife says, "That's the cat for me." And so we've had him for a few years. And he hates me unless my wife's not home, because then I'll feed him. But he doesn't want anything to do with me. He lets me pet him every once in a while. Then he tries to bite me. My wife sits down. The first thing the cat does is jump on her lap and just sit. Right? If she lays down in bed or on the couch, cat just gets on her and sits on top of her and just stares at around the room. Like I don't like Snoopy would in a cartoon, you know?
Yeah.
And I mean, I'll wake up in the middle of the night, right? My wife's sleeping next to me, and I look over, and the cat's just sitting there fucking looking, sitting on top of, just looking around like, "Ew." It's like,
Protecting his mama.
yeah, I reckon so, man.
His word is just her and the cat. That's it.
Yeah, his world is just her and the cat.
Yep, absolutely. Because, you know, and well, see, when we lived in Oregon, you know, I had all these dogs when I first met her, and they were always up my ass because I'd been like their master, whatever, for fucking years, and you know, she's like, oh, I wish I had an animal that loved me like your dogs love you. And I said, be careful what you ask for. So now she's like, why does Severus keep sitting on me? I'm like, aren't you the one that wanted a fucking animal like I had, you know, that was always up my ass? It was so fucking cute. I said, you know, I told you, man, be careful what you ask for because sometimes you're going to get it.
Yeah. Yeah, our cat, which she's lost some weight, but she got up to 20 pounds. And we finally got her to lose some weight, but she's still fat. She looks like a beach ball with legs.
Yeah, Everest is, he don't look like a beach ball with legs, but we got this big fucking container of cat treats here, and sometimes my wife, like, tends to feed her a little bit too much, you know.
Yeah.
But he's the kind of cat that half hour if you feed him, you know, he's pissed off because his food isn't fresh anymore or some shit. And throws his dry food on the floor. So I don't know. Cat just can't eat. You can't eat out of the bowl. His shit's got to get on the floor first, you know?
Right. Well, ours, acts like it's going to starve to death and never have anything to eat if there's just crumbs in
Oh,
the
yeah.
bowl.
Yeah. And they will lie to you every time, you know?
Yeah.
My
And she
sister,
comes to the, we've got like a gate to separate the front and the back of the house because one of the dogs likes to go up there and eat poop. And I can't stand that. So I've got like this little gate that separates the front and the back of the house. So the cat has full reign, but we'll bring her in here where we are sometimes, but most of the time she wants to be by herself. And she will take her paw on the gate and rattle it until somebody pays her attention. And it's either because she wants to come in here or she wants food.
yeah. My sister's dogs. She's got these dogs that I was just with them a couple months in Oregon. And when I first got to my sister's house, the first thing she said to me is, my dogs will lie to you. She says, all they do is lie. And oh my God, they would steal your food in a heartbeat, you know? She had this one little tiny wire terrier looking thing that she's had for years. All of her dogs were rescues from really shitty places. And I had my laptop on the table on the back porch. And every time I'd go in the house, I'd come back and the little rubber things on your earbuds, you know,
Yeah.
they'd be gone. And I'd be like, what the fuck, man? What the hell's going on, right? And after a few days, she told me, she says, every time you go in the house, right, she goes, Phoebe goes in there and steals your earbuds. She goes, that's why I've got these kind of earbuds that don't have the rubber things on them, right? But yeah, I'd come out and the little headphone thing would be like on the floor and the little rubber earbuds would be gone, you know? Don't follow that dog around. Watch her when she poops, man. Come on, let's get this party started. Somebody dance or sing or something. Come on.
I don't know if I can dance. I don't think I can.
I dance really well from the waist up, you know. Usually when I'm sitting,
Well, I have to be inebriated,
yeah, that too.
and then I dance better than Dancing with the Stars.
Oh yeah, we all do. I mean, that's just a fact, you know. Alcohol makes everybody a better dancer. So I try to stay away from it sometimes.
Yeah, my days are pretty much done.
Yeah, the last time I got really hammered, let me see, my birthday last year, I did a video. I thought I was going to do a hangout, but I'm too retarded to figure out how to send the links out. So I spent about an hour hammered off my ass just fucking around. And then New Year's Eve, Fiction Fighter had a hangout, and I was fucking trashed. I don't remember half of the fucking hangout, you know, when it went off the air. You know, you start doing that whole truthful shit, you know, that alcohol can be a truth serum.
Oh yeah.
And apparently I went fucking hog wild on a few people. But I've never actually even seen the rest of the hangout because I don't really want to know. The Fiction Fighter, she still got it on her every hangout she's ever been in or had part of. I guess she keeps them logged, and I just try to avoid that part of it. But yeah, that's the last time I've been fucked up. I might do it this year, in December for my birthday or for New Year's, but very few and far between, because the older you get, the harder it gets to like bounce back after you like soak yourself in alcohol for like 6 hours.
That's the truth.
It's like, God, I remember I could drink all night, get up, you know,
I know.
couple hours sleep, you
Well, I
know.
can have one mixed drink, and I'm pretty much toasted.
Well, it don't take me much to get fucked up anymore because, a few months ago, about a half a pint of vodka and some, I wanted a couple Bloody Marys. And about a half a pint of vodka and some Bloody Mary, some V8 and stuff like that. Had a few really strong Bloody Marys, and felt better, but then felt like shit the next day. So it helped. Sometimes you just need a drink, you know.
Yep.
Or call your lead guy or something like that. So I got a topic. I you know, I don't know if anybody is watching this or something like that, but the whole thing about elderly abuse, you know,
Right.
when I was out in Oregon, a lot of people know on YouTube the history I have with, you know, my family and my father and stuff like that, and why I ended up in Rhode Island and everything. But a few years ago, my father had been, well, he had Alzheimer's, right? He hadn't been diagnosed, but he had symptoms. So my sister went down to well, she lived in California at the time. She went up there and she got him home set up with a home health care system, and had nurses coming in, you know, every day, making sure his house was clean, helping him cook, light housework, stuff like that.
Right.
Well, a couple years into it, one of the girls who worked for this company decided to convince my father that it would be cheaper to fire everybody and then just hire her.
Mm.
Well, he did that, and it turns out this woman was, well, let's put it this way. My father's memory was bad, so like he couldn't remember all the time his PIN number on his bank account, stuff like that. So she convinced him to give her own debit card.
Oh shit.
And she would go to, now my father was 82 years old, just turned 83 in August. Okay. She would go to the grocery store a couple times a month, spend $500-600 on groceries, frozen food.
What?
Yeah. To feed an 82, 83-year-old man. She convinced him, she found a guy who had, are you familiar with Omaha steaks?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're pretty expensive, you know. The only time my father ever got Omaha steaks was, you know, like Christmas or something like that from somebody.
Right.
Well, she convinced him, she found a guy who had 3 cases, not 3 boxes, but 3 big cases of Omaha steaks, convinced my father to spend $599 on these steaks. Well, from the time that he got them to the time my sister and I got up there was nothing there. Okay,
God.
so we're like, oh, we want to know where the steaks are, right? He had a chest freezer on the back porch, a refrigerator freezer in the garage, and a regular refrigerator freezer in the house. All of them were stacked to the fucking hilt with food, right? Frozen food, all sorts of shit, right? What she was doing, she was filtering the food out of his house, right? Plus, I don't know where you live in North Carolina, but in Oregon, water rights is a big thing if you have a well, right? You don't steal people's water. Well, she had like a 300-gallon tank on the back of this old truck she had, and she was filling it up. And she said it was for irrigation, but we found out where the lady lives, and we went out there, and it's up in the fucking boonies way up this hill, and there's no irrigation up there. But we found out what she was doing probably was selling the water to the pot farmers at about $200-300 a clip. Found that out because her daughter's a bud tender, or sells pot legally at this store in, I think, Prospect, Maryland, or Oregon, or Trail, Oregon. I forgot what the name of the town is. But we called the lady out. Her daughter starts arguing with my sister, saying, you must be the bitch that tried to put your father in a home. And well, he needed to be in the home, right? Because he wasn't making rational decisions, right? And people were taking advantage of him. And the fucking DA out there won't do nothing, right? Because she said she didn't know he had Alzheimer's or dementia, but we found a piece of paper that was signed 2 years ago by his doctor saying that he did. And she had verbal contracts with him. So the DA out there is like, well, it's a he said, she said, or some shit. My father has no idea that he's totally penniless. And now he's in a fucking home, a lockdown facility, because, he's gone down that far.
Right.
And people that steal from the elderly and then get away with it, right, to me are the lowest fucking scum on the earth. To me, they're like pedophiles. They're like rapists. They're murderers, people that go into churches. And I mean, I'm not religious. I'm an atheist. But you don't go to a fucking church and fucking steal money, You don't, I put him in the same category as that. No redeeming qualities. You just suck at life and being a human being.
I agree.
But yeah, we had fun. She was a hard woman to find, man. And we found out through sources, government sources out there, that in telling us what they couldn't tell us, they were able to tell us a lot of things. That this woman's done it before. She's doing it right now. There's a 92-year-old guy in Oregon that she's taking care of, apparently, and she's probably stealing from him too, But I went out there and talked to people. Grants Pass, Oregon is a small, like 30,000 people, 36. I knew a lot of people from when I lived out there. We spread a lot of word. We tried to contact the fucking news stations out there. One station did some investigating. We haven't heard anything about it yet, because a lot of it is circumstantial, but her name is Mary Gessling. She lives in fucking Sam's Valley, Oregon. I've already put her address and her fucking phone number on the internet. I don't have it on hand right now, but yeah, she's a real cunt, right? And stealing from the elderly. A lot of times when you hear about these people that steal from the elderly, it's like they just had one recently out here. This woman got a hold of over $100,000 of this woman's money, who had dementia for over like 3 years, right? And she got convicted, or not convicted yet, but her trial's fixing to start. She said that the old lady was, she had a lot of money, and the old lady wanted this and that, but they can prove that, the money didn't go to the old lady. But in our case, the lady only got like $20,000, right? My dad didn't have much, right? A lot of times when this happens, it's rich, it's people that have more, and people sometimes will think, well, they won't miss it,
Mm-hmm.
And if my sister hadn't caught this when it happened, because my father was in a hospital when she came up there, he would have been literally homeless when he got released from the hospital like 2 weeks later, and the lady was living in his house.
Damn.
And destroyed it. She was letting dogs shit and piss everywhere. She was leaving this dog in the house. Wouldn't open the door because the dog would fucking escape, right? But we got there, and yeah, it took us 3 days to get to the point where we could walk in the house without like literally getting sick. That's how bad it stunk, right? And apparently this lady's getting away with it, we have evidence, bank records, all sorts of shit. She was supposedly doing yard work. When my sister got up there like a month before I did, the grass was 4.5 feet tall. It was hanging over the fence, right? But she was paying her husband anywhere from $50 to $100 a week, sometimes a month. I mean, well, at $20, $25 a pop, she was writing her husband checks, right? And the people that live in the area said the grass wasn't even cut but about twice in the last 2 years. Right?
Holy shit.
She was paying her husband for brush removal, because trees and shrubs and shit got to be trimmed every year. None of that shit was ever done. We can tell. Blackberry bushes had overtaken right side of the house, so you couldn't even get into the backyard from there. But he was paid a lot of money to remove the blackberry bushes, and so they just siphoned until he had nothing, right? And there was so much food in his house, frozen food. I had some friends that I have in Oregon that I ended up giving away like over 100 pounds of frozen food. Hamburgers, sausage, pork chops, roasts, all sorts of shit, right? And I'm like, this man couldn't have eaten all this shit if he lived to be 100. It was like she was, I don't know, stocking up every fucking thing in the world. She'd have like 20 cans of fucking clam chowder. My dad liked coleslaw, right? So she had like 10 fucking bottles of coleslaw dressing. She had, just rows of fucking food. And it's like, the man's 82 years old. What the fuck is he, But he didn't even know he was being ripped off because, this lady, was his friend and shit. And I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
I hope the bitch gets cancer in her fucking asshole and bleeds every day for the rest of her life.
That's lovely.
Well, I'm talking about Mary Gessling too.
Oh,
yeah. And her fucking husband Ernie.
Ernie?
Yeah. And we got mug shots and everything. This woman, the home health care system that hired her, right, did such a shitty job in checking her background. They didn't like find out that she had like a police record. She'd been arrested for assault a few times, intimidation. God. And we're guessing that the assault and the intimidation were probably people that found out she was like stealing from like a family member,
Right.
And her husband, same thing. He's got a thing about drinking and driving. He's got like 4 DUIs, but he was driving my father around, right? And here's the kicker too. She lived about an hour away from where he lived. So what did she do? She took his gas card, his gas credit card, and was
Oh my God.
filling up her gas tank. You know, my father hadn't driven a car. The last time the gas card was supposedly used was when I used it back in 2011, right? Okay. My father hasn't driven since like 2009, right? But somebody was, you know, she was paying herself, filling up her gas, $150, $200 a month, you know, because she had this big F100 or 150. It was an old truck at that time. And that thing probably got about 6 miles a gallon.
Yeah.
But yeah, people like that suck. You know, they should be held accountable. I mean, you know, I don't understand why nobody will touch it. You know, because people know what she's done this. You know, that she's done this before. You know, but she knows what she's doing and she gets away with it. You know.
I know my dad, I had to put him in a home. He had a stroke.
Yeah.
And he was paralyzed on the left side. And this one girl wanted to accuse him of, what is it?
Sexual harassment or?
Yes, sexual harassment. And I'm like, really? And the guy called me to talk to me about the sexual harassment. And I said, you know what? I said, I have worked in healthcare for over 20 some years. I said, I have had my breast grabbed. I have had my crotch grabbed. I have had my butt grabbed.
Right.
By people that didn't know what they were doing.
Right.
I said, and I promise you, my dad knows what he's doing.
Right.
And she would be the last one that he would be grabbing. And I promise you that. And there are certain reasons that that is the case.
Right. Oh, yeah. You know, but she's looking at an easy payday, you know, because she probably thinks that he, you know, doesn't have his right mind or some shit like that. Some people don't realize that when you have a stroke, that doesn't necessarily mean that your thinking part of your brain is fucked up, you know?
Oh, he had his right mind. And I got him a cell phone. I said, if you have problems, you call me and I will come.
Yeah.
And we pretty much took turns staying with him just to make sure.
Yeah.
His sister stayed with him during the day, and I would go and you know, check on him at night. And when he got to be a lot worse off, I ended up staying all night. And there was one night that it was getting to be their supper time. And I was going to get one of those bib things that they put on them so that, you know, the food wouldn't get all over their clothes. And when I went out, the next door, there was a man that had fell. And he was on his knees. And it's like his arms were just hanging there. And his head was laying on the bed. And he had lost control of his bladder. And the first thing I thought is, oh my God, that man has fell and he's dead. And I went in there and I was fixing to reach for a pulse and I saw his eyes blink. And I said, don't worry. I said, I'm going to get you some help. And I rang his bell for them to come and check on him. Well, I stayed there with the little man because it was pitiful. I mean, I just wanted to make sure that he felt like somebody was there that cared
Right.
and wasn't going to leave him alone. Well, it got to be such a time, and I thought, what in the hell is going on? So I looked out the door, and they were all just hanging around the desk, shooting the shit, laughing, carrying on. It's like I hadn't even called. And it pissed me off. So I hollered down the hallway. I said, do you think one of you can get your ass down here? I said, this man has fallen. I said, he's lost control of his bladder. I said, and he can't get up. So then they started moving. And I made sure I waited because I knew that man's daughter was going to show up. And I waited until she got there, and I told her, I said, I want you to know what happened so that you can have it out with whoever you need to have it out with. I said, because they did not give a shit.
Yeah, a lot of times they'll tell them to go ahead and go in their diaper too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my mother wasn't in the best health later on in life. She had, weak bones. She had like 3 hip replacements three because one of them ended up not being. Anyway, she spent a lot of time in the nursing homes, stuff like that during rehab. And then in 2008, she had a stroke. And, a year later she died. But in that time, she had been back there, and we'd go up there every day and sit with her. And, they've got girls in there that are really good, but understaffed. And there's some times where every fucking light above every door is going off. And we're like, look, my mom's got to use the bathroom, right? And we'll be there in a minute, right? And we're like, well, we can't do it because, everybody's light's going off right now, And it's like, well, you need to hire more fucking people. You've got, we couldn't understand this shit, right? But, they come in there sometimes, well, just go in your diaper and we'll change you, right? And that's kind of fucking humiliating, especially if you still have your, but for the most part, they were really, really good, but they, them trying to staff, understaffed and stuff like that, it just makes you angry sometimes,
Oh yeah, definitely.
But we finally got her, we got her home for a while and got her some nurses. And then when that became too much of a fucking problem for my father, who seemed to think, this is the thing, my father, he burned every bridge with everybody in our family. And that's one reason why he ended up in that situation. That's why I left Rhode Island, or left Oregon. My sister even swore she wasn't going to come back. But in the end, it was like, because he just was an asshole to everybody. But in the end, he had to pay somebody to pretend to be his friend, and they stole from him, and that's why we came back, because it was like, he was an asshole and a complete prick, but he was our asshole and prick, and
Exactly.
nobody, even scummy people, if you're paying somebody to take care of your health, right, and keep your living conditions up to where they can still be at home, and they're stealing from you, that just quality of life. That's what I was thinking of. I don't know. People see this on the news and they get upset. They go, oh, that really sucks. And then they don't think about it,
Right.
that, your grandmother might be, your grandparents might be getting ripped off, even if they're in a home, you get people, a lot of times they're looking for friends. They're looking for companionship. They're looking for somebody to talk to. And, next thing you know, they're in the will, or they own everything, or they have no money, you know, and the people say, well, you know, the old man gave it to me because he really loved me, and you know.
Well, they had my dad in a good room with, and he had a few really good roommates. And then they decided to move him. They said that he didn't need to be in that room anymore. They wanted to move him. So they moved him into another room. The man kept control over the air conditioner, which it was so hot in there that you couldn't breathe. And anything that we put in the drawer or any of the cabinets, that man would go over there and go through it and take it. And my dad couldn't get up and do anything about it because he was paralyzed.
Oh, yeah.
And when he told me about that, oh, hell flew through me. And I went and I told them, I said, let me tell you something. I said, when I come back, he better be moved out of that room.
You sound like a southern version of what my sister's going through right now with my dad.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, I will be damned if I'm going to put up with this shit. And they had carried him to a doctor's appointment that I had made arrangements to get off of work early to go to.
Yeah.
They ended up carrying him that morning instead of that afternoon. So I wasted time that I could have been at work. That I was burning up time to be out to take care of him because I'm an only child and I didn't have anybody to help me.
Right.
So I told my aunt, I said, I'm going to tell you something. I said, I have had enough of this shit. I said, I'm fixing to go and I'm fixing to have it out with them. I said, now you can be in there and be all disturbed by what I have to say and how I say it. I said, but I promise you how it comes out of my mouth is going to be exactly how I feel. So she decided to go in. She didn't say a word. She just stayed propped up next to the door. And I would tell you some of the things that I said, but it would be inappropriate.
Well, I've probably heard those phrases come out of other people's mouths, so I can imagine, you know.
Yeah, it would be very inappropriate of me to tell you everything that I said. But the next thing I know, he's in a private room with a separate bed, and I was able to stay with him.
Right. Well, this place that my father's in now, my sister's trying to get him in through the VA, like a voucher. First, she was trying to get him to a VA home, but they've got a voucher thing or something they can use, plus Medicaid. She had to get him on that. But until she did, they were charging him like $6,000 to $10,000 a month to be there. And finally, the lady from Medicaid told my sister, she said, no, pay him the rate that we're going to be paying him, right? And which is far less, right?
Right.
$10,000 a month. And they got a little butthurt over it, but we learned with my mother, once you get them into a place, they're not going to take you out, right?
Right.
But we got him into this place, and I had to get away because him seeing me might have triggered him because we didn't get along. But anyway, a couple days later, my sister went up there, and she had bought him a bunch of sheets and blankets and stuff for his bed, and they had him laying on a plastic sheet on his bed, because he, his bladder control problems and stuff. And he was all pissed off. And my sister went up there, and she's like, well, where's the sheets that, the stuff that I bought for him? They're like, well, we can't find it. So she opens the closet, right? And they're sitting up there right where she put them.
Mm.
Was the sheets and everything, right? Then they have this thing where, you know, there's like 12 or 10 residents in this place, and everybody has their own room. But people will walk into each other's rooms apparently and just take their clothes, right? Well, this guy's walking around. My sister's there, and this guy's walking around wearing one of my father's jackets. And my sister said something, and she goes, well, that's what we call shopping around here. She goes, sometimes the residents will just walk into somebody's room and grab something. And my sister says, I don't give two flying fucks what you call it. That's called, thievery. You know, that's stealing, right?
Right.
So she did like your mama did when you went to summer camp, man. She put his name on every fucking thing.
Hell yeah.
So you knew it was his and stuff. But yeah, a good friend of mine works there. I knew her for years, and she took care of her mother when, at her own home, when, she had those same issues and stuff like that. So I knew the staff there, I knew was pretty good, but it's still a clusterfuck in a lot of ways, because things are supposed to be done that aren't done, So my sister's got guardianship of my father now, so
Right.
She's like up there like every day, and if shit isn't right, she lets them know, And like I told her, I said, they're going to learn to hate you, and you're going to learn to hate them. And I said, I'm pretty sure by Christmas time, neither one of you will be exchanging Christmas cards or gifts. She goes, yeah. But, yeah, and then, well, when they got him to the place first, right, they made him sit in the lobby for like 5 hours.
Holy shit.
Because the new doctor didn't have a written thing or some shit like that about his diagnoses. Because his old doctor finally quit his practice, I guess, because so many people call him a quack. But the new doctor had never signed off on it. So they made him sit with my sister in the lobby at this place for like 5 hours. And you can imagine what kind of fun that was.
I'm surprised he didn't go postal on his daughter.
Well, he kind of has a few times. My father loves the ladies, but he doesn't respect women. And there was this woman that was like just excited about something, and she was clapping her hands and stuff. And my father apparently told this woman that she didn't knock it off. He was going to cave her head in.
Oh my God.
That's when my sister went up there, and that's when they found out that he was sleeping on a plastic sheet. She goes, if you put me in a plastic sheet, I'd be pissed off too, But yeah, it's fun, Kind of sucks when you don't have a memory of anything, when you get old,
Yeah.
I mean, my sister goes up there, and my father knows who my sister is, but he doesn't know who she is when she's there.
Right.
And she would come home when I was staying with her for a while. She would come home, and it was like just emotionally draining,
Yeah.
She would try to talk about familiar things and stuff, and she's like, yeah, your mom left me, right? She goes, no, Dad, Mom died. He goes, really? He goes, I'm surprised she never left me. Yeah, I'm like, wow, we are too. But I don't know. It just, every time I see that shit about elderly people getting taken advantage of, man, it just fucking pisses me off.
Oh, yeah. Because, they don't think about they're going to be old one day.
Yeah.
And they very well could be put in that same situation.
Mm-hmm.
And then what the hell are they going to do?
Yeah. And like with this lady, Mary Gessling, and her husband, I hope that's exactly what happens to them. I hope they're left homeless. I hope they're left penniless. I hope they have to beg on the fucking streets.
It would serve them right.
Yeah. I was talking to some people not too long ago, because I don't have anger issues, but I tend to hold grudges.
Yeah, me too.
And I was talking to somebody one time, and people keep saying, well, you know, you have to learn to forgive and move on. I was like, fuck you. I don't have to forgive anybody, you know? And they go, well, it could eat at you. I said, it doesn't eat at me. It pisses me off that people do this, but it doesn't eat at me, you know? And, well, you have to learn to let it go. And I'm like, what? So she can do it again, you know? And I was like, oh, jeez, fucking Christ. But oh, you don't curse, and I'm sitting there using foul language.
Oh, me?
Well, you were talking about earlier about, you know, things are inappropriate to say.
Oh, no. It wasn't because of cussing.
Oh.
It was other issues that
Oh.
I should not discuss.
Oh, yeah, right.
No.
Yeah, I tend to share too much. I've been told that my whole fucking life.
I cuss like a sailor.
Oh, don't we all?
So you feel free to just let it roll.
Mm. You know who you sound like, and I don't mean to be stereotypical because you're from the South, but you sound like Southern Raven.
Who is that?
She's a woman on YouTube.
That may be somebody that somebody else was telling me that I sounded like.
Yeah. You sound just like Southern Raven.
Well, she must be awesome if she sounds like me. Or
Oh, she is. She was involved with that Von Helton shit, you know, and everything. And I've seen her at some hangouts, and you know, I'm in her circles. You know, I feel lucky for that. You know, but
I'll have to look her up.
yeah, maybe you two could, you know, like get together and like who's who, you know?
Yeah. So you said Southern Raven,
Yeah.
and is it 2 words?
There's a 50-50 chance. I think it's could be one, could be two. You know, the way people, you know, spell shit and
Oh yeah.
you know. But you know, I don't see her much around anymore. But sometimes I hang out or something like that, like late nights and stuff. But she was one of those people that was involved in the Von Helton bullshit, you know, for years. And Von Helton threatened her, and then she basically told him in a video to, you know, come to her house.
Oh.
My wife was using sign language to me a second ago. I couldn't figure out what the fuck she was waving her arms at and pointing at. She needed the phone. You want to go in the other room and do that?
I'm just gonna check to see if the answer machine.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
She needs to join the hangout and come in here.
She's shy. She doesn't do that.
Do what?
Join hangouts.
Oh.
No, she's, you know.
Well, you tell her if she ever gets over her shyness, I would love for her to come in here because I was very shy too.
Well, she's shy when people are around, but when nobody's around, she's goofy like I am. You know, she's one of those people. You know, you say dance like nobody's around. You know, when
Yeah.
whatever. No, she'll do that, right? But then when people are around, she won't. And I'm like, she goes, I don't want to embarrass myself. And I'm like, who gives a shit? You're not embarrassed, you know? I mean,
Yeah, these people on here, you know, who cares?
yeah. But yeah, she's, you know, she's shy and, you know, I've tried to get her a few times, but she said she was going to, and then, you know, it's like she doesn't do Facebook either, you know.
When
She
I
did,
say
huh?
Facebook would be the most ideal thing because you really are anonymous on there. You don't have to put a picture up.
Well, she got a Google page the other day, and she's gonna try that, but she said she likes it better than Facebook because like Facebook. I'm getting away from Facebook too because I got so much crap on my feed on Facebook that I could really give two shits about.
Yeah.
And at least on Google Plus, most of the time in my feed, it's stuff that it's people in my circles or people similar things that I'm interested in, or want to talk about,
Right.
But I don't know. We'll see what happens. She friended me on YouTube and fucking Google. So.
Well, evidently she likes you.
Well, I hope so. We've been married 6 years. We've been married 6 years. So.
Oh, really? That's awesome. Because at the end of this month, the 30th will be 6 years that me and my husband have been married.
Oh, first one for each of you?
Actually, the second.
Well, she's my fourth.
Well, sometimes it takes a while to get it right.
Yeah, I told people. I said, I finally found a wife that I actually like. My first wife was a big tittied stripper. That didn't last very long. My second wife was my children's mother, and we get along okay now, but we had years of issues with each other. My third wife was a rebound from my second wife.
Oh my God.
And then I was single for a long time and then met my wife,
Well, that is wonderful.
Yeah.
My husband's first wife, she had cancer and she died.
Mm.
My first husband, we had a bitter divorce.
Oh.
And then he ended up at the age of 39. He had stomach cancer.
Ooh.
And he died.
Yeah.
But before he died, he came over, and it's like even though he and I were both married to different people, it's like we made amends.
Yeah, and that's good if you can do that,
And it's like it felt like we had closure, and I think that was something that he needed as much as I did.
Yeah, a lot of times when there's a bitter divorce, it's not that you dwell on things and stuff like that, but when there's no closure, it took years before my kid's mom and I were even on speaking terms, and now I got my kids, they're friends on my Facebook, and she's friends on my Facebook, and but we don't really talk. I mean, sometimes we'll say hi or something like that, but
Right.
It's she's with somebody else now, I'm with somebody else now, so but yeah, I still like to poke at her sometimes because she gets offended by everything. She's all upset because people are making fun of Donald Trump and stuff like that. And, she goes, "Why do people think all Republicans are evil? I'm really sick of it, And it's like, why do you give a fuck, man?
Exactly.
Well, it's like in the town she lives in Maryland, right? It's one of those towns, and you've probably got one near you. That little town or that little section of town that all the weird shit is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or you're like, oh, they must be from. Well, she lives in one of those parts of Baltimore, and it's one of those places where locally everybody makes fun of it, right? And if you're not from there, you understand why. But if you're from there, they get all upset, And she's like, why do people make fun of Dundalk, Maryland? You know, it's like, well, if you're not from Dundalk, you could understand. You know, if you're from Dundalk, you don't understand, you know? And it's like where I live, you know? In Woonsocket, Rhode Island. I said, I posted this thing on Facebook. Joe Rogan, the comedian, was talking about a night that he spent in Woonsocket, Rhode Island they're doing a gig at a strip bar, you know. And said the people in Woonsocket look like they started drinking when they were born and never stopped, you know. It's like people make fun of places, man. I mean, you know, people out here kind of embrace it, you know.
Oh yeah.
I mean, out here, you know, they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, man.
Yeah.
One of the greetings where I live is, what the fuck do you want, bitch? Or you faggot, or some shit, you know. I mean, I got friends that, you know, when they talk to each other, if you didn't know they had known each other since fucking kindergarten, you'd swear they didn't like each other, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I like about out here. It's like a sitcom sometimes. You get the weird shit with the accents, you know. You know, the cars and bars and, you know, you fucking retard, you know. See, retard is a fucking word out here. It doesn't, you're not making fun of, like, handicapped people,
Right.
you know, it's, you know, just basically a really stupid idiot, you know.
Right.
And people, you're making fun of handicapped people. No, they're not called retarded anymore. There's other words for that, you know. And I said, you know, so we you know, use the term retarded if you're retarded, because, you know. Well, somebody came in for just a second. It's like when people use the word cunt, you know, they go, oh, I would never use that word. That's degrading. It's like, well, then don't be a cunt, you know. You know, I'm talking about, you know, no female hoo-has, you know. I mean, that's not a cunt, you know. I mean, you're a cunt. You're a cunt. He's a cunt, you know.
Yep.
So you ride horses, or?
I used to. I haven't ridden in a long time.
I gotta tell you, when I was a little kid, I got to ride on a pony. You know, little pony rides that go around in a circle.
Yeah.
Well, years later, I was a summer camp counselor, right? And we were asked, who's ever been on a horse? And I said, well, I've been on a horse, right? And I go, okay, you're in charge of horseback riding. That was fun. First, I had to learn how to get on a horse.
Oh, my God.
Then I had to learn how to not to walk funny after I got off the fucking horse, because I couldn't ride a horse the right way. I got bounced all over the fucking place, thrown off a couple times, you know, but I was in charge.
That is funny.
Oh, geez, that's when, God, for volunteer information.
See, I have to make sure that I've got a very gentle horse.
Yeah.
Because I have to get like a 5-gallon bucket to stand on to put my feet in stirrups.
Right.
To get on and over, because I don't have enough upper body strength to pull myself up.
Oh. So you're not going to be breaking no horses in or nothing like that?
No. No, I don't do that. They've got to already be broken.
Broken, half crippled, so I can ride the thing without getting knocked off.
Yep. Yep.
When we lived in Oregon, there was the people that lived directly behind us. They had rescued this really, really old horse, right? It used to be a show horse, or what was that horse's name, Holly? Dickinson was his name, right? Well, this horse was so fucking old, and just he looked emaciated. I mean, but he was healthy, but he was just old as shit, right?
Right.
And he would just stand there at the fence and stare at our yard, right? And he was all cross-eyed and stuff, you know. I used to have pictures of him, and it was just, he looked like that kind of like, remember the retarded horse on Family Guy? Yeah, kind of looked like that, you know. Oh, Brother John came in for a minute. He probably left because I was here. Oh, God, Brother John.
I wonder if they're looking for Tommy because that JJ was the first one.
Yeah, they might be looking for Tommy. Where's Tommy? I jumped into a hangout of his the other night for a few minutes, but I wasn't really in the mood. There's Brother John.
Hey, Brother John.
Hey, for a moment, I was wondering what happened because it seems like in the room it said authentication issues.
What the hell?
That happens to me sometimes when I try to join a hangout. It'll tell me like some kind of authentication thing, or it says I'm not authorized to be in a hangout.
It's usually when you get sniped. That's what happened. We got sniped earlier.
Oh.
Oh, I got sniped twice.
Yeah. I remember when I fucking had my first beer. I don't understand what people get out of that. You know, I really seriously don't. You know, they got over on somebody. You know, they fucked up a hangout. You know, I mean, wow,
Well,
you've accomplished a lot in life. You know,
I reported the little fucker. So
probably some 15-year-old kid. His parents are gone. You know,
probably.
you just play on Dad's fucking computer.
Well, earlier, I don't know. It was people getting on Darwin pretty heavy.
Really?
I was dropping some of the sound bites from that soundboard there. And all of a sudden, everybody got sniped.
Where is he at now?
I don't know. Don't care.
Yeah, I talked to Darwin once, you know, and I wanted to like beat my head against the wall.
How do you know that?
Oh my God. He was private messaging me earlier, wanting to know if I was a Christian, why did I let people come in and talk with the dirty talk that they do, and
if you were a real Christian.
Yeah.
yeah, and why did I let people harass others and be trolls and go against Google's terms and regulations and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't even know what their terms and regulations are.
Yeah.
Everybody does.
We just click it and say, I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Too much here to read.
Yeah.
We could all be selling our soul, not even knowing it.
Well, you know, a lot of people that, you know, want to bring up terms of service and all that crap like that, they kind of tend to do the same fucking shit. You know what I'm saying?
He does worse.
Yeah.
He's a bully.
A what?
A bully. All he does is bully people.
I thought you said moly, and I was like, mole? You have a mole on your face?
Yeah, he's
a winner.
I don't think that he is a good Christian.
Well, define good Christian. Well, you know what I mean. There's so many people on there. You got G-Man. You got Darwin's Dee. You got every you know, I won't even fucking butt cream. You know, talking about all this bullshit continuously. I don't know. People like that make me glad I'm an atheist. You know.
Well, you know, it's like with Darwin, he talks about, okay, the people with the ugly talk. Well, in the sound bites, I've heard him say fuck and shut your fucking mouth. And
can you prove that?
Got sound bite.
I've heard him.
And then, you know, he goes round and round. He looks for the weakest link in the room.
Oh, yeah.
And when he finds them, he goes in.
Yeah. And he'll make a video about,
Yeah.
Those are the type of people that, like I said, they assume a lot of things about people that don't think like them, and they just deserve to be made fun of, actually, in my opinion, because they've got nothing to bring, except for lulz.
Yeah. Well, he was private messaging me all this stuff, and he's like, "You're not answering my question."
Yeah.
I said, "Well, all I can tell you is that you have brought a lot of this shit on yourself."
Mm-hmm.
From the first time that I met you on these channels, I said, you have picked on people. You have not been a friend. You have belittled people, and they don't like you.
Right.
And I said, they're gonna say things to irritate you. I said, and all I can tell you to do is don't come in here and ruin my channel that I have just tried to start.
Right.
And be an ass. I said, be a man and stand up for yourself.
Well, when all somebody's got is, quoting scriptures or asking circular questions or questions that don't fucking even make sense, then they wonder why people. I'm sorry, Brother John. What'd you say? I can't hear you.
I'm basically a nice person.
Your volume is way down, Brother John.
I'm basically a nice person.
Oh, you're.
Oh, he's playing a soundbite.
Oh.
I'm being very polite to everybody.
Well, you know that Brother John is nothing but a troll anyway. Hey, we've all done a little trolling in our life.
You guys are fucking trolls.
Shut your mouth, you fat, ugly troll. And that is what you are, a fat, ugly troll.
Thank you, Brother John. Brother John always brings so much to the table, man. Sound bites. Oh my God, he's a rock star. He's an Eagles fan, but we can excuse that.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What other soundbite boards you got?
Just the Darwin one right now.
Have you heard the one where they've made the song?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw that. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Anything to throw together with a video, you know what I'm saying? Stuff writes itself.
Yeah, they had a beat going. They were just hitting the sound, like from the sound board. But I think they could have been done in a little bit better order. Might have been better. But
some people aren't professionals like you, Brother John. Yeah.
That's right. And I'm not as professional as some others.
That's true.
Where is Tommy?
We were all in Joe's after everything happened. We were in Joe's room. Joe's having a room right now.
Oh.
Kind of got quiet though, so I bounced out. I was in there too long. I've been in Hangouts too long today, really, to tell you the truth.
This is the longest I've been in a hangout.
I mean, I've been doing other things, you know. I'm doing other things on the computer. It's just sitting too much though today. I feel like I'm sitting too much.
I don't think so. I think you're doing great.
Yeah.
Especially coming over here.
Yeah.
You will get exposed to righteousness over here.
Righteousness.
Yes. Because God loves you.
So does Lemmy.
Oh boy. Here we go.
I have to take up where Tommy would leave off.
Oh, nobody can do Tommy like Tommy, though.
No, he is so damn funny to me.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, the first time I ever met Tommy, he rage quit on me. And then he swore he didn't do it, right? And I was like, what the fuck just happened, right? Was I being trolled? Like, you never know with this Tommy. Tom's been quiet for quite a long time.
He may have gone for a run because
Oh,
he's into his exercise, so he may have gone to get dinner or something.
why run when you can get in your car and drive? That's
well,
my motto.
well, he is trying to do this for his health.
Right, I get that. It's like my doctor's always trying to get me to do something.
Yeah,
Like, come on, doc, I got out of bed this morning. What else do you want?
I know exactly. I got out of bed and walked to the kitchen and fixed me something to eat.
And I got my coffee. I mean, you know, give me a break. Come on. As I look at all my pill bottles. And one thing you can always count on when you get older is the amount of medicine bottles you can stack into a pyramid.
Oh, I look like I'm a 90-year-old woman with all the stuff that I'm taking.
Yeah. It's like, God, man, I've ever. Huh?
Fuck that.
Fuck what?
Well,
Somebody's
pills.
echoing.
Bunch of pills. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'd rather just smoke weed, man. Who's echoing?
Is it me? Oh, maybe I'm too. Let me. Is that better?
I think so. Yep. So, what have you been up to, Brother John?
Nothing so earth-shaking.
How's the plans for your Halloween party going?
A little slow, tell you the truth. A little slow.
Yeah, I'd join, but I really don't want to put myself in a costume, you know?
How many have you got so far?
That's a good question. Let me think about it. One. Four.
Is Jello,
Four.
Jello shots going to be in it?
I think yeah, Jello.
Oh. I wonder, what's he going to do with his hair this year, I wonder?
Eric's, 4 or 5 for coming costume.
Oh.
I think.
And that's going to be on the 17th.
17th.
What day is it?
Halloween.
Oh, it's on Halloween.
We're doing a Halloween.
Okay, what time?
8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
8 o'clock on Halloween.
Probably open the room, off air before that early, get situated.
Okay.
So probably around 7:30.
Might be fun to watch.
Well, definitely watch.
I want to see what Jello's going to do with his hair
Look,
this year.
Wait till you see what Frank's coming as. That's going to be really interesting. Yeah, the viewers are going to vote. The viewers will vote for the best costume.
Oh,
I of course, will exempt myself.
well, what are you going to wear?
I don't know yet. I haven't decided.
Come as a dick pic.
Come.
No, I'm serious. Like, you get a guitar pick, and just put it in front of you, and just put dick pic on it.
Oh my
Never
God.
mind.
Okay.
It's just an idea, man. I'm a idea guy, man. Idea guy. I mean, you don't have to take my advice. Just throwing it out there.
A couple people from last year can't make it because it's just scheduling. So. I feel tired.
Smoke some weed, man. That'll kick you up, man.
Yeah, I think I just fall asleep. Tired.
Man, you gotta feed your bird once in a while.
The damn thing has ate today. I think I'm gonna eat him.
Yeah, years ago I had a roommate that had a big, I don't know, I'll call them parrots because I don't know anything about birds, but this big, loud, fucking bird that would literally wake up the entire condo complex where I lived every morning if as soon as she would take the blanket off his cage. It's the only person I ever knew that had disturbing the peace calls.
Oh my God.
This bird was loud as shit, man, and would cuss too.
Well, he says, "Damn it."
My sister had a minor bird back in '84 when I got out of the Army, and they used to always try to get this bird to talk, and it would say random things. But my mother walked into my sister's house one day, and the bird just piped him and says, "Hey, bitch."
Oh my God.
My sister's like, "That's not a word we were trying to teach you."
Oh my God.
Sure it was. Maybe not to your own mother, but hell, when I used to clean carpets one time, these people, they had left their keys because they were going to be, gone, and I was to go in their house while they were gone and clean their carpet, and they had this gigantic bird in this big wrought iron black cage. I mean, it's this big, humongous cage, and this bird was having I'm not kidding you, was having a fucking conversation with me. And I called the lady when I was done, right? And it turns out that this bird is like not a burglar alarm, but this bird tells people what happened. So she called me, my boss, the next day and let her know and everything, right? She said, "Yeah, the bird said he had a talk with Patrick." Patrick cleaned the yard. It's like something it's like, yeah, I had a conversation with a bird one time. It was weird, man. I stood there for like 20 minutes and actually felt like this bird was talking to me. Smartest bird I ever saw. Oop, who's this? Godless?
It's Gigi. Hey, Gigi.
Hi. Latrell, is there any chance you had me blocked? Because
I noticed I was blocked from another hangout the other day that had you in it, and I tried to get in here just now, and I'm blocked.
Well, how'd you get in then? Are you one of
I
those
can't get on
government
the stock
shills?
account.
Oh my God. You're one of those people that has a sock account? I've heard about you people.
Who doesn't have a stock account?
I don't have you blocked.
I don't have any
Okay.
sock accounts.
Um,
I've been accused of having sock accounts, but
yeah, I don't have you blocked. I don't know if something happened when that guy came in and sniped.
Maybe it's a glitch because I haven't been able to get into any hangouts on that account.
Huh. Yeah, because I got sniped again after you guys were in the room. I got sniped again.
I'm fucking a married man.
Are you
uh-oh.
really?
Yeah.
Oh
it your-
my God.
Is it your husband?
No. I'm divorced.
Well, wouldn't we expect anything less from an atheist? Oh my God.
So how long have you been doing this? How long has it been going on?
2 months.
Wow.
Is he going to leave his wife?
He says he is.
Do you believe him?
Yeah. Yes, I do. Am I stupid?
Probably. I'm just saying.
They all say that, don't they?
Yeah, they should. I've said that once or twice in my life. So give us some details. Come on. What's he like? What's his favorite color?
I don't really want to give the details.
Do you guys go on long walks in the deep forest?
You already dropped the bomb.
No, we stay in bed and fuck.
Okay. That'll work.
Now, country girl, are you a Christian?
I'm a theist, but I'm not.
You're letting this behavior in your room? You know, these adulterers,
I'm not that kind
these
of.
housebreakers, these,
I know. I'm not that
You
kind
know.
of a theist. I let live,
you know?
live and let live.
Well, I am actually a convicted adulterer. My fine was actually $10.
My husband.
Huh?
Were you married?
Well, yeah, that's what happens when you become an adulterer.
Oh, that's what I wasn't sure if that's what you
Well,
said.
we were technically married, but we weren't together, right? And we hadn't been together for a while, but it was how she got me in court. But then I found out the maximum penalty was $10.
$10.
And they waived it actually, but
Yeah, my husband's actually an atheist.
wow.
Was that before or after you got married?
Oh, he was an atheist before.
So you're not a real Christian either. Well, you said you were a theist. You're not a real theist then, you know, because
I'm not a pushy one. It's like I believe, but I'm not the kind of person that tries to push my beliefs down somebody's throat.
well, I believe if you don't believe that Lemmy is God, that nothing will happen to you. So, except for you'll be wrong.
I thought you said you were a Christian earlier.
Well, I'm just glad I'm not the only godless heathen in here now.
And see, that's where Darwin is all wrong about me. Is, yeah, I'm a theist, but I don't believe in doing what he does. I don't try to talk in circles. I don't try to convert people. Shit.
Well, a lot of times, the people that will try to convert you, right? It's almost like threats. Like, if you don't love God, you know, he's going to kill you, right? Or God demands this. You know, I mean, you read the Bible. With threats of hell, threats of, you know, all sorts of shit, you know, destroying the world. I don't know.
Well, you know, the way I was brought up, there is a God. And if there truly is a God, the God that I was taught about is a forgiving God. And even if you are atheist and God is real, I still believe that he would take you and he would save your soul.
Or more Christian leaning.
Yeah, I mean, but, you know, like I said, I'm not, I mean, I'm not overzealous about my belief.
Right.
And I cuss like a sailor, so, you know.
Well, so do a lot of Baptist preachers, you know, so.
Yeah.
So you're like a Catholic.
I could.
What, filled with guilt?
Liberal Catholic.
Oh, you just.
So if your husband dies, do you think he's going to hell because he's an atheist? Do you believe in a hell?
I believe in hell, but I still don't think that just because he's an atheist that he's going to hell. Like I said, I think that, to me, God forgives, and
That's more like, what's his name, Jeffrey Dahmer.
yeah, it's like for Jeffrey
I'm
Dahmer.
going to play like a Darwin here now. But what do you base that on?
Do what?
What do you base it on? You say, you know, I'm just doing this this is for conversation. I'm not trying to, you know.
You know,
I'm just saying, if I was to push you, say, what would I? You say you believe certain things about God, but what do you base those beliefs on?
just off of how I was brought up in church. Just I was brought up as a Methodist, and
They've been ostracized because of that gaze.
yeah, I reckon we've been ostracized because we let gays in. But see, I don't go to church. I don't like a room full of people to be like organized religion. I don't believe in that. I don't think.
How do you view the Bible?
Huh?
How do you view the Bible?
To be honest with you, I haven't read the Bible in 100 years.
100 years? How old are you?
Don't I sound good?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, all of my beliefs and everything that I have is just from my childhood.
Right.
So I mean,
So, have you thought about looking into these things for yourself, though? Like, I mean, the things that you were taught, do you ever think, especially after being in some of these rooms, have you ever got the urge to, well, I've been told these things, maybe I should understand why they believe it, and if I'm going to believe these things, why should I believe these things? You know?
Yeah, I've thought about it. I mean, and this is going to be crazy. I even, though was brought up with the Christian belief, I still believe in evolution.
It's okay.
So do you think part of the Bible is true, or do you just disregard what you don't like? Or like you said, you've never read it, or you haven't read it in 100 years?
Yeah, I mean, there's parts of it that I've read, but, I haven't read, like, verse by verse by verse. I couldn't quote you.
Right. So you read so you would read the verses that, like, your Sunday school teacher or...
Right.
Yeah. Which is, like, what most people will do, yeah. Because, quite frankly, the Bible is not that good of a read.
Yeah, I mean, you don't understand it.
Yeah, it's, I just came to the conclusion, I don't know, late in life that I just didn't believe any of it. I mean, I was, 51, 50, something like, or I was 50, I think, before I finally just said, yeah, I just don't believe any of it's true. I don't believe in heaven or hell. I believe that you didn't exist for billions of years, and through all sorts of random coincidences, somehow you were lucky enough to live on the earth for a short, brief time and be a part of this world. And when you die, you cease to exist. The only thing you leave is memories, legacies, and things like that. But that's just me. So.
That's a good way to look at it.
I've always wondered, when does God shove a soul in a fetus?
Yeah. Well, that right after she came, I guess,
Must be a soul factory somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, it's delivered on the Soul Train.
Soul Train. I remember watching that. I used to laugh.
It's the hippest trip in America.
Yeah. Was it Don Cornelius, man, was a fucking heroin junkie and shit. You watch him sometimes in the show, man, the man couldn't even fucking maintain a lot of times. You could tell he was glassy eyed. Brother John, you live in Philly?
No.
Oh, I was going to say, speaking of Soul Train, when I was in Philadelphia back in 2008 for a couple of weeks, well, I was in Baltimore, went up to Philly. We saw the original studio for American Bandstand, So.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so it's nothing to look at, really. Just a sign outdoors, it's got like a plaque or some shit, That was before they moved it to L.A.
There's still a corner of this page that ain't covered.
Have you spoken with Para?
No, I haven't seen him around for a long time. I mean, I'm friends with him on Facebook and stuff, but I haven't really.
Okay.
I haven't been in any This is the longest by far hangout I've been in fucking months. So.
Okay.
No, I haven't heard from him. Usually, every time I flip on fucking YouTube or Google, man, he'd been in a hangout somewhere.
That was a couple months ago.
Yeah. Sometimes people just take a break for a while.
Yeah. Different paths.
Hey, have you heard of, do you know Quiet Atheist?
Yeah, man, I've heard of, yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't been around for a while. He's been having issues, personal issues, I guess. I used to jump on a lot of his hangouts because sometimes they turn into shit shows because people like Darwin's deity and other people would show up because Quiet would, give him free reins.
That's one thing you will never worry about in here. I will never give him mods.
I don't understand why some people are so, I don't know, they have to have mods. They want mods and stuff. It's like, we just go into fucking hang out. I mean, who says you have to be in control?
He always wants to have mods.
Yeah, I think a lot of that shit started in the Nadia hangouts when Nadia would sleep, and like just give mods to a couple people and shit, and it would turn into
A cluster.
Well, yeah, most of them did.
Did she give mods to G-Man one time and he kicked everybody out?
I think so.
She gave mods to G-Man. She's given mods to Von Helton. She's given mods just about every dick bag, and it comes in a hangout sometimes.
I know she gave it to Darwin, and he kicked just about everybody out of the room.
Yeah, so he could talk to himself, probably. So that's the whole thing I don't understand. These people get into these conversations, and it's like they're not having a conversation. They're trying to give you a sermon. They're trying to give you some kind of morality lesson and shit, And I don't know, too many people that come on YouTube for a fucking morality lesson or to be told, that they're wrong about everything in life, and then they wonder why people get upset with them,
YouTube ministry.
Boy, country girl, man, you ought to let your husband get in the hangout too, man. You're trying to get my wife in here. Why didn't your husband get in here? He seems to have a lot to say.
He won't come in here. He likes to talk in the damn background, and I have told him to get his ass in here, and no.
I do the same thing when my wife's on the phone.
Yeah.
I love those conversations where you only hear one side,
Yeah. Yeah, he said that sometimes he's feeding me words.
Oh.
Just streamline what you're trying to get across, because you tend to run things a little bit too long.
Did you hear that?
No. I kind of, but I can't really understand what he's saying.
He said that he tries to give me words to streamline so that I would hurry up and get my point across because I tend to drag things out too long.
Well, so do I. So. Some of us aren't really good with using bullet points and like keyword notes and stuff like that. You know what you want to say, and when you're trying to say it, you're like, oh, I can say this in a minute, right? And then 10 minutes later, you're not done yet. That's me.
Well,
I don't know that many words, but I know some of them.
I got a concussion, so.
Well, I've had one.
I'm going to blame it on that for the rest of my life. I've got a concussion.
Well, at least you have a good excuse,
True.
I fell out of a tree one time and on my head, so I'm pretty much blaming that,
No wonder you didn't break your damn neck.
Yeah, I mean it's amazing, back in the '60s, you could fall out of a tree on his head and then not get hurt, and now these days, kids climb trees, and they die,
Yeah.
Even back then, though, I knew for a fact that I shouldn't have been in that tree because I was never like a tree climber. That's kind of like why I fell out of the tree. But you know.
Well, I climbed a tree and I fell out and I broke my elbow.
Oh, I had contusions and hurt feelings really bad because people saw me do it, and it can't look very cool falling out of a tree when you're like 10 years old.
Well, then my mom got pissed because it wasn't so awful long after they put the cast on. I was doing something and I broke the damn cast.
Yeah. Try to tell a kid with a cast on their leg, you know, that they can't go do something.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, no, I can. Watch. I mean, that's why your parents had, you know, medical insurance for you.
Yeah, that's right.
For those
And
times. Yeah.
Famous last words of a redneck. Watch this.
What could go wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that a few times. Having flashbacks right now.
Yeah. Yep.
Seemed like a good idea at the time.
Yep. I've heard them say, watch this shit.
Yeah. I tried to play Evel Knievel one time on roller skates.
Oh,
We made
God.
it. All I did was face plant right on the fucking ground.
Oh,
Put a board up with a brick and shit like that. And, you know, I come flying down the street, hit the brick, hit the board, hit the brick, and my face hit the ground.
Everybody wanted to be Evel Knievel back in the 70s.
Oh, every kid wanted that.
He was the dude. You know?
Oh yeah.
He's dead now, isn't
Yeah, he finally passed. He was all crippled up, and you know, from all his accidents and all the drugs and alcohol, man, he looked like shit when he died.
he? I wouldn't doubt it.
And he wasn't even that old, really. For you know, he looked like he looked ancient. You know, just
I remember his Snake River stunt he had.
yeah.
That's the last thing I remember him doing.
Nah, he after Snake River, he did another jump that was successful, and then after that, you know, to build his legacy back up, and then he, well, after Snake River, I think that's when he went to England and fucked himself up really bad or some shit, and then he did another jump that he was successful towards the end of his career. Yeah, but he never. After that, he never really did, you know, the big jumps anymore, like the one at the Astrodome and shit like that.
Yeah.
But it was amazing how they get thousands of people to watch something that was going to take less than 30 seconds, you know?
I remember that
What's the
River
planet?
complete disaster, you know.
Yeah.
He just-
There's a story I saw pretty recently. Someone's supposed to be trying to Snake River Canyon again.
I heard they did. I don't know, but
Let's see if there's a video now.
yeah.
Wasn't publicized too much.
Well, yeah, because that stuff's not really, you know, they got extreme sports now. I mean, they've got people, you know, they got that, Dan Pastora, whatever, that Red Bull guy that jumped that car in Long Beach or some shit in the harbor. So, I mean, the motorcycle jumping thing isn't over cars and buses and shit like that isn't really a thing anymore. You know, except unless you go to a, you know, thrill show or some shit. You know?
Oh, Eddie Braun, 3 weeks ago, actually. Well, no. Yeah, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, I saw something about it on Yahoo or something. But, you know, it's like,
Yeah, he made a rocket, a replica of the one Knievel
Yeah.
built. improved upon. He called it evil spirit.
Oh,
Let's see. Let me check. I was a big Evil Knievel fan when I was a kid.
This is usually stories end very badly. Mercifully, not this time. Yep, Eddie Braun just jumped over Snake River Canyon, Idaho, in a rocket.
I would never do this again. It just sucked. It hurt. It was hot. It was uncomfortable.
He nailed an audacious leap that the great Evel Knievel famously failed over 40 years ago. Braun told us yesterday, why?
I met Evel Knievel as a small child, and he inspired me so much when I met him.
Really? This much?
I mean, this was a man with a cape. Come on.
Hollywood stuntman, 30 years, Braun's doubled for the likes of Charlie Sheen and Navy SEALs. Now this. 2,000 feet in the air, 400 miles per hour. Holy smokes, he's only gone and done it.
And now the emotions can sink in. But right now, it's just, you know what? We did it. Listen, I got to go get a job tomorrow because I just blew $1.6 million on a run.
Well, he did it.
yeah. I was watching a documentary, and they said when Evel Knievel took that flight, he literally passed out when the thing happened or some shit. And but there were people on the ground that didn't think it was going to work anyway. He had no training, you know, for, you know, like for the G's that he was going to, you know, hit him and everything. And, you know, I think it was when Evel Knievel did it, I think it was a failed attempt from the get-go, you know. David Much has said that all they did was basically, you know, some fucking, I don't know. It wasn't going to work. Now, Evel Knievel could have said, grab him by the pussy, and people wouldn't have said anything.
That's right, because everybody loved him. Every boy did anyway.
Oh, yeah. Well, hell, even when he got older, man, and all broken down, man, he still had women, man. I mean,
Yeah.
Hey.
We used to ride our bicycles up ramps, high ramps, and then, you know, like Evil would do. Inspired.
Yeah, you got the towel around your neck, you know, bed sheet or some shit like that, flying a bicycle over a hill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Fucking emergency rooms loved us back in those days, you know. We probably put a lot of doctors' kids through college, you know.
If my mother had known what I was doing, she'd kill me.
Yeah.
I went to school with a boy that they had like a 2-story barn, and he got his bike on the 2nd floor thinking that he was Evel Knievel, and he got started and jumped out the door off of the 2nd floor and landed on the ground and fucked himself up.
Well, when I was about 8 or 9, we had a kid in our neighborhood. He climbed up on top of his parents' house with an umbrella and jumped.
Damn.
And the thing was, it was a 1-story building, but they had a cathedral ceiling that was really high. So it was probably like a 2-story building. He dropped like a rock. I guess he was trying to play Mary Poppins or something, man.
Yeah, I think that's what Nick said. To jump off buildings before he got into wrestling. He would jump off buildings and do all kinds of crazy stunts.
What, that backyard wrestling shit?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, those are some stupid fuckers, man. They shouldn't be allowed to ever watch wrestling again.
Yeah.
You know? Well, you know, people lighting mattresses on fire and then jumping off the roof of their house, or, you know. There was one video of a guy that put barbed wire on a mattress or a table and a mattress, and he jumped on it on his back, and then they had to call the fucking paramedics because the barbed wire had gotten all twisted up in his fucking body and shit. And he was all scarred for life. You know?
God.
I'm sure he was cured of doing that ever again.
Nah, people like that are stupid. It's like a badge of honor sometimes, you know. It's like, yeah, man, last time I did this, man, I ended up in the hospital. Yeah, next time you're going to end up in a fucking morgue. Is that your bird or somebody backing a truck up?
That was the microwave.
Oh, sounds like a beep, like a truck backing up.
I know.
Okay, that did sound like a microwave then. Kind of sounds like mine too. Yeah. That's one of the best noises you can hear, you know.
Damn right.
When your popcorn's done. That's reheating food, popcorn, and melting butter. It's about the only thing a fucking microwave's good for.
Yep.
You ever seen people that will put a piece of meat, like a piece of beef or something like that, or pork in a fucking microwave and then eat it?
I can't understand that because it's dry as shit.
Yeah, and it'll turn all gray and just, ugh.
Yeah.
Guy goes, well, there's no grease and fatty stuff in it. I'm like, dude, you just fucking destroyed a perfectly good piece of meat, you know? It only takes a couple minutes. Yeah, a couple minutes to completely say, dude, you should be a vegetarian so you could never do that again. Boy, this is one of the most exciting hangouts I've ever been in. This has just been, man.
You are full of shit.
The laughs, the lulls, we've cried, we've laughed, you know. We shed a tear.
You're so full of shit.
That's me.
I want to keep it light. I don't want to be G-Man.
We need Tommy. Oh, you don't want to be G-Man?
Mm-mm.
G-Man's just a fucking lulz cow. Yeah, he's good for milking. You know.
When his hangout, there's no cussing, no what else?
I had a run-in with. I haven't dealt with G-Man really in like 5 years. I dealt with him when he was XX0054, and he's just a cunt. You know, you know. I don't even think he believes a lot of the shit that he fucking spews. He's one of those people that has never lost an argument. Just ask him, you know?
Oh, yeah.
He's always got to get the last word.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like when he called up Atheist Experience, you know, and just embarrassed himself and then swore that he fucking won, you know? And
yeah, I showed you who was who, JDK.
yeah. It's like you go fucking with JD Kane, you know, or you know, people like that, you know, I don't understand. I mean, the only reason why I understand why some people still deal with G-Man is because a lot of people have never. Some people have never heard of him before. You know. So there's always a fresh crop of, you know, people coming onto the internet that haven't heard him or some shit like that. But
I don't know why anybody goes into his hangouts, because all he's going to do is use.
well, you go into G-Man's hangouts for the lulz, and that's about it. You know, most people, that's why they go into his hangouts. But I like it when G-Man starts, you know, attacking people that are trying to fucking defend him. Because they'll say something or talk to the wrong person, right? And Gary just doesn't like that. You know?
He tends to start off, you know, calm, and then he revs himself up into full G-Man by the hangout and he's kicking everybody.
Yeah.
You can count on it every time.
Well, I always wonder why he would actually have hangouts, you know, because if that's what he's going to do, then just make a video of yourself talking. You know, if you don't want to have a discussion, then, you know, don't have a hangout. Just turn on the fucking mic, turn on the camera, and talk, and then let people make comments about it. You know.
Yeah, I'll give him that. He doesn't turn off the comments.
Yeah, he doesn't. You know, he has at times, but a lot of them, you know, a lot of people like him, they'll you know, they'll delete the comment section or some shit like that because, you know, apparently you're not allowed to have a differing opinion. But, you know, being a lulz farmer, you know, you got to have, you know, people like that on YouTube to milk, you know, to, you know, make sure the entire world is supplied with their, you know, lulz milk, you know. And that's what lulz farmers do. Moo.
What's your wife up to now?
She's on the other computer. She's she's in Google Plus somewhere. But she won't get into a hangout, you know. Country Girl says she'd like you to join the hangout, sweetheart.
Why? I don't have anything to say.
She just laughed. You know? Well, this isn't the most chatty fucking hangout I've ever been in, you know. She just thinks she has nothing to say. What am I gonna say? It's like, well, don't you have an opinion on things?
Well, what are you talking about?
Well, all sorts of shit, man. Talking about Evel Knievel, stupid people.
I talked about Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman.
Bionic Man.
Tell her puppies and kitties and she'll probably jump in. What?
You have Wonder Woman as the new ambassador for something.
Yeah, Wonder Woman is the new ambassador for something. There, you heard it here first.
No, I'm serious. It was in the news.
Okay. My wife, she always checks on the most important news items, you know.
Oh yeah, well, my husband does too.
Me, I go after this, you know. I always get gravitated more towards the, you know, more bizarre shit, you know. And she sees puppies and kitties and goes, oh.
Mm-hmm.
You make me sound like I have no brain.
No, I'm not. You just like puppies and kitties and stuff like that, you know.
Well, we love puppies.
Well, you tell her I've been looking at bunny rabbits.
She's been looking at bunny rabbits. Nah,
I look at things that make me smile and things that make me sad.
she'd rather look at things that make her smile than things that make her sad.
Absolutely, I do too. I was looking at the miniature pigs
Oh, she's looking at miniature pigs a little bit ago. Yeah.
And the miniature bunny rabbits.
Oh.
And
Now you've got me going, oh. Can you watch an entire infomercial of the ASPCA when they're showing those little puppies with sad faces?
No.
Yeah. That is so fucking cool
That
when they put those things.
my heart to pieces.
Yeah. You gotta, it's like, I gotta turn it off or I'm gonna sit there and go, I want to give all my money to these fucking little dogs. I've rescued I've rescued a lot of animals in my life. You know, I've rescued ferrets, fish, cats, dogs. Climbed under a Kmart one time and pulled out about 12 kittens.
Oh.
Lived in an apartment where we weren't allowed to have any animals. So we had like 12 kittens and the mother cat, and a whole bunch of other shit. And every time the fucking landlord would come over, we remember Ace Ventura, that first movie?
Yeah.
You know, where he hit all the animals and shit, and the landlord comes. That was pretty much our house. I mean, without the monkeys and, you know, all the exotic animals and shit like that. We'd have kittens and stuff shoved in the closet.
Oh my God.
Down to the fucking basement and shit till we could get rid of them. He'd come over and say, one of the neighbors said they saw a cat. Cat? Oh, there's stray cats around here, but well, he was coming in your house. It's like, not our house. No. We ended up having to move to a place where we could actually have animals. And it was either that or be homeless. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad that I actually live in what was my grandparents' old house. And
I bet you that's cool.
Oh yeah, love it. Lots of memories.
Yeah.
And I can have as many as I want.
Well, as long as you're not a hoarder or nothing like that, you know. And some people get like that, though, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's learning to say, I have enough.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah, I went through that period of my life where I wanted to bring all the animals home and take care of them and stuff like that. And at one point, it got to be almost overwhelming.
Yeah.
And I kind of had to like slow down. But, you know, and now living in a city, you know, 3rd floor, you know, we have a cat that doesn't have any idea what he knows what the outside looks like, but he's afraid of outside.
Yeah.
We can leave the back door open and he'll be like, oh, that's fine, I'll just stay right here, I'll just look, you know. Which is a good thing, because if he wasn't like that, we'd probably have to put a parachute on, you know. Well, don't forget to pull the ripcord.
Sasha went on the high step one time and came back.
Yeah, our cat went out on the first step.
Yeah.
And turned around and came back in.
Yeah. I think Everest actually went out the front door, which you go out the front door and there's nothing but steps going down, but
He just turned around.
yeah, he took like one step out the front door and was like, fuck this, there's no food dish, you know? And so he just, you know, I mean, we'll go downstairs, bring the groceries up, leave the door open, and he's just sitting there going, no, I'll stay here, don't worry about it, I'll guard the house, you know? I don't need to go outside, I don't have to catch my own food, you know? You know, which is good, especially in the summertime when all the windows and doors are open, you know?
Yeah.
Because we had a cat before, man, that he went all the way down to the bottom and started freaking out at the bottom of the steps. Fucking neighbor. Also, we have a knock on our door. His neighbor's holding our cat. Going, he's freaking out.
Damn.
But that was the last time he even tried to go out, you know?
scary world out there.
Yeah, it's rough out there. Too many cars and shit. Plus, our cat would probably try to find a phone so he could order a pizza. Yeah.
When I was married the first time, somebody broke into our house. And when I came home, I thought, what the fuck? He must have left and didn't close the door good. And maybe there was a breeze or something that pushed it open. And I came in, and I had 3 cats at that time. And they were sitting in the middle of the floor, hadn't even bothered to come out. And they were looking upstairs like something was wrong. And then I turned around and looked, and the gun cabinet was empty.
Yeah. That can't be good.
I'm like, shit, if they're upstairs with them guns, because I knew they were loaded.
And your watch cats did nothing?
I know, they didn't do anything, just sit there and look upstairs like.
Well, fuck him, he didn't have any treats, man.
Plus, I saw that one of the bedroom doors upstairs was cracked. And I always left them shut because we never went upstairs.
Right.
And it kind of unnerved me a little bit because I thought, well, what if they're up there?
So you just call the cops, man.
Hell yeah.
No need to be a hero.
No, I didn't have anything left to be a hero with.
Yeah. Yeah, you talk about doors. Our cat, the door can be like open, but not enough, just like barely, and he will either headbutt it or he's too stupid to just push the door the rest of the way open. He'll stand there all fucking day and just look like, oh, God damn it, I'm stuck now. And all he's got to do is put the slightest amount of pressure on the door and the fucking thing will open. But he'll just stand there, like put his head on it. I'm making fun of my wife's cat.
Ours will knock shit off the counters or whatever to get to where she wants to get to.
Ours doesn't jump on the counter. He's too fat. He can get on the bed, he can get on the couch, under the table, but jumping up on a counter, he'd probably kill himself trying to jump up there.
Well, I got steps so she can get up on the bed.
Oh, yeah.
And I've got this little bench that you can put towels on.
Oh, yeah.
She can get up on that, and then she can work her way up to the sink. So she knocks shit off to get to where she wants to get to.
Well, and that's your fault, too, because you shouldn't have left it there.
I know, right?
All the stuff, yeah. He's just pointing things out to you, your flaws. Yeah, they're all retarded. Because they know you. It's illegal to like hit them. They look at you like, "What are you gonna do, man?" I know how to call 911. So is anybody going to watch that next debate? Or
Yes.
I watched about 3/4 of that last debate, and I just found it so not offensive, but just what the fuck is going on? That I just, I couldn't watch the entire thing. It's like, this is what our country has come to.
Well, it's like all they wanted to do was point fingers at each other.
Yeah. And I don't like Donald Trump, so people automatically think that I'm some Hillary supporter, and I'm like, well, she's not exactly my first choice, but if I had to vote, I would vote for her over Donald Trump, and they're like, well, he killed people, she killed people in Benghazi or some shit, and I'm like, look, man, she's been investigated since 1992. They were investigating her when her husband was president. If she was really that fucking evil, I really seriously believe she'd be in prison right now, because people have done far less that have gotten caught, and she can't be that fucking powerful, that, she's that Teflon, if I can use that term, but not to say that she's a saint, but at the same time, I remember Donald Trump for 30 years ago and thinking he was a complete moron, Most people that like him now, right, a few years ago thought he was a complete moron, because just who he was, how he dealt with people, And a lot of those same people now want to vote for him because he's going to build a wall and make America great. And what does that say about them? Just saying.
We're a couple of his good supporters there.
Huh?
Talking to the trail.
What, babe?
We're a couple of his good supporters of that.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't he have a good following in North Carolina?
That's a swing state.
Oh. I like swings.
Battleground states.
My aunt and uncle live next door, and they think that he walks on water.
Yeah, that scares me. I mean, if you think about it, things that Donald Trump has done and said have been out there and are out there for fucking decades, right? And I just don't get it, I really don't. I've watched his speeches. He was in Rhode Island, was it a few months back or some shit, and out in Warwick, and some of the rallies, man, they were showing part of it on the news, and it's the only rally that I've ever seen where they actually have to bleep shit out, not only from the speaker, but the people in the crowd, and blank out things that were on people's shirts about Hillary or what's his name that was running earlier, the old guy that looked like your Jewish grandfather, Bernie Sanders, yeah.
Well, Bernie.
Yeah, but it's the only politician that I've ever seen of where the local news reporters actually had to bleep things out.
We were Bernie supporters.
Yeah, I kind of was too. I honestly didn't think he'd get elected. From the beginning, I supported him because I thought a lot of what he said, he could get conversations started. He get people aware of certain things, but the whole appearance of what people want their leader to be, I didn't think that would ever be. That was his biggest downfall, because he doesn't look like, to a lot of people, like somebody that is presidential, I guess you'd call it. He like I said, he looks like your Jewish grandfather. Makes a good brisket, and things like that. That's how he comes across to a lot of people. Whether he's got a good message to say or not, which I think he does. A lot of people, and they had polls about this too. You know, they said the biggest issue they had with Bernie Sanders was his parents. Not that they didn't necessarily like what he said or didn't like what he said, but, you know.
Well, I figured he couldn't get much passed in Congress because, you know, he did have some extreme views, but I like
Yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, I mean, with any presidential candidate, they're going to make promises. They're going to do this. They're going to do that,
Yeah.
and you know, it's you know, you still have to deal with Congress. You know, if you've got a Congress that likes you, you know, if you've got a majority, you know, things might be a little easier. But just because you want to do something doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. You know.
Right.
I mean, look at healthcare. Look at, you know, everybody says we need new healthcare, right? We get a plan, you know, and people are, you know, talking about how shitty it is. I actually know people that have benefited from it. You know, I also know people that have higher, you know, premiums, things like that. But it was something, you know, that can be fixed. It can be worked with, you know, instead of just dumping the entire thing and going, you know, just, well, what's your plan? Well, we're going to make a better one. Well, like what? Well, a better one. Well, that doesn't tell me anything, you know.
Now, I'll tell you what, I haven't heard Trump talk much about the wall lately. I don't think he's ever planned on building a wall.
No, he goes for the people that are the fear mongers, you know. The Mexicans are coming, the Arabs are coming, ISIS is going to rape your daughters, you know, all sorts of shit. You know, I think one of his biggest fails was when he tried to get the evangelical vote, right? Yeah. I mean, Michelle Bachmann still supports him and Sarah Palin still supports him, but they're just idiots, you know. But even was it the students at Liberty University are going against Jerry Falwell Jr., you know, because Jerry Falwell Jr. Supports Donald Trump. But I was reading yesterday that the students came out and said they don't even like Donald Trump, so they're going against their own, you know,
real fundy up there.
Oh yeah.
He's not, because you look at Donald Trump, he's not a damn Christian. If he is, he's just by mouth only. I mean,
yeah, you know, I don't think Donald Trump's probably been in a church except for maybe one to look for as potential new property in fucking years anyway, you know?
Yeah.
Or maybe a photo op.
Yeah.
You know, and then I liked it when he was somewhere and he was trying to quote the Bible, and he said he said something out of 2 Corinthians. He said 2 Corinthians, and then he said the verse, right? And every fundy in the crowd, man, grabbed that verse. It's not called 2 Corinthians; it's called 2 Corinthians. That's how, you know. But you know, you got these people that are they're fearmongers. You know, they think that everything is at its worst. You know. And that's his demographic now, you know.
Yeah, it's the what do you call them? The teabaggers.
Yeah.
I think they've embraced him.
Yeah, because he's saying the same bullshit that they were saying back in 2008, 2012, you know, about making America a Christian country again or some shit like that. And look what happened to Newt Gingrich when he was Speaker of the House, you know.
Gingrich is still trying to figure ways out to defend him.
Yeah. Well, you know, the whole thing about the locker room talk, you know, I've not been in the most locker rooms in my life, but I spent 6 years in the Army, right? And guys talk, you know, pretty graphic at times and stuff like that. But with me, it wasn't the fact that, you know, he says that, you know, he's made inappropriate passes to women or something, because, you know, guys sometimes they get mixed signals or whatever like that. But when he said he could do these things because he was a star, you know, that, you know, when you're famous, that you can do stuff like this. And he was pretty much admitting that, you know, he could, you know, grope any woman he wanted, you know, because he was famous. You know, that was, I think, a lot of people's biggest issue with it. You know, was the fact that he was talking about how he could get away with sexual abuse. You know.
Well, I wasn't surprised to hear about it. I mean, good God, that's what he's been. It's always been about Donald, for years. So I don't know why people were so surprised when this tape came out. I wasn't.
Have you heard the stuff that he said on Howard Stern?
No, I never listened to Howard Stern.
Oh, because I used to listen to him, and it's on YouTube. But yeah, he basically, when he was on a Howard Stern show, man, he talked a lot of, you know, yeah.
Well, like I said, that's why I don't think he has the fundies, because they don't do that stuff. But I haven't heard him talk about building that wall lately. I think.
Nah, he's pretty. You know, some of the stuff his advisors or something have told him to, you know, pipe down about certain things because, you know, he's, you know, a little damage control, but I don't know, a little too much, little too little, too late, or whatever. You know, even. I mean, well, you know, when he sits there and he goes, "The blacks love me, the Mexicans love me," you know.
That is so damn funny.
It's like, you know, this is a man who will have no problem buying your property and evicting you, right? So he could build a golf course, you know, like in Scotland, that shit that he went through.
Well, didn't they try to stop him from building golf course?
Yeah, I don't think they succeeded though, you know. But yeah, it was. I heard it was something about not national park land or something like that, but it was something that the Scots left alone, you know, kind of some kind of ground that may, or I don't know the whole thing, but yeah.
Put a golf course on.
Yeah.
What an ass. No,
I just remember going to Atlantic City one time years ago. And when I lived in Baltimore, and they'd have these buses that they would take you up to Atlantic City for the day, and they dropped us off at one of Trump's casinos. And right across the street from this beautiful casino was one of the shittiest neighborhoods I'd ever seen in my life, right? And it just that just always stuck with me. I mean, getting to this big casino, you know, even the bus had to go through, like, I don't know, really shady fucking areas of town that, you know, people lock their doors, you know, and their cars, you know, when they're driving on the street. And then that Trump Taj Mahal just closed, you know, 114,000 people lost their jobs or some shit, you know, because he didn't want to pay union wages or whatever. I don't know. But all of his shit he's ever done has gone belly up, you know.
Yeah. He says he didn't borrow money from these Russian oligarchs.
Yeah.
But I've heard that he has.
Well, there's stuff coming out now that is pretty much damning information as far as I'm concerned. You know, I mean, he's got his hand caught in a cookie jar, you know, because he's dealt. See, the whole thing is he's dealt in other countries before he was a candidate, a politician, you know. So, yeah, when he says, you know, he has had no ties in Russia, I don't believe that for a moment.
Normally, yeah, I think that ties everywhere.
Yeah, he's got ties in China. He's got ties in Russia. He's got ties in, I don't know, the Middle East. You know, but you know, he's gonna make America great again.
I know he is. I'm just waiting.
Well, you know, my biggest fear is whoever gets elected, right? If people thought that Obama had a hard time getting shit passed and getting shit done when he was president, you know, if Hillary gets elected, it's going to be that times two, right? If Donald Trump gets elected, he's going to spend his entire presidency in court,
Probably.
You know, because he's already got that rape charge coming up in December.
What? I haven't heard
yeah.
that. What?
December 13th, I think it is.
He's
got, you know, the Trump University shit. You know, he's got tons of women. I mean, it kind of like with the Bill Cosby thing. If only half of the women that have come forward so far are telling the truth about Donald Trump, right?
Yeah.
That should be a red flag, you know? Do you really want this guy, you know, running your country? You know, I mean, his temperament, you know.
And he has the nerve to tell Hillary, everybody, that he's going to appoint a special prosecutor.
And put her in jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been times where I've wondered a lot of times why certain politicians or certain candidates, you know, how they get a following, but Trump's follower, you know.
Come on, Patrick.
What?
Don't you want to make America great again?
Stop yelling at me, Brother John. I'm sensitive.
What's the matter with you?
Hey, man, don't persecute me, man. I don't talk shit about you, man. Nah, I don't. You know, when they say make America great again, you know, it's like, okay, when? What? I mean, what decade are you talking about? You know, are you talking about the 50s, you know, where for civil rights? Are you talking about the 40s and we were at war? Are you talking about the 30s when there was a fucking depression? You're talking about the 60s when there was, you know, we were in a war and there was all sorts of protests going around, you know, the 70s, which a lot of people just for fashion sense would love to forget. You know what I mean? Make America great again. What the fuck does that even mean? You know?
He wants to bring back Leave It to Beaver days.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, those Leave It to Beaver days were on fucking TV. You know, that whole, you know, mom and you know, wearing fucking pearls and a dress, you know, making sure her makeup's on before dad gets home and she's got dinner on the table and she's still dressed and her makeup's perfect. And, you know, the kids go, gee, Dad, you're so wonderful, you know.
I can't stand it.
Yeah. I've never understood what, you know, when people get nostalgic about things, you know, they tend to be very picky, very
Well, I'm going to assume he's meaning, you know, hey, we're not, you know, we need to manufacture things here again, do better education, you know, we're probably some of the dumbest people in the world now, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
so
yeah.
things that we're leading in, you know, the space program.
The only thing I'm waiting for Donald Trump to do now is come out as a flat earther, you know. That's about the only thing he hasn't done yet, you know. He's tried to be a fundy, you know. He's tried to get that vote, you know. So I guess now he's going to go after the fucking, go with the flat earthers or some shit, you know.
Well, I think manufacturing's gone forever. I don't think it'll ever come back.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing, you know, here in Rhode Island, you know, they've got all these empty fucking warehouses, these empty fucking old mills and shit. And people out here, because, you know, the Industrial Revolution was basically started in Rhode Island. And up until, no, I mean, you look at your history anyway, but don't start with me, Brother John. But the whole thing is when the jobs started going away, you know, all those jobs left, right? And this state was just shit upon when it came to where jobs were lost. And all these people, they want those factory jobs back. You know, they want to open up the Sylvania light bulb factory again and make light bulbs, and they want to make widgets, and they want to make, you know, and those days are gone, you know. And when they try to come up with new industries in this state, especially, it's, oh my God, anything new in this state, people are like, oh, we want it the way it used to be, you know? They fight tooth and nail for improvements, or in industry, you know, people want those factory jobs back, and, you know, they're not coming back, you know, they're gone, you know?
In my hometown, it was built on cotton mills. It had 6 cotton mills, and none of them are there anymore.
Yeah.
It's all gone. It's all, I don't know what the jobs are now. They're out of town.
Yep.
But that was what my hometown was.
Well, a lot of towns were built on mining, cotton, you know, farming, you know, whatever, you know, and for years, that's how people, you know, but as times progressed, you know, whether you don't like collective farming or whatever, and things like that, you know, technology wins, you know, and I mean, they told us in the 70s, you know, they said, you know, by the year 2000, man, there's going to be, you know, machines doing your work, so you're going to have more time for leisure activities, right? And that's what they told us, you know. And now those days are here where a lot of jobs are done by machines or done automatically, and you've got that fucking leisure time, but you got no money.
Yeah, you got no money. That's right, because there's no jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever coming back. I think it's over with.
Oh yeah, I you know, to think that they're just going to take all the jobs back away from China, right, or whatever other Korea, things like that, and just go, well, you know, it's been really fun, but we're going to take all those jobs and put them back in America again, right? That ain't going to happen, you know.
Well, that's what it is. I don't believe him.
Huh?
That's what Trump says, but I do not believe him.
Trump doesn't give 2 shits about anybody that's voting for him, right? Trump's doing this because Trump wants some sort of fucking legacy. He's done this. He's done this. He ruined the United States Football League. Now he wants to be president. You know, wow. And he's got to, you know, he's got to be the only president that's actually had a wife that's been a centerfold.
Where is she from anyway? Slovakia or Czech Republic or something like that?
Do what? My earphones come down.
Okay, sorry.
So where is she from?
Czech Republic or...
Oh, somewhere in Yurkistan, something that ends with Stan or something. Kyrgyzstan or Boobistan, or I don't know. You still got Pat Robertson and what was this that dude running the surgeon said he'd heard far worse language in the locker room before.
Pat Robertson is completely senile. So I don't listen to anything he says.
I still think he's actually dead. I think he's been dead for a few years, and what they do is they stick a fucking broomstick up his ass and shake him around, and somebody knows how to imitate his voice, and they have good editing.
Who are we talking about?
I don't know. He probably.
Pat Robinson.
He's just about the creep. Pat Robinson's about the creepiest fucker on the planet.
It reminds me of a crab, you know, for some reason.
A what?
A crab.
A crab.
A crab.
That's demeaning to all crustaceans around the world. I take offense to that, sir. I mean, I am secular lobster.
The guy just talks like nails on a chalkboard. You know, I just can't stand the dude.
Yeah, I love to watch his videos, though, man. I got so much shit of his on my fucking hard drive. I go, oh, I gotta save this for a fucking video. Oh, I've got to save this for a video.
Well, he was, you know, I've known Pat Robertson ever since I was a kid.
Oh, do you know him?
Well, I've known of him since. He used to be based out of Virginia.
He still is.
His and I used to actually like the guy, but I was a lot younger than him.
Yeah. Well, do you know who Fishhead Salad is?
Who?
He lives in Virginia Beach. He's actually, his family used to work for Pat Robertson, and he lives about a mile from Pat Robertson compound where they do the 700 Club. And every time I make a video about Pat Robertson, Fish is like, I know where that is. But yeah, his family worked for him and stuff like that. His mother is good friends with Pat Robertson's wife, and shit like that. And he likes to, he's like the only atheist in that whole fucking family. And we talk sometimes. I'm like, dude.
But they need to rein Pat Robertson in on some of that shit he said, man.
Well, they put him on less and less now.
Yeah.
They'll bring him in for that little segment every show or something like that. And
yeah,
when they have the questions and stuff like that, which that's what I always live for. Is when he starts just giving his little commentaries. Because he goes fucking nuts.
I think when he was condemning that time, and that's what he got the hurricane and everything. I think even the people in the studio were saying, did he just say that?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
What did he say? He said the Haitians practice voodoo.
Oh yeah, they made the deal with the devil.
Tornado on them. What is it? The hurricane.
Yeah, well, the whole thing started when the Haitians got their independence from France or whatever like that. There's a story or some shit or some myth that somebody asked Satan or some shit, for a favor, and to get the French out or whoever was, and when they did that, then the country of Haiti was forever cursed, and that's why all the bad things happened to it.
So the French brought civilization to them. Okay.
Yeah.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard him say that. I said, I know they can't back that up. They can't.
Well, it's like anything, when they say God said this, or God's gonna, they can't back it up with anything. And when anybody that sits there and says, well, in the scripture it says this, or in the Bible it said this, or God said this. As far as I'm concerned, if that's the first thing out of your mouth, you have no fucking credibility, and you should just shut the fuck up. I'm serious, if you can't, decide, well, Haiti's just in the path of a lot of fucking bad shit, It's just one of those countries that's always been fucked up, It's a backwards third world country in the middle of the Caribbean, I think it's in the Caribbean. It's not the only country around there that's, backwards and third world, They just happen to be in the path of fucking hurricanes and shit, and their infrastructure, when the whole infrastructure is built with wood and mud and, shit like that, a lot of things that happen in countries like Haiti wouldn't be nearly as bad in other countries because there's, infrastructure, there's, I mean, they have a good rainstorm in Haiti and people lose their fucking lives,
I think they caught this last one pretty bad.
Yeah.
Matthew. Yeah.
When people go, let's pray for Haiti. I don't know. If you really want to do something, send some money or some supplies. But if all you're going to say is pray for them and put something on Facebook, I don't know, shut the fuck up.
Well, the missionaries will go down there.
Oh, and they'll pass out Bibles to eat,
That Bible and all that. Yeah.
Use Bible is, what was it, fuel for the fire, so you can cook some food, stay warm, maybe, Well, that's blaspheming.
But
You know,
it-
it's like when there's a fucking storm, you know, and a fucking telephone pole gets, you know, taken out by the fucking storm, and it gets broken, right? And in the end, it's hanging in the middle of the street in two pieces. You know, they're kind of hanging on wires, and it somehow resembles a cross. People go, "Look, God's taking care of us." You know, look what He just did. You know, it's like,
You're strange.
fucking serious. You know, God had to have all this shit happen so He could fucking show you with a broken fucking telephone pole in the middle of the fucking street and just make a cross. You know, wow.
Yeah. And then the survivors of tornadoes, they're always saying, "Thank the Lord that I was spared."
Yeah. So God said, "Fuck everybody else," right?
Yeah, what about the poor fucker that got killed? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, who was it when Gabrielle Gifford got shot? You know, that congresswoman.
Yeah.
They were saying God spared her life because that bullet stopped at a certain point, right? And thank God more people weren't killed. And it's like, or it's a miracle nobody else was killed or shot or some shit. And I'm like, so in order to make a miracle happen, you know, some nutbag has to come out with a fucking gun and start shooting people and killing people. And then God shows up and says, "Nope, I only want 3 people to die today, you know, and I want her to get shot, but I don't want it to kill her, you know."
Yeah. Just
You're welcome.
the rest of your life. You know?
Yeah. So why did God like you over him, you know?
I don't think people really think about it when they say stuff like that.
Yeah, and I understand. You know, it's like when people say thoughts and prayers, you know. It's something that just comes out of your mouth.
Yeah. You can count on it. Every disaster, there's going to be somebody. Praise Jesus, we're still here.
Yeah. Yeah, a church caught on fire. Thank God we have another place to go worship. It's like out here, they got so many goddamn big-ass fucking Catholic churches, man. It's like beautiful buildings. I mean, I like the architecture and stuff, but
I haven't had much experience with the Catholic Church because we're in the South, but I always never really had a problem with them because they don't proselytize like
shit. Oh no. You got the Archdiocese of Providence, Bishop Tobin, who stands out in front of fucking Planned Parenthood in Providence, screaming at women that are going for health care. You've got it's like Catholic fucking Central out here. They are very outspoken Catholic fundies, I call them. Around Ash Wednesday every year, you will have priests and stuff on street corners in Providence, and they will tell you on the news where you can go, like, because you're in a hurry and you don't have time to go to church, you know, where you can go and drive by and stop at a place, and a priest will, you know, put some ashes on your fucking forehead, right? Before Palm Sunday, they'll be passing out little pieces of palm trees and shit. The War on Christmas is about to start again this year. Every year at the State House in Providence, the state capitol, they get hundreds of fucking people going, "It's Christmas, it's Christ and Christmas, and I don't like to have to say happy holidays because it's Christ's birthday," and all this crap, you know, and yeah, it's fun out here with that shit.
I never had too much experience with that.
Yeah, and then you got the fucking Catholic priests that get away with diddling fucking little kids. There's fucking hundreds of unsolved cases in Rhode Island alone of priests that have been caught, are being investigated, have been investigated, have since died, things like that. And Bishop Tobin and the Catholic Church loves to fucking spin it. They like to blame it on the fucking victims. You hear about Catholic priests up in Minnesota claim that the little boys were wearing those little shorty shorts, you know, and, you know, they were asking for it type stuff. And those little boys, and yeah, you get these people that try to sue the fucking victims, right? The Catholic Church, yeah, they're, you know, they've got their hands dirty just as much, if more, than the fucking fundies do, you know, because
real douchebags then.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you will purposely hide or transfer priests, you know, that have allegations against them, you know.
About that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a thing, you know, and it, you know, even if the Catholic Church comes out and says, "Oh, we're going to report things," you know, it's like, no, they don't, you know. Most religious organizations like to do things like that in-house because it saves embarrassment, you know. It's like that, you know, when they try to send rape victims to, you know, Christian counseling and try to blame it on them, you know, because we're all sinners, you know. Somehow or another, you must have really asked for it or wanted it, you know. Yeah.
I don't understand how they can let this happen and the police don't get involved.
Well, because a lot of times it was never, for years, it wasn't reported because who's going to believe a kid over a priest? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a man of God, you know. He wouldn't do things like that, you know. And then when allegations, you know, they say, "Oh, fuck, man, we got to get this guy out of town. We'll move him somewhere else," you know. And it's been shown all the way up to as high as the Pope that people have known about it. I mean, there's been sexual scandals at the fucking Vatican, you know. You know, I don't know. Catholic, Protestant, whatever, you know, it's, you know, when you hide child predators, you know, and help them avoid prosecution, you're just as guilty as they are, you know. I mean,
I will say like you said, they do have some great architecture.
Yeah.
Some of the churches are beautiful.
Oh yeah, the architecture. I was in Philadelphia one time. I was taking pictures of some of these cathedrals, and the glass, you know, the stained glass and the architecture. You know, they've been around for hundreds of years. Some of these churches, you know, but it's just what goes on inside. It's kind of creepy to me.
Yeah.
Blood sacrifices, and you know, we don't do blood sacrifices. Listen, every time you have fucking communion, man, you're drinking the blood of Christ. You know. Yeah. And you know, cannibalism, you know, the body of Christ, you know, it's like, doesn't it sound fucking creepy to you? You know, no, because I love Jesus. You know, it's like,
the wafer is supposed to turn into the actual flesh of Jesus, and
yeah,
all that stuff. Nonsense, man.
And people say, well, you know, you have to respect my religion. You have to respect my beliefs.
You know what?
No, I don't. I really don't. You know, I mean, like Country Girl, your wife. I mean, she comes out, she says she believes in this or that or whatever, and I'm cool with that. I got no problem. But you know, when people come out and start telling you that if you don't believe like them, right, that somehow God's going to kill you, or you're going to end up in some, you know, lake of eternal fire, and you know, your teeth will be gnashing forever, and all the pain will be just so, you know, unbearable, but it will never stop. You know, it's like, to me, that's kind of like extortion, you know, or, you know, like, I don't know, like the mafioso guy coming up going, you know, you got a nice business here, you know, it'd be really bad if something was to fuck it up, you know. I don't know, people like that, I just make fun of, you know, because I got really nothing to say to them, you know. Like I said, if you want to get up early on Sunday morning, you know, go to church and sit for an hour or two and listen to some guy talk, you know, and sing and, you know, do all sorts of, you know, rituals and stuff, yeah, that's fine, you know. But when you leave, you know, that's where, as far as I'm concerned, you know, when you're in public or something like that, that's where you leave that shit, you know. If you want to be a good Christian and not hurt people and be kind to people, you know, that's good. You know, but if you want to be a Christian and you want to be a dickhead to everybody in the fucking world that doesn't think like you, well, that's when people like me just make fun of you. And, you know, like Darwin's deity or G-Man or whatever fucking religious tard is out there that, you know, seems to think that You know, I'm destined for hell.
Yeah, I grew up a Southern Baptist, right?
I'll tell you one thing: them Southern Baptist ministers can do some good preaching, though, can't they?
Oh, they can preach and get the sweat going.
Yeah.
And they wake you up when you fall asleep.
Oh yeah.
I went to church Sunday morning, Sunday night, and Wednesday night until I was 18, and then I dropped the shit altogether.
Yeah.
It's just the same shit you're talking about. Of course, the preacher I had, he thought the Russians, the communist Soviet Union, he thought they were coming over here to invade us. So he would always these propaganda films.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know what the communists are doing to the Christians.
Right.
Yeah, bullshit. I mean, I would like to talk to that guy today and just ask him what he thinks about it now.
Yeah. Well, you know, God intervened, man. You know, and you know, I mean, it's, but you know, I don't know. Ooh, we got somebody else on camera here. Who's this? Lucid. Uh-oh.
Lucid, he's a good guy. Yeah.
Oh, he looks intimidating. He's got.
I'll tell you what, he knows a lot of stuff.
Oh no, I've seen him before. I just.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm trying to bait him a little bit, man. Mic up, dude. I'm just kidding. Don't hurt me.
I don't know if Lucid can get him or not, but he said he did.
I agree, country girl. That was very well said.
She kind of took 40 second, 40 what do you call it?
A sabbatical. 40-second sabbatical.
Yeah.
Sabbatical. That's right.
Well, we all have to go to the sabbatical sometime, you know.
Well, I just thought of it. The 40 wins. She took 40 wins.
Oh, that sabbatical was another word for the bathroom. You know, it's like, well, if you gotta go, you know, you gotta.
Yeah, I heard y'all a few minutes ago, and one thing is that I have guns around my house that a lot of people will say it's my God-given right, which I don't think so, but okay. But in regards to like any kind of major incidents like that, you know, same thing. Plane crashes, one person walks away. Thank God you survived.
Yeah.
Well, what does that mean? Fuck everybody else? But
apparently.
But aside from that, in the shooting instance specifically, it's like, I appreciate your sacrifice, but I don't need 3 of you today. You know? What the fuck is that? That's weird. The other thing is, I thought of this when I was really young, actually, but you didn't dare mention it back then. I understand probably why they actually did it, but thing is, are they, I mean, why don't they call it what it is? Christ's Mass. It's a Mass for Christ. That's what Christmas. And they call it Christmas. Well, the reason is that it can be, it's less controversial said that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it was developed as a Mass to celebrate supposedly Christ's birthday. Christ Mass. You know? A Mass for Christ. And it was really called Mass because it was fucking Catholic. They don't have regular services, they have Mass. So anyway, and it, you know, whatever. And you might as well move it back to September when it would have more likely been.
I heard it would more likely have been April, but I don't know. I don't think it actually happened, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you follow a lot of, from the historians that have reviewed it, what's his name? Price? I can't think of his first name now.
Robert
Price, yeah. Him as well as Bart Ehrman and a few of them generally think they offset it about 3 or 4 months in order to get it to land where it did where there was already a celebration. What the fuck? But nobody knows. If a person existed to begin with, we have no evidence. We have no evidence of it. We have no information about it outside of the Bible. That's not blatantly altered, but the
well, apparently you haven't watched enough YouTube if you don't think Jesus Christ ever existed.
Right? And the thing about it is I can't say he didn't, absolutely. So they want to hang on to a man existed way back in time. Sure. A lot of men existed way back in time. So what? They can't prove anything. They can't prove anything. You can't prove that anyone has ever,
right,
done magic or miracles or prophesized anything ever, other than magicians, which are like freaking honest, tricksters. Anyway,
somebody was talking to me one time. I was in a conversation about did the historical Jesus ever exist? And we're like, okay, yeah, maybe there was a guy named Jesus that was a carpenter that liked to talk to people, and he was a nice guy, and he gave good information or nice talks to or whatever, and maybe something built on like that or some shit, maybe something like that happened, maybe, or some shit. And urban legends grow, But when it comes to magic, that was the biggest thing with me, in becoming an atheist, was I just don't believe in magic. I don't believe in spirits, magic, none of that shit. I just don't believe it's true. I don't think it's true. A lot of it's too easily debunked,
Yeah.
Like the whole thing about, I was watching a documentary years ago about a guy who was explaining turning water into wine. What would actually have to take place?
Grow grapes.
Yeah, the grapes, the tannins, the oak barrel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or they probably didn't store in oak barrels back then, but just the whole chemical process, I guess you'd call it, of what would have literally had to take place at the snap of a finger. The fishes and loaves thing, whatever,
Yeah. It's the fastest fermentation you've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, that, or when we have livestock and you've got like corn and stuff like that in their trough and it rains really bad, and they eat it after it ferments, and you've got drunk pigs running around. But not that never happened to me. But
I constantly, in my everyday life, I also do. In fact, I did it today at where I work. Our regional manager was there, and which generally I'm not around them anyway. They're in the office doing their crap, whatever. But when I walked through there to do something close to the end of the day, they said something, and they said theoretically. I said, well, actually, it's hypothetical, so you can say hypothetically, but a theory is the highest level of a scientific model you can establish. So when everybody says in theory, they mean hypothetically. And of course, I some people get really annoyed by it when I do that, but that's what it is. So let's be a little more clear about it. But the thing is if someone came to me today and said, yesterday I was driving down a highway in the middle of nowhere and had a flat, and I prayed and it aired up and I drove home, I couldn't disprove them. I can't go back in time.
Some lady actually said that on Atheist Experience one time.
No shit. I'd never heard that.
Yeah.
Never heard that. One thing I do too at work every once in a while around people who know me, otherwise they'll think I'm stupid. They don't understand it. I always tell people, oh, why God? I mean, OYG, instead of OMG, instead of oh my God, OYG, oh, your God. And people who know me know what I mean. It's like OYG. Just to be a smartass.
You're just a trickster, aren't you?
Right.
I am so jealous of those headphones, man. Are they, what, neon? They light up?
Yeah, I have a halo.
Man, you do? Yeah, I see that. I am so fucking jealous. I need a pair of those, but I'm poor. So
He's either envious, either an envious halo or a horny one.
Right?
Hey. We've not talked about filthy stuff in here, Brother John.
Oh my God.
Bring it to you to bring it into the gutter.
I do find it weird, though, that, Yahweh can raise the dead, but he can't preserve any original manuscripts. I mean, God.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, man. Or like
God works in mysterious ways, guys. Don't you know that? He likes to send out signals and stuff. Who's echoing?
Probably me. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
You're just so loud, Patrick.
I know. I'm animated, I've been told.
Oh, you've been drinking.
I haven't been drinking. Well, I'm drinking coffee, but, I don't even have any weed right now, so I am like stone fucking sober. That sucks. Just saying.
Girl just adjusted my volume. I'm probably echoing because I don't have headphones on, so I lowered my speakers. So
okay.
I've never been able to figure out how to get a system to work without headphones because I always get the echo.
Well, it feels like we're in a stadium, with those echoing. Welcome to Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
And now for the visiting team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go, Sugar.
Thank you.
Can I shut the door because I'm cold?
Sure.
Yeah, you can shut the door. Go ahead. No problem.
Well, the door's shut now.
Well, it's kind of like I can understand where people, even today, who don't know better or anything, where we all have this internal dialogue with ourselves. And you can convince people that it's something else. And I think that's, pretty easy to do. I mean, a lot of magic tricks are based on some of that stuff. Assumptions we make kind of thing and whatever. And it has to do with the fact that we have sometimes, depending on the type of trick, it can have to do with your internal dialogue that will make you select one thing versus another, some weird stuff. In fact, people who do cold reading, take advantage of what triggers certain different thought processes in your internal dialogue that will make you think you came up with the idea to the answer, not them. That's only the ones that are really, really good, and unfortunately, a large percentage of them are con men, basically.
Oh yeah.
Then I can see someone thinking that the internal dialogue could be whatever they've been convinced it is, a god, or whatever. I can also see where people see things, sort of realize that we can't explain everything, sort of, and that therefore, they're regardless of or not really regardless, but irrespective of the way the world is that there had to be a creator. Therefore, you get to, at a minimum, deism. I can see how people will come to that, but none of it's provable to begin with. But besides that, it's an argument from ignorance. Because you don't know, you're going to assign it this value. As long as it doesn't affect others, I don't mind. Except that in certain situations, it will affect your thought process and your ability to, deal with the problems of the world and your relationships properly.
And then enter fundies.
Yep.
Same way. We were talking about that earlier. I don't really care what somebody believes and stuff. I don't care what they don't believe. It's none of my business. And I honestly don't care. But if somebody's going to share their opinion with me and tell me that somehow I'm a bad person or non-moral or immoral, or I go out and rob liquor stores every night, and, kill people because I have no moral fucking compass, I just tell them to eat a bag of shit, because they're idiots,
Yeah, I mean, it's just, we could not have survived to the point that we have if there wasn't some desire to maintain social order for us to get along. I mean, that's,
Well, it's like I tell people, the final straw when I finally just realized that I didn't believe anything was I was actually in a conversation one time with somebody, and I was defending the 10 Commandments being on a courthouse. And the guy says, okay, what are the first 4 commandments? Yeah. And I looked them up again and stuff. I kind of knew the first one, but remember the first one. But I looked at it, and the first 4 commandments have nothing to do with, laws, governing the lands. It's about, worshiping God and don't have any false gods before me and all that crap. It's got nothing to do with anything. And the fact that there's thou shalt not steal and thou shalt not fucking kill, sure, that's a good fucking, thing, but, people should actually know that anyway. Don't steal other people's shit because they're going to steal your shit. Don't kill people because it's not a good thing to do. I mean, you have to get along with people, but that whole morality thing is what really bugs the shit out of me, because it does because when people say, you can have no morality without God, like I've got that fucking thing on my hard drive of, what's his name? That bald fucker that does that game show. What's that fucker? That she got headphones on. Anyway, that was telling people that I don't know. If I see an atheist, like where do they get their moral compass from? He's on the other fucking channel? Steve Harvey. That's his fucking name. Yeah, it's like this is a guy who's been caught cheating on his wife, shit like that, but there's a moral compass that I'm somehow fucking missing because, people like that just piss me off, because they're assholes.
It got me, a lot of that crap, I mean, I can't assume what's in someone's head, so
right.
I don't.
Yeah.
If I'm interested, I'll ask.
Right.
And if they're liars, they're liars.
Yep.
If they're telling me the truth, then fine. But one thing weird about the 10 Commandments that I find the strangest. All these 10 Commandment signs started going up as a promotional advertisement. It was a promotional deal when the movie Ten Commandments came out.
Okay.
It was a marketing thing. You know, the old one, who the hell was in that?
Charlton Heston.
Yeah, Charlton Heston, yeah. Yeah, when that thing came out, it was a promotional. The other thing is, here in Texas, we
used to have to watch that when I was a kid. It's a long fucking movie, man.
Yeah, long and fucking boring. But yeah.
Yeah.
Here in Texas, they have 10 Commandments on the Capitol grounds, and it was basically when the Supreme Court made their decision years ago. In some states, it was taken down. In Texas, it was left up because it says it's been there long enough to be tradition. Well, it was put up as a promo for the goddamn movie. So anyway, the other thing is there's 11 commandments on it.
Right.
I don't remember exactly what they are. But the reason but it doesn't list. Okay, it says 10 commandments on top, but it lists 11. But it lists 11.
Right. I remember that when I went to.
Yeah, but they don't number each one. That way, nobody notices. The reason that it has 11 was to accommodate the Catholics. That's why it has 11, to make sure they're covering all the general Christianity groups that they wanted in there. They got 11 in it.
That came out of the
and I don't remember
Council of Nicaea. Sorry.
No, it's just it was just the way they decided to make the monument. They include the 10 that most people are most familiar with.
Right.
I don't remember. I don't even remember if they put them in order. I'd have to look up a picture of the damn thing now. But they added one more that most people would accept, but is also to appease the Catholics.
What? Don't masturbate?
Probably. It's don't masturbate too often.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just that hair on your palm will.
Yeah. But the but the thing about it is even in the Bible, the 10 Commandments, it's kind of a weird story in that the 10 Commandments that everybody cites, the first chapter actually does contain 11 though, but the 10 that everybody refers to is the wrong 10, because those are the tablets that he broke. So what I'm curious about when people, because he had to go back and get another copy, right? The next copy don't match the first copy, which is weird. Like, the weirdest one is, don't boil a goat in its mother's milk.
Well, those are words to live by, though.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. But the thing about it is if he broke the first tablets out of anger, that people started worshiping a frickin' golden cow or whatever idols basically. How did they know what to write down? He broke the first set of tablets and went back.
God guided their hands.
So anyway, none of that. There are actually 3 sets of 10 Commandments, and I can't remember the reference to the other set. None of the 3 sets match identically, but the ones that are only ones that are ever referred to as the commandments, where it says the commandments, it lists. One of them is, don't boil a baby goat in its mother's milk, which is like, who would have even thought that shit? But.
Well, back then, they were probably 2 chromosomes away from like eating their young anyway. So they kind of had to have, somebody go, look, man, we like baby goats. Okay, baby goat meat is good, but don't boil it in milk because it tastes like shit.
I mean, you can understand. There are certain things you can understand, like the thing about not eating pork. What it should have been is cook all your meat thoroughly.
Right. Like your mom did back when he used to get those fucking hard as fucking shit fucking pork chops. And we don't want you kids to die, so we're going to burn the pork.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the whole thing about, you know, clean animals and stuff, you know, I kind of got that, you know, because pigs or, you know, swine, you know, were, a lot of people would, you know, just feed them whatever, and they're probably disease-ridden animals, stuff like that, you know, but the whole thing about, you know, yeah, if God would just said, you know, yeah, make sure you cook the pork all the way through, you know, you can't have, you know, rare pork isn't like rare beef, you know. But yeah, I mean, people now that like have these diets that are, you know, kosher diets or whatever, you know, it's like, fuck, you know, I mean, I remember when I lived in Baltimore, the rabbi that blessed the Pepsi plant in Baltimore, right, got $35,000 by just standing there and watching them clean the equipment and I guess blessing it, and you know, so they could put, you know, kosher on it for a month, you know. I used to deliver dairy products out of Pikesville, Maryland, and it's very Jewish. It's very Jewish, right? Very Hasidic, you know, the long locks and the little ropes off the pants with the knots on them and shit. And we would go to a lot of these grocery stores, and all of our like sour cream and yogurt and stuff had to be kosher for Passover. But that time of the year, we had a hard time selling the same merchandise to other stores because people thought we'd put stuff in it to make it kosher. It's like, no, just the fucking rabbi has to bless it. That's the only. We had to have we had these brochures every fucking year. I worked for this company for 4 years, right? Every year around Passover, we had to, you know, send out these literature explaining, you know, they have it available to customers, saying that, you know, nothing is actually added into the fucking food. It's just a religious thing and stuff like that. And my commission checks would be just lower than shit on during Passover month. But the whole thing about, you know, what you can and can't eat, you know, it's a sin, you know, or some shit. God doesn't want you to do this, you know. It's like, why would he really give a shit, you know? I mean, you know, so you like, you know, pork, you know, you like bacon, you like, you know, seafood, you know. Of course, I do think it's an abomination to kill crustaceans. That's just me at Secular Lobster Ministries. But you know, I've never I have just always thought that was just fucking crazy. You know, I worked in a kosher kitchen for a week, right, for this company that did parties, and it took me 2 days. Right, I only worked there for a week. It was so weird, but crossing certain lines with certain utensils, you know, not washing your hands before you go from the. I mean, I understand cross contamination and stuff, but kind of like ritualistic things you can't do, or you can do, or you have to do before you go from this station to this station, and this can't be placed next to this because somehow it's not kosher that way or some shit, you know. It's like, fuck, just make the goddamn food, man.
Yeah. The thing about it is that if there's a God and he gives a shit about us, and why would he make so much of the food that we eat toxic to us without special treatment? Okay, like the thing about certain seafood does have a problem that you can get gout from it and stuff like that. If you're someone who's likely to get gout.
All right.
Well, why did he? If he gives a shit about us, why did he make it that way? Instead of making it and telling us not to eat it. Why did he make pigs carry? There's a worm that only pigs carry, and there's a bacteria that only pigs carry, which is why people die from eating, you know, pork that's not cooked right. Between those two things,
God's just trying to teach you a lesson.
Yeah. So, you know, no, why would he make bacon taste so good and then tell us not to eat it?
You know, you got me there. You know, I mean, there's a an argument for atheism right there. You know, I mean,
Yeah. And there, I can't remember who it was or where I heard it now, but in New Mexico, there was a thing where if 3 people or more get together, they can start a church that's recognized by the state. Now, the federal government won't recognize it, but still. Of course, you get no benefits from it. You just get to have your own little private club and call it a church. So I don't remember how many people it was got together and actually started the Church of Bacon. I don't know if it still exists. They had a website at one time.
Yeah, they still have the website.
Yeah.
It's not the most active thing in the world. I think it's more of a merchandise. You can get a certificate, you can get a T-shirt and stuff like that. But you know, they've got like all sorts of you know, shit coming up now. You know, with that religious freedom.
Yeah, yeah. But I thought it was pretty good, Church of Bacon. Why not?
Yeah, I would definitely take communion there. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you know, beer goes good with bacon. You know.
Yeah. Why not?
Most things do go good with bacon. No, I just I just shake my head at this point in my life about people that I mean, otherwise smart people that I've met that have some of the strangest fucking, you know, thoughts about morality and religion and God and, you know, what's this and that and shit. And I mean, some of these people are college educated, not from Bible college, but, you know, and they just believe some really weird shit, you know. I've never been the biggest skeptic in my life. I didn't really know what a skeptic was. I thought skeptics were just people that, you know, wanted to like make waves and stuff, and, you know. But you know, I don't know any more. I'm kind of completely. I mean, I'm not a skeptic because I just plain and simply don't believe that shit. You know, like I said, urban legends and stuff, you know, that got popular, you know. Where'd Country Girl go? She's probably taking one of those 40-second naps.
She's right here, baby.
Well, it's about time you come back. We need some class in here.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. But
Class.
so, what have you thought? What have you thought about this conversation we've been having? Have we blasphemed the Lord enough for you?
It's all right with me.
Yeah, okay. I just want to let you know I didn't want to offend you in any way, shape, or form. You know,
I told you would not offend me.
I know.
Never. If you read my little thing at the bottom, I said that everybody was welcome.
I know. I was just funning with you.
Okay, you can pull my leg. I
Okay.
kind of liked it.
Okay, that's all I was trying to do. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, you're welcome to come back in here anytime you want to.
Well, thank you so much. I think I might.
Well, I hope you do.
Yeah, I'll try to get my wife in here sometime. You know, she's got issues, you know, and stuff. And
Well, I understand that because whenever I first started doing the Hangouts, I had listened for over a year.
yeah,
Then when I joined, I'd go in a room and I would like hold up a space and not
Right.
say,
yeah. You know, well, I got kind of thrown into the Google Hangout thing a long time ago, quite on accident, because I made a video about Rand Campbell. I don't know if you know who he is, but anyway,
yeah.
I got really hammered one night and did this video, and I remembered part of what I did. That's one reason why I don't drink too much anymore. But apparently, in trying to get a point across. He's always talking about. He's one of those people that talk about. It's. He can't wait till he goes to meet the Lord type crap, and everything. And so basically in my drunken stupor, I told him to just grab his kids and go in the living room and kill themselves and they could be with the Lord. And some people took that the wrong way, like I was telling him to go kill himself and everything. And I got a whole bunch of shit, right? And next thing I know, I was on about 5 different fucking hangouts.
Oh my God.
Explaining to people that, yeah, I was drunk. I really don't want the man to go fucking kill himself and shit like that. And then I'll say that's how I ended up. That's how I'm in some of the circles that I'm in now, because of that shit about 5 years ago. Oh. But yeah, I was thrown right in the middle of the great debate community, and I don't debate because I just don't believe that shit. And
I don't either. See, I don't debate. I don't do it. I'm
right.
a philosopher.
Right.
I'm into that shit. I'm all about, let's just talk.
Right. Now, I'm not about philosophy because, as far as I'm concerned, when people go, they quote Plato or some philosopher or something, all they're doing is borrowing things. Your philosophy is your opinion, basically the way you live your life, whatever, But I did take enough psychology in college to fuck me up for the rest of my life. Especially that Freud stuff. I don't believe I've ever played with my poop, but anyway. But no, I don't get into philosophies. I'll watch some of these hangouts when they're talking about, creationism versus this or that and stuff. And like I said before, when somebody asks you a question, and if the first thing out of your mouth is, well, in the scriptures it says, or as a Christian I believe, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, you have no credibility, because that's just, that's not a good way to. If you're in a Christian debate, or a Christian room, and you want to talk about the Bible or talk about Jesus or something like that, sure, but when you're trying to debate somebody and you can use made up bullshit, right, to make your claim, things that are unprovable, unless you believe the Bible is true, that's not a debate. It's a shit show. Even people that are well versed in fucking the Bible that are atheists that do debating, they're not converting anybody. They're very seldom. I mean, sometimes sure, there are people on the internet that used to be theists or Christians that aren't anymore. There's people that used to be atheists that are now Christians, and but when they just sit there and explain that the Bible says this and the Bible says this and God said this. Like Mr. Headphones there, Lucid said, you can't prove any of that shit, and the Bible isn't proof, so it's not a debate, it's a shit show,
I guess it's a shit show because I am not into the debate or any of that shit. I just don't do it.
So why were you in the debate coliseum?
Because that's what my husband had been listening to.
Oh.
And I had got to know those people by voice just by hearing them talk.
Yeah.
So that's how I ended up in there. But as far as like debating anybody or doing anything like that, shit, I would have never been able to do that.
Yeah. Well, I had a guy, I was in Quiet Atheist hangout one night, and this guy, Cipro, or this black gentleman who wears a Cincinnati Reds hat. I've never seen his face, it's just his picture. He was going all this stuff about black Hebrew Israelites and, everything that I was ever taught was wrong because he knew the real truth and shit. And that turned into a complete fucking shouting fest and shit like that, because he was assuming a lot of things about me and stuff. And when I'd had enough, I just turned on the asshole switch and had some fun. And everybody was like, "Man, you were pissed off." I'm like, "No, I really wasn't, man." I said, "I was having fun." I said, "This shit doesn't piss me off. You know, I'll sit there and you start yelling, and in the inside, I'm laughing my ass off, you know, because I think it's funny." But yeah, the whole debate thing, you know. Of course, it isn't the same on the Google Hangouts thing without seeing those Nadia Hangouts all the time, though.
This is true.
Where's she at? She's taking a leave of absence, or?
She had taken a leave of absence. I think she had some type of internet issues, and so since all of that was going on, she's decided to try to better herself. So she's been working out and trying to get in shape and take
Not
better
end up back
care
in the
of her.
hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've seen some of those. I've seen that hangout when she was in the hospital. You know, I've seen the hangout where when she missed her flight because she had to have a hangout. I saw the hangout that she was in that burger joint, and she's a vegan. People were trying to send her fucking hamburgers. People were trying to find the restaurant she was at in New York, but there was like 6 of them, right, within a certain amount of area, and some people were, you know. But no, I mean, if she's finally gonna do something about her issues, you know, without chugging Diet Coke or Diet Mountain Dew or whatever the fuck, you know, by the 2-liter bottles, you know, yeah, and good for her. I mean,
well, I don't know if she's still doing that or not, but I know that she has been going to the gym.
Oh.
And she had posted in a like an email, like how much she had lost and what her BMI was and that kind of thing. So she's been working hard at it. So
well, I don't know. She needs to work on her speech patterns because I still have no idea what she says 99% of the time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, she's hoping that, I think whenever there's something that she's going to have done to her face.
Right.
And I think she is sort of hoping that whatever has caused her speech issue to be corrected as well.
Is it something that needs to be corrected, or is it just like she talks slow and audible?
Something happened to her years ago.
Oh, okay.
And it affected her speech, and I don't know that she was able to get things taken care of at that time. So when she joined the Hangouts, it was more so that she could practice talking than it was anything else.
Oh, okay.
And then I think it became a way to try to make money to live. And now I don't know if she'll be back or not. If she is, it'll be because she's in the hospital and has a way to have a connection.
Yeah, I first saw her, in fact, Brother John's hangout. And then she started doing her own hangouts under her own channel name. And then I was away for it for a while. And then when I came back, she'd started the debate thing. But in Brother John's one time, this guy was attacking her, so I deflected him sort of basically, and it was like bizarre. The guy was just frickin' nutcase. But whatever, you'll have that.
Yeah, her hangouts, they used to, they were worth watching for a little bit, because you never knew what the fuck was going to happen. or who was going to show up. You know, I mean, they got really crazy for a while. I mean, when people start making videos about your hangouts, you know, highlights and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah.
The only other person I know that happens to is Von Helton, you know.
Yeah,
I've been caught in that little web.
Yeah, but the Arctic Rim, dude, the Arctic Rim.
What's the Arctic Rim?
It's the end of the world, man. It's a flat Earth. The Arctic's not under us and under Earth. It's the edge of the Earth. They won't let you go past that.
Oh. They have like stop signs, I hope, you know, so they don't fall.
Yeah. He got
Well, I believe there was that dome over everything. There's water underneath and there's water above. You know, it's like he said it the other day. It's like a snow globe, right? And I'm like, oh, we are retarded today, aren't we?
We're just living in a bubble in the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how do planes get from point A to point B?
How did what?
I tried to ask him that question, and he just kind of, you know, deflected it. But he was having a discussion about flat Earth, real serious, like, and everything. And at some point, I got where I could get in, kind of, and I was like, yeah, and the thing is, I don't get into like hardcore debate, like, hey, you know, I mean, I need to win. I don't give a fuck. I mean, it's about discussion and understanding
Exactly.
each other, sort of, and you know, different perspectives and whatever. And that way, it's sort of like colloquial philosophy, sort of, you know, like that.
Right.
That's my view of these discussions. Well, and anyway, so I got where I could ask him. I said, well, if you start in North America and you start flying a plane and you fly across South America and then you start coming up on the Arctic, where do you end up if you keep going? And he said, well, your instruments screw up, and then some government crap, and that was the end of it, and he went off to something. He didn't want to talk about it. He went off on someone else. What I was trying to get at the point was that if the Arctic is the rim on the edge of the Earth and you fly past it, does the Earth have a thickness? Will the gravitational pull of the Earth allow you to fly on the edge of it? You know, like it's a big flat disk, and you fly and you go over the edge of it, and gravity still holds you to it. Well, then can you fly under it because gravity will pull you up to it?
Right.
How does this work is kind of, you know, but anyway, I couldn't get him to that point because he couldn't get past
And you never would.
Yeah. And the big problem with it that I have with that type stuff is we have flown planes over Antarctica and come up on the other side of the Earth. We've done it. Of course,
That's a lie from Satan.
Right. Yeah, you know what you're going to hear from that. So yeah. But anyway, I was trying to, you know, but he just wouldn't go there. So I was like, okay, whatever. But there's some odd discussions about it, though.
Well, when you've you know, watched as many YouTube videos and you know, investigated that many YouTube videos as him, you know, I mean, he would be the expert, you know.
Well, everything on YouTube's true, right?
Absolutely. I have never posted anything that was false on my page. I'll tell you that for sure, by golly. And I don't stand for anybody posting things like that, you know, because, you know, it's the internet, man. You're supposed to.
Who was that called it the interwebs?
I have.
One of the vice presidential, I think, guys years ago called it the interweb, and of course people have been doing it since. But
what was that?
I was thinking like, yeah, like
what was his name?
Doler?
Was that
Bush's?
Dole? No, not Bob Dole. The vice presidential that spelled potato wrong.
Oh, I can't remember his name now.
Yeah. That's how important he was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Bob Dole invented the internet, so.
Yeah.
Or not Bob Dole, but what's his name? He was Clinton's vice president. Al Gore, remember?
Gore. Yeah, Gore. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know that Dole did much of anything but hang out and like tug on coattails. But
yeah. So what part of Texas you live in?
South Central.
Houston, Dallas area, or?
Nah, closer to San Antonio.
Oh, okay.
Generally between San Antonio and Austin, more or less. I always try to live.
Oh.
I mean, I grew up in San Antonio, but I don't like the big city crap, so I tend to live in towns outside of San Antonio, the little towns around it.
Oh, yeah.
Just to try to stay away from some of the really hectic crap. Because when I was a kid growing up in San Antonio, it was small. I mean, I think it's approaching 2 million or something now, population. I don't 1.7, I think, or I don't know. It's when I was a kid, it was under 500,000. It was like,
yeah,
and it's really, really spread out. So that was fine, but not anymore.
Yeah, a lot of things out west are spread out.
Yeah.
I lived in Oregon. Everything's spread out there. It takes an hour to get anywhere.
Yeah.
Where I live now, you can get anywhere in this state in under an hour. If the traffic's good.
Yeah, that's one of the things I tell people.
The state's only 43 miles long and 32 miles wide.
Yeah, I've talked to people that, like, you know, on the East Coast and stuff a lot, and it's like some of them actually, like, I haven't been out of the state of Texas since like 83, I think, or something like that.
Wow.
And it's like, you know, it's like they're like, you haven't even left the state. It's like, you know how long it takes to get out of Texas? It's like, go out to the East Coast and you drive through 3 states, and you might be making it from where I am to the edge of Texas.
Yeah.
Freaking long goddamn drive, man.
I remember being on a highway in Texas one time for, 4 hours, 3 hours, some shit like that, and there was nothing in fucking sight except for a Last Chance liquor store. Drive-through liquor store where you buy fucking liquor and they would give you fucking cups, ice, and fucking shit to put in it.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore, but there's still places, drive-through liquor stores out in the small towns out in the boonies.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a drive-through convenience store. You know what I mean? Basically.
Right.
That type of thing. But yeah, there's still a few around.
Gotta love. I don't feel like getting out of the car.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just remember we pulled into one time, and we were getting a couple bottles and shit, and the guy was handing us cups and ice, and then he asked us and then he gave us a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi or Coke or some shit like that, right? Oh. And guy says, every time I drive by here, I stop here because they give you cups and ice and everything. Drinking and driving. That was before it was like a felony, you know, to drink and drive. Back, you know, when some people actually had to be drunk to go home, you know. I mean,
yeah.
I've been in that situation. I'm not drunk enough to go home.
Hey, Lucid.
Yep.
My little precious angel, kitten bunny.
Oh, God, what does she want?
I know, right?
Yeah.
Lucid, I have given you mods. I have got to go to the store and get some cigarettes. Notice I said it is a have to situation.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. So you guys better be here when I
Oh
get.
man, you need smokes. You know.
Yeah, got to have.
Yeah.
man.
Good luck. I mean,
Yep.
yeah. I mean,
Somebody got to do
that's
it.
a thing. Yeah.
So you guys be here when I get back.
Well, how long are you gonna be?
Well, I ain't gonna be gone till midnight.
Don't get. Geez, getting all defensive. I just asked some question. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour. You know.
Maybe about 15 minutes. Just.
Okay. I'm cooling my jets. I was just asking. Come
I
on.
was gonna say, you don't act like you got somewhere to go.
Actually, I have nowhere to go. They won't let me out today.
Uh,
Well,
It's not the fourth Friday yet. They let me go to the store on the fourth Friday every month to ride the pony out in front of the grocery store. Remember when that was a thing? You know?
Oh yeah. There's actually my daughter, her mom's blonde, and so she ended up blonde, and I was when I was really young. But anyway, so my daughter loves blonde jokes. So
don't we all?
So there's a couple of good ones. One of the simplest ones is, what do you call a brunette standing between two blondes?
What?
A translator.
Luck. Oh, okay.
There's another one where it's just kind of a little story where this blonde chick, she always wanted to ride a horse, never got a chance, and finally she got a chance to ride a horse. She's like, cool, get on the horse. She's riding the horse, going on. She's just really excited. She's going, and the horse starts going faster, and she's like, freaking it's too fast for her, and she starts to fall off, and she's hanging around the horse's neck, and her head's hitting the ground and everything, and the guy at Walmart walked up and unplugged it.
I don't know. I just remember getting on it when I was a kid, finally getting a chance to get on one of those because my mother was like, it's just a piece of crap and everything, and I had a nickel, finally got to put it in the machine, sat on it, and the whole thing goes boom, 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 boom. It's like, well, that was fun,
Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of
and then
stuff
people
like
started fucking them up and everything.
Yeah, there are.
Or one time, some guy stole one of those. It was like a, there's like little 4 miniature horsey things on this thing, and the place put it up there, trying to be a little nostalgic, and it was up for like 2 weeks, and somebody fucking stole it. It's like, the fuck are you gonna do with that?
Yeah.
People will steal anything.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I got in trouble when I was a kid for, well, technically, I was 17 years old, so I could be prosecuted as an adult, and they did, but they reduced it to a misdemeanor.
Did you cry?
Oh, gross.
And if you would have cried, you probably got a lesser sentence too. I'm sorry, Judge. I'm a little retarded. I can't help it.
Hey, hang on just a minute.
Okay.
So quiet here. What's up? Oh, Latrell has to do that. Latrell, you there? She must be busy with other things. Oh, shit.
Yeah, she had run get cigarettes. It was important. God damn it.
Do you have mods, Lucid?
Huh?
You have mods?
Yeah, she just gave me mods when she took off, but I don't recognize people because I'm really old as dirt.
Oh, I think Prepper is good, I think. I think I've had him on before.
Wait.
He says he's gonna go to the woods. What the hell? What are you gonna go do in the woods? See, I mute him, see what he says.
Yeah, just find out. Oh, okay, let me find it. What happened? Oh, what the hell? Wrong one. Damn it. I hate it when that happens.
It's a learning curve.
Try that one and see if that one does.
Hey, with Hillary winning, you know, you may have to go to the woods.
Yep, just might.
Yep.
Yeah, when I first got home and got online, I saw there was a broadcast of some Trump event, and there, and in the chat on the side, the chat running by was just like freaking hauling ass, and but it's all like, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of BS in the chat on the side of something like that, but it was an awful lot of people just like, you know, chest pounding, like, you know, go Trump, you demand, you know, stupid shit.
Isn't Hillary like against guns? I've heard that before.
Well, yeah, I mean, none of these people can you tell if they are personally, because it's a party line kind of deal. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Prepper.
unmute yourself, Prepper. You are unmuted. Yeah. You are broadcasted. You can talk.
Yeah. Just got on mute.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. What's up, dudes?
Hey.
But we're talking about the inevitable Hillary win and how she may take away the guns. At least that's what I've been told.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of guys like me who will do everything to let it not, like, we'll just hide all our guns under our beds and in our closets and out back. We'll dig them. You know what I mean? I don't think they can take our guns.
Yeah. The thing is, I was trying to extract. My brother owns a gun store. I tried to explain to him, not that much will change even if they pass any legislation at all. It really doesn't make it as big a difference as it seems, because the fact of the matter is the people that got them are not. I mean, Obama was the best promoter of gun sales in America in a really long time. In a really long time. As well as Dianne Feinstein is an idiot, and I wish she would stop her crap. But the fact of the matter is, she has, as a result of being such an idiot, gun sales went through the roof.
Yeah, so, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if she had stock in Smith & Wesson, Colt, Ruger.
Yeah, I had to explain that to some people in the gun community that you don't understand. It may be that Obama's intent when he did his anti-gun talk early on was to stimulate the gun industry. You don't know.
It may have been, yeah. We don't know. You're right.
Yeah, you can't assume. You can't know what's in someone else's mind. You can't, assume someone else's motives. So when they do that kind of stuff, it might not be for the reason you think.
Yep.
I think Obama's genuine about that, actually, about regulating guns more. I don't think it's double, because I have seen him genuinely be distressed, because I think that there were several cases where people were gunned down, and he was like, he looked genuinely distressed, because each time he had to like step up to the podium, and each time he stepped up to the podium to talk about whatever massacre was going on, progressively he seemed more troubled. Progressively he seemed more upset.
Yeah, and there was that one time where it was right after one of the events. They tried to pass some legislation in Congress, turned it down, and he came on with sort of a sob story about how bad, like how ashamed he was.
Yeah, like they let him down, kind of thing. Yeah. The thing about it is, though, is there are certain types. It's kind of like a lot of people don't realize in 1968 which is, I can't remember, it was the crime bill. I forget what they call it. It was gun legislation, which resulted from the JFK and Martin Luther King. It took, but finally by 68 they got that crime bill through, which was gun regulation. Before that, you could order almost just about any weapon through Sears and Roebuck, and they would mail it to your door. That's 1968. Yeah. Well, the thing is, that was backed by the NRA.
The law.
Yeah, they promoted. It's like, yeah, we're for gun safety.
I see. And sorry, what was the law stipulation?
Well, that's everything that it eventually changed to where basically where you do background checks and all that kind of crap. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Which nowadays we end up with the NICS background check system.
Yeah. You know what, Isaiah? I sort of like those things. Every time I buy a gun, I have to fill out the DROS. I have to answer those questions. You have to, here in California, you actually have to have a handgun safety certificate. And I don't hate that, because it means someone has to have a brain, because you got to answer this 30-question test, and rarely does it fail. I used to work at a gun store, but some people fail it. And there were some people that walk into that store that I really want with a gun, but I don't know if that's for me to determine. I kind of feel like people should be able to possess what they want.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. It's just like my brother has a gun store. We don't have anything extensive like that in Texas. Basically, if you go in a gun store and you can pass the national background check, then you can buy a gun. Yeah. But the let's see this. Oh, he's from the other day, right?
Hey, you know what? You really do got to moderate these things. Yesterday, I got hacked up and down, left and right. They took over my stream. It's fucking scumbags, dude. I got hacked yesterday. They took over my live stream. I got kicked out. I couldn't even stop it. They hijacked my live stream.
How do they do? I don't know how they do that.
I don't know, man. But I tried to contact Google, but they don't have phone numbers. You have to post, the best you can do is post something, or you can do like report it. But yeah, man, it wasn't easy. Yeah. I'm gonna do that right now because that pissed me off, man.
He dropped out. I was gonna open his profile and look real quick, because I think he was in here the other day when I was talking to him. But I'm old, so I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean my live stream post was no more idiots. Live stream, hangout, open hangout. I posted the link. Anybody could join.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of talking actually a good Christian buddy of mine came on and we were talking, but the point of it was just to talk about dumb people and how it pisses me off. It was a rant stream.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe you call that karma. I get it. I mean, I've done some I've never been like a troll, but you got to see like prank calls. That's kind of a troll, right? Everybody loves a good prank call.
I can't.
Yeah. So you guys both feel, Palm, that Hillary's gonna probably take it.
She's gonna probably try to take away. I think it's the more automatic ones. I think she try to get those banned.
I mean,
or semi-automatic or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The same thing they had before, basically.
Yeah, sorry, I meant, did you think Hillary was going to take the election, the victory?
Oh no, yeah, it's a short, yeah. I mean, I already knew she wasn't gonna win, like way before any of this was even decided. But yeah, she's basically a shoo-in. There's no way anyone can beat her.
Yeah. But to answer your other question about automatic weapons, yeah, I mean, surely they would like to ban semi-automatics. That would be very extreme, though, to ban semi-automatics.
But what's the difference between a semi and a fully auto? I mean,
yeah, a semi-auto means you pull the trigger each time and it fires a shot. If you hold down the trigger, it doesn't do anything. It just fires one shot, and then you have to release and pull it again per shot.
Right.
Automatic means you hold down the trigger and it'll continue firing.
But I would say that.
Yeah. Well, sorry. Let me. When you said that, I was going to talk about the fact that actually in the United States of America, there's two specific times where they actually banned automatic weapons from being produced. You can still own them, but they have to be registered as a machine gun. But literally no one is allowed to produce them at all anymore. So that happened in 1986, and then before that in 1934 there was a similar one. So
1934 you had to get a $200 tax stamp. The price has never gone up on the tax stamp, but you can spend 6 months to a year waiting. They do an extensive background check and all this crap, and anywhere you transport the gun, the paperwork for it has to go with it and all this. And it's really strict. But the 1986 thing is when any fully automatic weapon manufactured after 1986 cannot be sold to the public. It's military use only. So basically, it was intended to eventually dry up the supply over time.
Which it did.
Yeah.
But they're still out there. They're still out there, though.
That's why something is horribly inaccurate as like a Tommy gun, the Thompson submachine gun, which is not that great. But that's why you can find people selling them for 40 grand.
Yeah, man, and also because that gun right there is so iconic. I mean, Al Capone, all those mafiosos busting into a speakeasy and just lighting the place up with the Tommy gun. That was like the 30s when that was around that time when they banned the machine guns. I think that's what probably led to prompting that, actually.
Yeah,
all the mafiosos in America.
Yeah, all that happened is the St. Valentine's Day massacre was like the tipping point of that. Which I can't remember how many. I mean, it was like, I know it was less than 20 people one group of mobsters invited to meet another group of mobsters somewhere, and basically they went in there, you know, dressed up as cops. So the guys put their hands against the wall and they just killed them all, killed the competition. That's all it was, you know. But
that's hardly a massacre in today's terms.
Nah, I mean, you know, you pretty much got to down a 747 to really do that. But the and then of course we had gone through the all the crime of the Prohibition and Bonnie and Clyde Day type things, some radicals, and basically they just said screw it, you know. I mean, you know, no more. But you know, they knew that they couldn't really completely stop it, so they did the tax stamp thing, which is exactly the same. It's the same thing as they did to marijuana when they first outlawed marijuana.
Right.
It's legal. You just need a tax stamp that they would not issue.
Right, which is kind of similar. Like what I was going to say is, all right. So 34 was the year. Who was the president? Was it the elder Roosevelt?
I don't remember. I've looked all that crap up before. But
1934 president. FDR still at that time? Let me see, man. My point was that what was going on in the world climate in 1934? Obviously, we know that it was in the cusp of World War II, right before shit hit the fan, pretty much in the world.
Well,
1934.
The biggest, one of the bigger things is Prohibition.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look at World War II. I mean, you had.
Yeah, but we weren't involved.
The world was at war.
We weren't in the war until 41.
Right, around that time. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, this was the time leading up to World War II, and when what I was kind of hinting at is Hitler was, I believe, you know, establishing his reign in this era, at least in this time period, and he, I believe, Nazi Germany took all the guns away from everybody.
Yeah,
and here you have America outlawing so what was the 34 one? Was it like a turn in your machine guns, or?
Well, no, I mean, you didn't have. I don't know basically, if you already had it, you could keep it, provided you got the $200 tax stamp. I mean, you had, which means basically all fully automatic weapons ended up being registered with the federal government.
Okay.
They also made it to where you have to have special paperwork to own a sawed-off shotgun or short barrel rifle.
Interesting.
You know, and a suppressor, which the legal term for is silencer, which is deceiving. But anyway, all those came out of 1934 stuff. Then in '68, that's when they did the thing where you have to register. Well, you don't register. You had to get a background check, and that was the big argument after we had seen what happened in Hitler's time, where you had to register your hunting rifle, your shotgun for bird hunting, whatever. Anything you owned, you had to register. Well, that's how. And once they were all registered, you just went to the people that you didn't want to have them and took them away. That's the way Hitler did it. That's why America always fights against. And he's not the only one. I mean, the same thing happened in England at one time. They had a right to keep and bear arms, but those that were in power and had people who they didn't want to have them would just send their thugs down there to get them. Well, so that's a big thing. Why we don't want a national registry registering every firearm we own, because we know that that's the argument anyway. Because historically, when things don't, start going wrong, with like taken over by a tyrannical government, or your existing one become tyrannical, or whatever, anything like that, they already know who has the guns, so they should go take them.
You know what's interesting is that law supposedly outlawed silencers,
Yeah.
Yet it was made in 1934. I just pulled up some images of guns available in 1934.
Yeah.
And I didn't know they had silencers in 1934.
Oh yeah, people have been trying to do that stuff forever. I mean, and basically, it's kind of like the majority of our technology we've come up with came out of war. NASA came out of the Cold War. You know what I mean? Which is why we got all these, you know, fancy gadgets we got to, you know, and everything.
Dude, what game is that, Pong?
3.
Sorry? What is it?
Mafia 3.
Something 3. Couldn't make out what you said. Looks like a cool war game, though.
Mafia.
Ah, Mafia. You got me in the mood to launch a game. I think I will right now. Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't want to turn in my guns. I like having them for protection.
The big thing that I argued about, I mean, when it came up and stuff, is it's not about. I mean, it's not directly about a particular weapon. It's about the right. We know any right that's ever been forfeited has never been regained. You know, and it's more about, because once you start giving up rights, where do you stop? That's basically, to me, that's the more significant part of it. It's not the gun itself.
Yeah.
Now, one of the bigger issues that this comes up all the time about, you know, like the police shootout in that old Hollywood shootout. They made a movie about later or whatever, which is crap. But anyway, the
movie.
It was called 44, I think.
Are you talking about the movie with Robert De Niro and Al Pacino?
No,
44 Minutes. Yeah, about the Hollywood shootout.
Yeah, the Hollywood shootout. Yeah.
I saw that.
If you've seen video of the real thing, there's no comparison. These movies bullshit. But they tried. But the thing about it is the guys had for the time period, the guys had on body armor, the best body armor. They custom fitted it to themselves, and you know, all this stuff. And but anyway, that was like one of the really big shootout deals. Is the fact that cops didn't carry anything stronger than, you know, a 12 gauge, you know, with buckshot and frickin' 38 special handgun, or a 45, you know, 1911. That was standard.
Well, yeah, that North Hollywood shootout, you know, they showed up. The officers had, like you said, they had shotguns, 12 gauges. They had 9mm Berettas, and then the SWAT team, who was like working out or something, got dispatched, and it wasn't until they showed up, probably 40 minutes into it, and they showed up with their M16, you know, semi-autos, and or maybe they were full autos, I don't know, but yeah,
the first big guns get on store. Well, a couple of things happened during that. They went to the cops actually went to a gun store and said, "We need weapons."
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And then, because we didn't have the efficient SWAT teams like we did today, but the other thing they did is they commandeered an armored vehicle to be able to drive in there and pick up the injured people. When it, you know, I mean, because they didn't own anything armored. So
yeah, man. I mean, those guys had full auto AKs, and they had like some other crazy shit like Galils or something, or like I don't even know. But yeah, dude, you don't show up to that with a Beretta 9mm, or I mean a 12 gauge maybe. But
what got me, and I know it's hard, but I mean for people who haven't shot a gun and they watch movies, they think it's easy, but you know,
Huh.
A 9mm Beretta's actually a decent gun. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's a great gun. I
but
have 2 of them. I love
yeah,
it.
yeah, they're a little heavy. It's not like you're gonna carry this thing on a daily basis for concealment, but
Yeah.
they're good guns. But the thing is, when you get 50 yards away from a target, and you're excited, and you're being fired at, so you can't just calmly, you know, brace yourself and take accurate aim. It's really hard to hit something with one of those that far away. It's hard enough at the shooting range where you can be calm and prepared for it, but under fire, it's pretty damn hard, you know. And but had somebody, you know, started. I mean, it's generally speaking, you take body shots anyway, which they were doing, but it not enough effect because they had body armor. So the thing would have been to try to take headshots, but that's really freaking hard with a 9mm at the kind of ranges they were shooting at. So you need long guns, and back then the cops didn't really carry decent long guns with them. Just anything high enough velocity to, you know, get a good decent shot at 50 yards. But anyway, the thing is, that shootout happened, and I don't remember what else. There was other things politically and everything, where they started, you know, getting back into laws, and we ended up with the 1994 assault weapons ban. For it was only agreed upon because it was a 10-year thing. And as it turned out, gun crime did not go down during that time because, like the FBI knew from day one, most crimes with gun are done with handguns. It's the rare instances where someone actually uses a rifle for a crime. The handgun's weapon of choice. But I do wish we would increase the quality of. I mean, and I don't know how you change the method with it. It's a fine line to not invading people's privacy and causing problems, and being able to help those that are mentally ill before it gets that bad.
Yeah, sorry about that. Got disconnected.
Hey, Lost Soul, I'm glad you came to visit tonight.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. You a little more relaxed tonight?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good. I'm glad you came back. How are you, Prepper?
I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Yes, likewise.
Yeah, for a minute there, I could still hear the stream running background some more.
What could you hear?
No, I heard the YouTube stream running a minute ago.
Oh.
In the back, I could hear it in the background somewhere.
Yeah.
I always have to remember to mute that before I get in here. I usually do, but not always.
I do the same thing. As a matter of fact, I did it today.
Yeah, I haven't seen any results that would indicate specifically that Hillary's, more likely to win. But I don't exactly pay attention to news. I get disgusted by news, so I don't watch it.
Trump's not actually running anymore.
It's just clown show.
No, he's a puppet of Roger Ailes. They're preparing a new media network to get back at Fox for kicking Ailes out. It's going to be Trump TV.
Hey, Trump doesn't actually give a damn as long as he can stamp his name on it.
Well, they've got a multi-billion-dollar market there that they're taking over a huge slice of the crazy part of the Republican Party, the base, the Tea Party base.
Yeah, here in Texas, I talked to quite a few people, and because Cruz is representative from Texas, I'd ask them. I said, two people I was curious about if people would consider. One, I'd ask them if they'd consider Ted Cruz had he been on, run the ticket. And they're like, hell no. Not a single person I talked to would have gone for Cruz. And
no, his
then,
mother wouldn't even vote for him.
Yeah, then the other one I asked was Carson. And all of them said the same thing. If he was on the ticket, no way I'd vote that ticket. But if you look across the board, I saw one of the earlier Republican debates between just,
primary?
Yeah. And I don't know if there was a reasonable person on the stage at all.
No, they haven't had a reasonable person for about 15, 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know how you expect to, sure, you can rile up some radicals, but how are you going to get the average person on the street to even consider you if you're just, going for the radicals? For the extreme of the extreme.
Well, that started with Nixon.
Oh, yeah. He helped.
That was the Southern strategy. The Republicans in the 50s were more conservative. My parents were Republicans, more conservative and affluent mix. And the Southerners were all Democrats at that point, since the Civil War. And then Nixon said, how can I expand the Republican voting base? And they said, well, we can get all these Southern Democrats. They're not real Democrats. We can split the Northern working union-oriented Democrats and liberals away from the Southern redneck Democrats. And they did it for racism.
Yeah, because I mean, the big. I remember when I was pretty young when Nixon first ran, but I vaguely remember it, and then as it progressed, I remember, and things seemed more normal back then. I guess more.
We were in the middle of the Vietnam War. There was
protests
I know, across the country.
Well, I know the world had problems. I'm not talking about the world. I'm talking about the way politicians.
Politics, yeah.
Yeah, they acted. That doesn't mean they were, but they acted more professional, sort of.
Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
The difference now is, if someone pulled a Watergate today, nobody would even think twice about it. It's like, shit, they do that all the time.
That changed. It changed with Clinton. When the Republican, there was a generational change at that point. Bob Dole was still left as the last man standing of the old guys, and they just hated Clinton so much, and the Tea Party came in then, and they spent all that next 8 years just attacking Clinton, and politics became disgusting at that point.
Yeah, and the thing is, having remembered Nixon, the I would never would have guessed that he would have created a DEA, which is
EPA.
yeah, and the EPA. The EPA does some good things, but it also does some really bad things that most people don't understand how they work. And also he changed the Food Health Administration to the Food and Drug Administration.
Right.
To me, these are three. The EPA has some good traits. The other two, I don't think they have hardly any good traits. I mean, the Food Health Administration was fine. They didn't have to make it the Food and Drug Administration. You know what I mean?
Well, Nixon would be considered a socialist today by the Republicans.
Oh yeah, nowadays, yeah. But thing is, I mean, you know, the devastation of the DEA is the worst. I mean, of the three things that he did.
Well, the war on drugs, but that was a political thing. Nixon, there was a scene back then when Nixon went out and spoke to a bunch of anti-war protesters, and he was like very uncomfortable, and it was a very strange moment. But he was the law and order guy, and that was the war on drugs, and it was also a war on black people as well.
Yeah,
it was a counter move against the Johnson administration's poverty programs and civil rights programs.
Yeah.
That was when, like, I guess they didn't have crack back then, but it was the prosecution, the enforcement, the penalties were all disproportionately in favor of white people and against black people.
Yeah, I talked to my grandmother one time. She passed away years ago, but I mean, she was born in 1912, so she didn't. So she grew up where she wouldn't talk openly about most things until she hit her 80s, and she kind of didn't give a shit anymore. Which is, anyway, the
I said some racist shit back then. My grandma was born in 1918, and
oh yeah, I mean, but as times change and generation got older, they realized and stuff. But the terminology was just kind of common speech to them. It wasn't. Right. It became where it wasn't derogatory. Anyway, that's kind of a weird deal there. But I made a comment one time about something, and I think it was marijuana, and she said, "Well, that law wasn't intended for you." Which she's right. It wasn't, because I'm kind of white. So, not really though. That's one of the weird things. Sure, I got Scottish, Irish, English, freaking. I mean, you know, like an eighth German, but I also had Choctaw, Cherokee. I mean,
dude, you just described my ethnicity.
Yeah, I mean, we're nobody's pure blood anything, no matter what you want to tell yourself. So, right. But anyway, so we're going by superficial color of the skin. Well, hell.
Oh yeah, you're right. If you look at the tree, if you go up 10 generations, there's 1,024 people, and you know how long a generation is? About 25 years.
Yeah. Well, in the Bible, it's 40.
Generation. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that's reasonable too.
Yeah. When they estimate populations, the average generation is, some will say, is still 40, which is what somewhere in the Bible there's something that leads people to that. And then there's, but also I've heard people talk about a generation being 33 years.
Yeah.
So it's kind of in that vicinity. But the thing is, as my grandmother got older, the fact that she and then as she got older than that and everything, and up in her 90s, she'd tell me about, you know, if I would mention, because she still didn't really talk totally openly when she was in her 80s, but a little bit more. But when she was in her 90s, it was like you know, really didn't give a damn. And and she would say, her thing was, when I'd make a comment about the, you know, the drug law stuff or anything like that, she said, it's just unfortunate they're ruining so many young lives. The laws themselves, you know.
Oh yeah.
And I think people are kind of getting that nowadays. You know, the because everybody's so many weird arguments. Texas passed the first marijuana law because we were having drought all over the nation. We were having trouble and everything financially, and Mexico would always have migrant workers come, you know, do work in the States. I mean, but what happened is they decided to have a civil war, and more of them were coming over, and we couldn't handle the, you know, people that needed work here because of our economy and problems going on at the time. So Texas passed a law against marijuana to get the Mexicans back across the border. That was the whole thing, you know. Funny thing is, first guy arrested for it was white, which is ironic. I can't remember what it, and they could sentence you up to 99 years for having any pot at all.
That's what I don't like, is when they have a law which is going to ruin somebody's life. And you know, in today's society, ruining, I mean, I wouldn't say ruining your life, but, you know, it can mess up your, like, your background and, you know, your record and all that.
I don't know if they've changed it, but last I'd heard, if you have a drug charge, I mean conviction, it doesn't matter if it's, you know, it doesn't matter if it's one joint or a pound, which class, I mean, in Texas, over 2 ounces is a felony. But even if it's only one joint or a roach in your ashtray or whatever, it doesn't matter how little it is. The fact that it is a drug charge, a lot of colleges won't accept you. And
I'd eat
from what I
before I got stopped and they found it, I'd eat it.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is that from what I understand, at one, I don't know if it still is like this, where you don't qualify for the Pell Grant if you have a drug-related charge. I don't know if that's still true, because I haven't actually kept up with it. But you know, at one time, when the law was passed, where 2 ounces or more qualifies you as a felony, because the assumption is if you have that much, you must have the assumption is you must have the intent to sell if you have that much. Well, at the time the law was passed, that was nothing. It wasn't like the you know, the strength of marijuana going on around nowadays. You know what I mean? I mean, because I've heard people nowadays talk about, oh yeah, trash weed. So what? You know what I mean?
But it kind of, because y'all were having a really excellent conversation there, and something that nobody seems to remember, and I was wondering if y'all remember this, when Nixon and Ford had the 90-day wage and price freezes. Do you remember those?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's like they never happened. Can you imagine if somebody tried to do that today? They would be screaming communism and socialism. But I remember they just declared nobody could raise wages or prices for 90 days at a time. And I think that led to when they got off of that and Carter came in, that caused a lot of the massive inflation just because it had been artificially held back for a while.
Well, the end of the 60s was a period when the economy was changing. There was a period from after World War II through the 50s and through most of the 60s when the American economy was incredibly productive, incredibly profitable, and everything was expanding. Our GNP was expanding, and real wages were expanding for most workers. And then towards the end of the 60s, inflation started to become an issue and a major concern. And the economists were all starting to also, you saw in the literature of the period, to doubt what they call the Keynesian model of economics. and they started to say, well, maybe it's not as perfect. It just seemed to be really perfect for about 20 years, that you could adjust and fine-tune the economy with a mix of fiscal and monetary actions. And then it was now starting, inflation was starting to become a real issue and a concern. And then in the 70s, it exploded. You had the gas crisis, and then inflation was got up to 18-20% in the United States for years, for almost a decade. So that's why a lot of things were starting to happen. Nixon took us off the gold standard, and you had the wage and price controls, and there was also a right-wing movement that had been an undercurrent in politics since the end of the 30s. They sort of, what I call the Empire Strikes Back from Star Wars, but they were sort of in shock through most of the 30s, and they accepted defeat at the hands of FDR, and you got Social Security, and you had work programs that the government paid for. It was socialism almost. And then they started to organize, and William F. Buckley was part of this, the National Review, and the Koch people, Koch's father, not David and Charles, but their father, who started the John Birch Society, and then they started the Libertarian Party off of that. And there was a movement against unions to destroy the unions. And there was they promoted an economic theory of cost push inflation, that it's the unions demanding higher wages, and then that gets transferred throughout the rest of the economy. So things were changing at about that point. But it was structural changes in the entire global economy, not just the American economy, that was actually at the root of all of that. We had the only functioning economy for 2 decades because we were not destroyed by a world war, as Europe was.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Everybody else was in shambles. They'd been bombed out. They'd lost a lot of people. They had to rebuild, and our country was the only one left. So, of course, the 50s were a golden age, when everybody came back, because we were the suppliers of the world.
Exactly.
And then the 60s, but then after they rebuilt, then everything was made in Japan. You remember, everything was made in Japan. And then Japan moved to the high-tech stuff, and then the low-tech stuff went to China. Now everything's made in China.
Taiwan.
It's the natural rebalancing. Yeah.
And when Taiwan and China didn't start until, I remember when I got out of college in 1980, and I remember I was kind of surprised that there were all these new little kind of shops, the odd lots and the discount shops, and they had crap in them. Everything was really cheap. But they had little crappy stuff, like tools, real low quality steel tools and extension cords and things of that sort, all made in China. Really cheap furniture, all made in China, very, very cheap. But that was just the start. And then from there, it opened up. Kissinger and his crew came in and started to open it up for American businesses to move their manufacturing over there.
Yeah, Nixon went to China and opened that up. I remember you all were saying that Nixon would be considered a liberal by today's standards, and that is true.
Not a liberal, he'd be worse than a liberal.
Yeah,
I see you got a full bookshelf there of books. You read all of those back there?
Was that me?
Yeah.
Most of them, yeah.
Interesting. Well, they're mostly science or novels or.
Behind me is mostly economics. There's a lot of anthropology and a lot of religion in the room.
Interesting.
And some crime novels. The Master and Commander series. The Poldark series. That's 12 books.
Huh. Do you have a Talmud?
A what?
A Talmud? Talmud?
No.
It's like a religious book. I was just curious.
No, I know what it is, but no, I don't.
Oh, okay.
No,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've got some Jewish stuff, but mostly Christian-oriented books. Some Muslim and a little bit of that too.
Very cool.
A lot of history. It's probably about 3,000, 4,000 books in the house.
Wowzers. So, for some of us, our brain processes is kind of not built for reading something unless you're really engaged in it. It's almost, I guess you could call that ADD or something like that. But you ever find yourself you read a whole page and then you realize you weren't paying attention to what what your brain was saying?
More today than in years gone by. But I'm in my 50s now, so yeah.
But a lot of reading helps with the punctuation and spelling. I notice on the internet that most people can't spell worth a darn.
Oh yeah.
They don't know the difference between the two, and two, and
there and your and.
Oh gosh, yeah, there, and there. They get all of those wrong constantly, and
also their writings lacks a lot of like structural flow and stuff like that.
Yes. So being a reader helps with that because you're used to seeing when I think I actually see the words in my head with punctuation and everything.
Right. Yeah. It's an art form to be able to write. Like I like to read like even the Bible, and like the 1611 King James Version Bible. I like to read the English in that. And it's kind of funny because when I pick that up, yeah, some letters are different, but spellings are different, and I find myself liking the way they spell words a little bit better. Like darkness, they'll put ESSE.
Mm-hmm.
It's like errors I find myself making sometimes.
Well, spelling didn't matter at all back then. Every printer spelled words differently.
Oh yeah. Yeah, some words appear to just be misspelled also.
Mm-hmm.
Linguistics is a fascinating study for me. I enjoy the study of words and how a lot of the Latin roots that they share.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to learn Latin. That would be a pretty fun thing. I just know a few words. Veritas, equitas, molon lab. That's about it, really.
Molon lava. Yeah, I can see that by your picture.
Yeah.
Come and take it.
Oh, sorry, Semper Fidelis. That's one of my favorite ones. Always ready. Marine Corps adopted that.
Always faithful.
Fidelis is faithful?
I believe so.
Yeah, and that's where the word fidelity comes from.
I was Army, not Marines, but yeah, I believe so.
Because I thought the general thing is, oh, you're right, huh? Interesting. I read it yesterday, where it said it means always ready, and I thought that's what it means, but Wikipedia has a Latin phrase that means always faithful or always loyal.
Yeah, that's the Boy Scout motto you got.
Yeah, and infidel would be someone who's unfaithful, I guess, to a Muslim. So that's got the fidel in there from Fidelis.
Yeah, and the Bible, the Holy Bible says infidel as well. It refers to infidels in pretty much the same manner.
That's probably not an Arabic word to begin with.
Infidel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that would probably be the English word referring to what their word is.
Or the Latin.
Yeah.
Latin.
Yep, but German appears to be pretty similar. Similar roots in some ways for a lot of words.
There's a lot of German in English. Yes.
Yeah, there is. German and Latin kind of made up English.
The Anglo-Saxons were German tribes.
Yes. Mother, brother, those were all Viking words.
That's why you have usually or frequently two words for a lot of the same object in English, like deer and venison. One would be from the Norman French and the other from the German root.
Or like
And the
dog
days
and canine.
are from the Vikings too. The like Thursday is Thor's day. Friday is to Freya, the goddess Freya. Wednesday is for Wodan or Odin.
Right.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. What's Saturday? Oh, I mean, I don't know. Is that stuff all true for sure? I mean, what's Saturday?
That's
I don't know. I know the months are from the Latin, like August is Augustus, October is from Octavius, January is Janus.
Huh. Yeah, interesting. Never thought about that. So country girl went to buy some country smokes, huh?
But she's got them and she's back.
Oh,
You live in tobacco country there. They grow tobacco still there? They do in Kentucky.
Absolutely. But they don't grow quite as much as they used to.
no. I thought that would have been something that would have been outsourced to like Guatemala or Honduras or something like that.
We've got a lot
I
of.
worked in the tobacco fields for a while, and you'd get sick from handling it. You'd soak in that nicotine through your skin.
Absolutely.
What state are you from, John?
Kentucky.
Oh, okay.
You'd probably tell by the accent.
Yeah. Well, I'm a Brooklyn guy myself originally. I'm in North Carolina now.
Oh, okay. My brother lives there. Yeah, they've got a real Southern accent in North Carolina too. It's different than ours. I can tell the difference.
Yes.
But I like it though.
North Carolina.
Yeah, she's got it.
Do you guys take kindly to outsiders in Kentucky? I'm just curious.
Yeah, there's different areas. Like I'm in Lexington, and it was called the Athens of the South for a while. It's more of a college city and more educated. When you get out in the hills, you get to Hazard and Harlan. It's different. You know, when you walk into a country store, everybody in the place will turn and just stare at you. It's real weird. Like, you know, everybody just stop and look, everything they're doing. But in Lexington, it's more like, you know, other places that you go. It's more enlightened.
That's like Justified.
Ballets and things.
That's funny.
It's like the TV show Justified.
Yeah, that was supposed to be down there in Harlan. And I had an ex-wife from Hazard, and it was like a time warp. It was like really time traveling, going down to visit her parents on the weekends. I couldn't understand her dad. It was like the Beverly Hillbillies, kind of. And I'm a big city slicker to them. You know, of course, to you all, I sound like a Beverly Hillbillies myself, but to them, it's really different. But none of them are on the internet yet. It's going to take another 5 or 6 years before they make it to Google.
Yeah, that's funny. I mean, out here in California, when you head out to some certain counties and stuff, you get that life of people. But it's just funny how close you are to big major metropolises, but you still kind of got that country society out there.
Yeah, I've been through Lexington when I was at Fort Knox.
Yeah, it's not too awfully far from me. They're basketball crazy here, though. I mean, it's like a holiday when we have a basketball game. Everything shuts down. And I don't like sports. It's hard being somebody who doesn't like sports here because you've got to be a sports fanatic if you live here.
Man, I don't really like sports either. I mean, I like the baseball game. I used to be a baseball fan, but it's hard for me to get involved and spend so much time watching something that just is so meaningless.
How true, yeah.
I mean, I feel like you get more out of reading the encyclopedia or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have season tickets to the Garden when I lived in New York.
I've been to New York City a few times. It's really nice. I like the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and the Museum of Modern Art was wonderful.
But I had Ranger tickets, and my company had.
So, do you have any books on Thomas Jefferson back there?
Yeah, one or two. Somewhere.
Huh. What have you sort of read about him? Was he sort of buddies and like the same as George Washington, or was he kind of a outcast amongst that crew?
He's kind of an intellectual and kind of very varied in his interests. He's a bit of an inventor, and I mean, a lot of them were kind of more like what you'd call Renaissance men compared to politicians today. He was into architecture and a lot of other things too. I guess when Jefferson, excuse me, I think Jefferson founded the University of Virginia too. I'm gonna get some water.
Prepper, you ever read Claire Wolf?
Negative.
Oh, she's the best. Check her out.
Yeah, Thomas Jefferson, interesting feller.
There was an HBO series about John Adams. It was pretty boring, but it did have a good portrayal of Jefferson in there. It had a lot of him in there.
Huh.
If you ever watch it, just skip past the John Adams part and just skip to the Jefferson parts and Franklin.
Was Jefferson president?
I don't believe so, but I could be wrong.
I didn't think so either, but it sounded like I was hearing something that Jefferson was president. He wasn't the fourth president, was he? Let's see.
Third president. Third president.
He was the third president. Huh.
After Adams.
My history is pretty bad on that era.
Wow. So that's pretty interesting. He was president for 8 years. So, like, when did Jefferson come to the U.S. and from where?
I never read a biography of Jefferson. I assumed he was born here.
Oh, he was born here.
I believe so, but I don't really know. I just always assume that.
Yeah.
If he came from anywhere, it would have been England.
If I remember right, Christopher Hitchens wrote a biography of Jefferson.
Yes, and he reminded everyone of it constantly.
Yeah, but I've never talked to anybody who read it, so I don't know.
It can be, even in today's world with so much information on the internet, it can be really tough to find something that's accurate.
I'm sure his Wikipedia entry is good enough for something like that.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, he was born in the colony of Virginia.
Prepper, if you like that Revolutionary War era, there's a series on AMC called Turn. I don't know if you've been watching it, but it's got George Washington in there, and it's about the Revolutionary War.
I've seen it, but I haven't watched it.
It's pretty good.
I'll take a look. I've still got Star Wars on my video to watch list. I haven't quite gotten there yet.
Which one? The first one or the more recent one?
I saw the first one. That was it.
Oh, okay. I watched that with my young daughter the other day, and the special effects were so bad compared to what we got now. It was before CGI.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when they use lots of fishing string.
That was the Star Trek. They had the little model on a string.
Yeah. One thing I downloaded is one thing that I got, and you know, you remember these things as being better than they are when you're a kid. You remember Lost in Space?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Smith was a little bitch. I didn't realize that when I was a kid.
Have you seen the remake? They just released a new one of Lost in Space, and it was great. Great special effects.
I didn't know they remade it.
Yeah.
There was a movie in about 1978 or so. There was a movie, right?
I just had the original,
Robbie the Robot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like the pilot for it made it look like it was going somewhere, and then it ended up being almost like a sitcom. Had they followed what the pilot looked like where they were going, it'd have been much better. But yeah, budgets, I guess.
That's too long for my memory.
Yeah, the budgets were a big problem on those shows. I read a book about the making of Star Trek, and they would never have enough money, so they would have to do everything real cheaply on the special effects.
Yeah, and just think, they didn't have super glue.
Yeah, that's why there's so many cop shows, cop dramas, because they don't have to use special equipment or costumes or anything. They just dress up like regular people and drive around the city and have a lot of car chases.
Well, they did some fine work with the women's costumes in Star Trek, if I remember.
Yeah. Prepper. I watched some of those doomsday prepper shows on National Geographic, and this one couple was filtering water, and they were trying to filter their urine, and they just did it like through some cheap Brita filter or something, and it was yellow when they were drinking it. It was horrible. Oh, man. I mean, it would not be yellow if they'd actually purified it. If you run stuff through a Brita filter, it's not going to do much.
I'd probably just die. I don't think I'd ever drink my piss.
When you have stuff like that, aren't you supposed to double distill it?
Yeah, you either run it through a reverse osmosis filter, or you can boil water and trap the steam like on a tarp or something and let it drip down, and then that would be pure water too.
Yeah. I mean, well, some of the particulates sometimes make it through, so I've always heard that you distill twice for something really questionable.
Yeah. But I had one of those little Brita filters, and I had a parts per million meter, and I would check it, and it wouldn't hardly take out anything. You know, tap water would be like 900 parts per million. It would take it down to about 800 parts per million. But a reverse osmosis takes it down to zero. It's supposed to.
I kind of want to just get a little filter, like almost like maybe I should just use a T-shirt, but just to get some running water, boil it, but then it's still going to have some dirt and whatnot in it. So I just want to filter that out for like outdooring, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna boil your water and everything, basically, you know those there's some ceramic filters they make. It depends on how big time you want to get into it. They make ceramic filters that work great, but provided you boil your water. And you know the kind where you drill a hole in a 5-gallon bucket and mount it inside it and set it on top of another 5-gallon bucket?
No, I've never seen that.
I don't know what I assume the threading on standard pipe thread, but I'm not sure. It's got where you drill a hole inside of a 5-gallon bucket, and then this filter's probably about a foot long, maybe a little longer, and a couple inches diameter or more. And it's a ceramic, you know, a certain density of ceramic. And it's got a thread sticking out in the end where you drill a hole in the 5-gallon bucket, stick it in there, and then thread it on and a little rubber seal, whatever, and tighten it in there. And then you can take another 5-gallon bucket, cut a small hole in the lid where you can take one bucket, put on top of the other, fill up 5-gallon bucket, and it'll filter it through. Of course, their claims are always that it will filter beyond its capability. But if you boil your water first, it's not a big deal. You could also take a similar filter and put it inside a 1-gallon bucket, you know, and have a second 1-gallon bucket for it to drain into when you filter.
Well, you know what? Something cool that I want to. Sorry, not to cut you off. What I wanted to try is just going up to a tree. I saw some guy on YouTube do it, cutting a notch in it to where it drains downward, or maybe a few notches. I don't know, but basically, you focus it down at the bottom, and then it just drips in, and you got fresh filtered water.
Yeah, not all trees work that way though. Depends on the type of tree. Yeah.
The prepping shows are pretty good. I don't do the gun thing, but a lot of the solar panels and the canning of foods and stuff like that are really cool. And catching rainwater, you know, that there's a lot of things are really good, like that self-sufficiency. I've seen whole houses that just run off solar panels, and they have a bank of like batteries, and then they run refrigerators, televisions, everything off of that. They're off the grid, and they say they generate so much electricity, they sell it back to the power company. They'll buy it back.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I was talking to some guys about building a well, you know, got yourself a natural well. That'd be awesome.
Because it is good to be prepared in case of disasters or something. If you have a big earthquake or some type of a war or something like that, you want to have some things stored away, because everybody's going to make a run on the stores and wipe out everything first thing. And then, you know, I can understand prepping. It's good to have batteries and candles and things you're going to need just in case.
Yeah, I don't even really do that kind of prepping. I just kind of more on the but in like outdoor gear and stuff. But yeah, and hopefully I can link up with some good people who have a food source or something.
Yeah. Self-sufficiency would be nice. I'd like to get a farm and just run it off of solar panels and, you know, catch rainwater and stuff like that and be completely self-sufficient. That would be really nice. No utility bills.
Yeah, can the solar panels really do it? I mean, power like I guess lights and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, what they do is get a bank of those 12-volt batteries, like car batteries or deep cycle batteries like we use for boats, and the solar panels charge them. So they put the solar panels up on the roof, and then they'll keep the batteries charged up, and then everything just runs off of battery power.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that stuff they're running they're doing everything in 12 volts or 24 volts, most commonly 12 in America, of course. We tend to do that stuff, and then they run an inverter to, you know, get it 115 volts off it.
Yeah, and they come out with some new batteries. I'm into bass boating. I do a lot of bass fishing, and they've got new batteries now, like gel batteries that last much longer on a charge, and they're super efficient. These boaters don't even need to charge their batteries between trips. They'll last 3 or 4 fishing trips, and they run all their equipment, electronics, trolling motor, big motor, and everything off of them. The technology's getting there. It won't be long until you would be able to live off the grid like that.
So I wonder, like, let's say it's 8 p.m. You're sitting in your 100% solar powered house. Can you have your lights on? Can you have your laptop powered up? I know you're not going to have, you might not have internet, but I'm saying your TV running. Let's say you got a dish satellite TV.
Yeah, as long as you've got enough batteries, you can have as many batteries as you want. So the charger, I think you just hook them all up together, and then the panels keep them charged up. But I would keep a generator on the side in case you didn't have sunlight for a few days or something. You could get a gas-powered generator or something. But you would run that, and you can charge them off of that too. Like with the quick charge, they make quick charge where you can really charge them up real fast.
I've been meaning to check out Costco. I was thinking about getting a generator. I don't know how much they cost though.
The only thing I couldn't do self-sufficiency is the, killing the farm animals. A lot of they have books on raising your own meat and goats and chickens and cows, but my grandparents were raised that way, but I could not do it.
What do you mean, like cutting them up and?
Yeah. Now, greenhouse, you could do a greenhouse year-round, for vegetables, fruit and vegetables. You could grow your own stuff pretty efficiently, and especially like bean sprouts. They're really nutritious, but as far as, raising meat production and slaughtering them and stuff, I probably wouldn't have the stomach for it. But, I know a lot of hunters, and they're fine with killing deer, and, I've eaten plenty of it.
There are greenhouse systems which integrate fish.
Oh, yeah, I like that. That's really biosustainable. Where the fish are in the water, and then they run the water to irrigate, and then their poop, I guess, would make fertilizer for the plants.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I'd like to see us go more ecologically sound like that. And algae's a big thing too. You can grow algae real fast, and we could grow biodiesel fuels to run our vehicles and put farmers to work instead of importing it from the Middle East. And all this gas is going to run out eventually, all this fossil fuel. And I would love to see them raise, I think, switchgrass and corn, and you can make ethanol from equipment. Yeah, that's what we need to move toward. I would like to see that and get off of the whole fossil fuel Middle East thing.
Earthworm soup.
Yeah. You can use the worm castings. They're really rich in nutrients too. They raise them in barrels.
So, found the video pretty interesting. I'm going to share my screen in case anyone wants to check it out. But this guy basically shows how he kind of can get fresh water from this tree.
Oh yeah, I'd say get you a big old tarp. You can get a tarp at Harbor Freight for $10. And stretch that sucker out when it rains, and you could funnel it into any type of barrel you want.
So he found a tree that's like got some sap on it, and he's basically going up and he's cutting all the outer bark off, and then he's just like focusing all the drainage downwards, cutting some sides out of it. It's pretty cool. I want to give that a shot. Get some fresh filtered water straight from a tree.
I don't remember what kind of tree it was, but there's some of us here might remember Yule Gibbons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm about Charles' age. I remember all that.
Yeah, there was a tree that he talked about, and it's where you peel the outer bark off a section, and the first soft layer of wood, it's not really, it's not hardwood yet, it's soft.
Yeah.
And you peel that off and cut it like spaghetti and boil it, but you have to pour the water off because the tannin a lot of woods have, depending on the kind of wood, will have tannin in it, and it's like spaghetti. But I mean, well, that's what he said. I never tried it.
You mean it's edible?
Yeah, but it depends. I don't remember what kind of tree. I would assume that information is still out there somewhere, but but it's and I don't know. You could probably do that with more than one kind of tree, but you have to find out what kind of tree, has that good, where it's a decent soft layer that you could actually eat. I mean, you can actually eat acorns, but you have to boil them over. You have to boil them, drain them over and over and over, and then to get the tannin out of them, because it's from oak, which is like really high in it, and then you dry them and crush them into a flour. And it's not like you're gonna bake bread with it. It's more like corn tortilla. I mean, you're not gonna bake a cake that'll rise with it. You know what I mean? but you can eat it.
My grandfather used to make dandelion wine out of dandelions, and it was good.
Yeah, I know people who make cactus wine out of some of the common cactuses. I don't even know what the hell you call them. Just a common cactus we have all over Texas. Not
What would you call what would you call that tree that you saw in the video right there? What would you classify that tree as?
It looked kind of similar to like a cypress, which grow. I would think cypress would be good because they grow on riverbanks. But if you're already a riverbank, why would you cut up a tree?
Exactly.
Unless you're depending on the fact that the tree would filter the water.
Which it's supposedly it does, like completely.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, in Texas, it's illegal to cut down a cypress tree because it's on a riverbank.
Yeah.
Because in the early days, they radically changed the banks of all the rivers, and because cypress get big, and you can cut a slice out of some of the old growth cypress and make a tabletop out of it, dining room. Just one slab.
It's very, very good wood.
Yeah, but so that it has to be, in order to use it, it has to be a downed tree, and you have to get approval to be able to remove it from the riverbank. But anyway, something growing on a riverbank, even though there's river water there, if your intent is to get the water from the tree because the tree filters the water, it would still work. But it'd be simpler just to boil the water, I would think.
So that's why you don't like the EPA then, because it got all those regulations about trees and.
No, actually, the law about the trees is really, really old. I mean, it's a lot older than the EPA. Now, the only problem with the EPA is their connection to certain things that were, well, it wasn't the EPA directly, but where the people will buy property and they're going to build something there. Someone sees, it has to do with the Endangered Species Act stuff, which the EPA has their hand in, kind of, you know what I mean?
Yes, sure.
So, and there was actually a thing in Florida, they made a documentary about it and crap, whatever, where they actually followed this lady around. A disabled lady bought a piece of property in Florida, and it was in a neighborhood where people had like 1 to 2 acre lots and stuff, and she was gonna, build a house there. Well, when she was, fixing to build a house there, somebody reported that they saw some kind of an owl in one of the trees on the property. Therefore, she was forbidden to build on it because it would disturb the habitat of this endangered owl. Now I don't even remember what kind of owl it was, but and she'd been trying for a couple of years to get permission to build on a piece of property, that she bought. Anyway, so she was living she was friends with a neighbor in the area, and she was living in their living room with her hospital bed, whatever. I mean, she was disabled and whatnot, and she couldn't go upstairs, whatever. All this, anyway, it was a lot of problems. The documentary never showed if she got any kind of resolution, compensation, anything out of it. I think that's kind of overkill, considering the fact that the owl, it wasn't like the owl had a nest there and like took possession of the property. It wasn't that dramatic, and she wouldn't have had to clear out a lot of area just to put a small house.
Mm-hmm.
But the consideration of the negative effects on humans has to be considered in the equation as well.
Sure.
That's all.
There was the most notorious one was about 40, 50 years ago, the Snail Daughter. There was a TVA program. They were building an electric dam on one of the rivers there and somewhere near Nashville. And they had put like half the project up already, and then they found this Snail Daughter, which was some insignificant snail or frog or something, and there was the only habitat, and they shut the project down halfway through.
Yeah. I mean, it's like up in San Marcos, Texas, which is kind of between San Antonio and Austin. It's a natural spring area, and when we get drought and everything, and the water table gets low and everything, the spring slows down. Well, that was in the early days of water regulation, and everything. They started protecting this area because there was a fountain darter, just little fish.
Mm-hmm.
It was the only place in the world that it lived, and that they were worried about it going completely extinct. Well, a couple of problems with that, in my opinion. If that's the only place in the world, eventually it will go extinct unless you find a way to breed it in captivity and release it to the wild, provided it doesn't endanger other species in other areas. I mean, a lot of thought has to be put in when you start getting into that. Another one is up in Austin, Texas. They were planning on building a loop that went around the city, because navigating Austin, pretty much the only highway at that time was I-35 going straight through the middle, and traffic's horrific, still is to this day. So they were planning this loop, and I don't remember, there was some kind of a tree salamander, and based on protecting this tree salamander, they halted the entire project.
Mm-hmm.
They eventually rerouted a toll road farther out. Like if you're driving towards Austin and you want to totally avoid the whole area but continue up 35, so they built a toll road to get around the entire area. Anyway, there are situations where there'll be a species that's endangered, low numbers, lives in one area, nowhere else in the world, and just through natural events, with our involvement, it can accelerate it, but they're going to go extinct anyway. But that has to be looked at and considered. I mean, the knee-jerk reaction of
Good, say it, tree huggers.
Yeah, I mean it's too radical. I mean, Now, it's one thing to say, stop, let's wait, let's do a survey, let's find out what the situation really is. Their natural numbers are on decline, whether we do anything or not. There's a problem. Among other things, they live right off of a highway and they're choking to death anyway. Whatever. I mean, we have to consider other things regarding it. And there are times where you have to accept the fact that something is simply on decline and going to die out. Not that you necessarily going to go around shooting every salamander you see, but there are times where that is the situation, you know?
Yeah, sure.
So, and it's kind of a balance between valuing human life and the circumstances we find ourselves in.
There's too many humans anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like by name it sounds really weird, but it's just, I've actually heard jokes about, the voluntary human extinction movement.
Not something I'm familiar with.
Oh. It sounds really funny where the joke is that, I don't know why they're still here. But what their actual thing is stop having kids.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's what they really mean.
Anti-natal.
But when you hear the name, and that's fine. It's like my daughter, for different reasons, she doesn't want to have kids. Of course, she's 32, and she may change her mind. It's a pretty big tendency with a lot of women, not all. So, but as of now, she doesn't want kids. That's fine. But it's just the name Voluntary Human Extinction Movement just sounds so weird.
Soylent Green.
Yeah.
What do you smoke there?
I don't know. It's just tobacco I get locally. I don't know. It's probably old cigarette butts they pick up or something. I don't know.
I smoke a pipe.
I've tried finding. Remember the old pouches, the foil pouches we used to buy in convenience stores, things like that.
Yeah, sure.
I don't remember the names of them, and I can't find them anywhere. I go
Captain
to a
Black.
Yeah.
You can get that stuff online.
Yeah, there's a cigar bar around here that has custom blends of all kinds of stuff, and that's where I've been getting it. But
yeah, I've been smoking the Frog Morton pipe tobacco lately.
yeah, I never know what to judge it by. I mean, and then again, at the same time, just a couple of years ago, I quit smoking for like 4 years using a electronic cigarette, whatever the hell they want to call it. They have different names for it. And but I actually enjoy smoking. But cigarettes, which I do smoke occasionally as well, have a worse effect on you. Decent cigars, which I can't afford.
Expensive, yeah.
Yeah, or pipe tobacco, which is more cost effective. Doesn't have the same effect, sort of, as a cigarette. I mean, and I don't know why. I guess something in the processing of cigarettes. I don't know exactly.
Well, you're also ingesting the nicotine and whatever other chemicals in a different part of your body.
Yeah.
You're not inhaling it. You're just taking it into your mouth and upper throat.
Yeah. Something about cigarettes is weird though. I still smoke them every once in a while, but I prefer tobacco, pipe. The thing is, even if I got hold of whatever it was that I smoked when I was like 16, 18, 20, like that, my memory of what it was is probably wrong. But if I could find it, I'd probably buy some and try it.
Yeah, the last decent box I had was got to be about 6 years ago. I had a box of Cohibas, but it's just too expensive to smoke on a regular basis.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, most people I run into that smoke cigars, they're just people going in the ice house buying whatever's in their convenience store or whatever, and just like Swisher Sweet kind of cigars, things
Yeah.
like that. And I don't mind smoking a Swisher Sweet. My problem with them is that the outer wrapping is paper, and it's supposed to be tobacco leaf,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't hold up. You know how you smoke a cigar and then you sit there with your mouth in your mouth for a while.
Yeah.
Not actually burning it, and then you feel like it. You know, you light it up a little bit more, and then you get tired of it. You set it down for a while. Well, you can't do that with the Swisher Sweet because it's freaking wrapped in paper. So, basically it just turns to mush. But to find one that's actually, got a decent tobacco leaf rolled on the outside that doesn't have a giant stem sticking out of it, it costs money.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah, a good cigar is going to run you $3 to $6.
yeah, and I don't like the really the really big cigars and everything, which when I was younger, I remember there was a couple of old men that would always walk around with this giant cigar, and they'd smoke it down until they had no choice but get rid of it.
Yeah.
And when it got down that short, basically it was chewing tobacco until they threw it away. But yeah, when I was younger, I used to smoke. I don't remember what kind of cigar it was. Now it wasn't Swisher Sweet because it was actually made with a tobacco leaf on the outside. And driving a motorcycle, you could actually, when you're driving, not actually smoke it, just have it in your mouth, and you're fine. You know what I mean? And then every once in a while you just pull off, light it up for a minute, and stuff, and not a big deal. I'm sure it looked weird going down the highway with a cigar sticking out of your mouth, but I liked it.
Cool though.
But yeah, I mean, yeah. It's like I drive a motorcycle sometimes with, of course, I'm driving a sport bike now. It's a little Ninja 300. It's because they finally fuel injected the damn things, and it's plenty for what I'll do. Technology's gotten so good, so dependable. I mean, you still have to do tires and chain and all the standard maintenance, whatever. Bike involves a little more maintenance. But it's like it gets between 60. They claim 70 miles a gallon. I've never known anybody to get it, but if you can keep your hand out of the throttle, it'll do 60 or 65 miles a gallon if you're taking it easy. I don't take it easy much, but even hitting it really hard, it's still doing between 40 and 50. So it's like, what the hell? My truck's doing like 16 or something, So, and
it's like my Sorrento.
What's that?
So it's like my Sorrento. I've got an old Sorrento that gets like 17, 18 miles.
Well, I got a 2004 Ford Ranger, which doesn't have a bed on it right now. It's got a 2x8 back bumper with, custom fitted lights. That means I punch holes in it. And and just mounted some, 4-inch LEDs, whatever. And I drove around without a bed on it. And what's really funny is when people see you hauling something on a truck like that, they think you're nuts. But hey, you know, I can be his redneck next guy.
Yeah.
But anyway, but on paper, mine's supposed to get 19 miles a gallon. But it's got like 108,000 last time I looked on it, and I've never done a tune-up, never done anything to it other than replace a fan belt and change the oil and like that. It's about due for a decent tune-up to get the mileage back where it should be. But one of the things is whether I drive my bike to work. Well, I drive it around besides just work, but if all I do is drive back and forth to work, I don't live very far from work, like a mile and a half. It takes a tank of gas, and my bike or my truck will last me about 2 months. Well, the difference is my truck, a tank of gas is like 18 gallons. On the bike, it's 4 gallons.
Yeah, sure.
So unless it gets rains really hard, I'm driving the bike, or if it gets really cold, then I'll drive. You know, you know, as long as it's not like that, I drive the bike. But I drive without a helmet.
Is that legal in Texas?
Yeah. But I wouldn't advise. There's a lot of people I know that I would not advise drive without a helmet. If you're young and you're learning, don't even consider it. If I'm driving into a major city where traffic is considerably heavier, more idiots running lights, you know, and all the typical stuff, and because bike accidents, it's almost always the case where the people will say, "Well, I never saw him." So, you know, when I've taught people to drive throughout my life, and generally speaking, one of the early things I tell them is, when you get out on the road, you have to drive as though you're invisible. Do not ever assume someone saw you, even if they appear to be looking straight at you. And there are a lot of things that you kind of look out for as indications that someone's going to do something, and you never drive parallel to another vehicle. Do everything you can to where if they change lanes, they miss you. You drive a lot more defensively than you would in a car.
Sure.
Because, I mean, the cost is higher than, you know, you want to pay. So.
Yeah, I was an EMT for a few years, so I wouldn't even own one.
Yeah, I mean, I've known people who've been in some pretty bad accidents, and I've seen a couple of people wreck in my lifetime that died from it. One friend of mine who was wearing a helmet didn't hit another vehicle, but was showing off, wiped out, and he slid and his helmet hit the curb, and it snapped his neck. So he lived in a bed for 10 years before he died. That's not something I'm willing to do. But because of the fact that, I mean, like when I mean, basically, I just put on goggles and, you know, take off and go driving back and forth to work. But I'm very cautious. One of the only advantages a bike has to get it out of trouble is the fact the power to weight ratio, provided you're attentive enough, can get you out of trouble. Other than that, you got nothing. A helmet, because a side impact to a head can be extremely dramatic, and people, even in cars, that's, you know, side impacts cause more brain damage than front or rear impacts. Just the way the brain wasn't designed to slosh around sideways,
T-bone accident.
Yeah, it can be devastating. And when you fall on a motorcycle accident, you're pretty high likelihood you can just hit your head on the ground and all of a sudden your brain's sloshed, and it's like, you know, it can screw you up really bad. We're more delicate than we like to think, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So
didn't Mr. Trump call those NFL guys? I think he said they were pussies, and he's going to grab them because they were worried about concussions.
yeah, but god damn, man.
And his people are his audience members. Well, they're tough. Not like those NFL players.
Man, freaking. I don't know if I want someone 250, 300 pounds who spends all their time working out and preparing for it to hit me. I mean, son of a bitch, man. I mean, you see some of the impact. I mean, I'm not into sports, but I've seen a lot of that stuff. And when I was, because you're always around someone who is, and some of the impacts they take on the field are pretty damn dramatic.
Well, the physics of it is, is what it is. It's going to knock your brain back and forth. It just doesn't get hit once. It bounces back and forth in your head.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, it's just like the reason something as slow as, especially if you're hit from the side, like motorcycle accident, car accident, whatever, T-bone type. If you're a 5 mile an hour impact can be devastating. I mean, it depends on the circumstance, basically. I mean,